soon as I go in, you take off without me," he said. "Unless I take the car keys, except the clerk might notice I don't have any pockets to put them in." "I'm not going in there without you," she said. Nils chewed on his lower lip. The clothes were starting to be secondary to his need for coffee. He was lightheaded from lack of sleep. They could probably find a 24-hour McDonald's with a drive-through, although he was going to get some looks from the cashier when he approached the pickup window. "Unless," he turned to Meg, "how about we compromise? How about I borrow Razin's pants, we lock him in the car, and we both go into the store? I get to hold the car keys, you get to hold your gun, in your pocket, of course. We don't want to get the clerk too upset, and the sight of me wearing Razin's pants may be all he can take." Meg laughed. It was a good sound, but just as quickly she stopped laughing, and he knew she was trying not to cry. She was remarkably tough. If their roles were reversed, he wasn't sure he'd have made it even half this far. "I'm sorry," she said suddenly. "When I asked for you back in the embassy men's room, my intention wasn't to put you into danger or to get you into trouble. I didn't plan for it to happen this way." Nils nodded. "But you did plan it, didn't you? When I came in there, you weren't really asking for help. You were just looking for a way to get Razin out of the embassy." He wanted her to tell him it was otherwise, that she hadn't intended to deceive him at all, that she simply seized the chance she was given when she found herself and Razin in the safe hotel under relatively lax guard. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "You have to understand, I'd do anything to get Amy back. Anything." She looked at him, and with the headlights off and the dashboard dark, it was hard to see her. She was just a shadow, a gleam of eyes. "Back at the safe hotel," she told him, "I was ready to sleep with the guard, and I would have if it hadn't been so easy to get his gun from him another way. Someday, when you have children, you'll understand." Nils shifted in his seat. He didn't want to hear this. "I will kill him," Meg said. "If I have to, I'll kill Razin. Don't think that I won't." He knew that she would. He'd seen her eyes back in the motel room. She was capable of pulling that trigger if she thought it would save her daughter. "You don't have to kill him, Meg." "That's right," she said. "I don't. I can trade him to the extremists." "I meant you can turn him in and let the FBI know. Handing him over to the extremists is the same thing as killing him. You might as well be pulling the trigger of the gun that executes." "I don't care," she said fiercely. "He's a terrorist. He's a terrible person. It's not as if he doesn't deserve whatever bad things happen to him. I'm not going to risk Amy's life to save his." "That's a no-brainer, John." She was talking to him. That was good. He didn't like what she was saying, but at least she was talking. "There are lots of other options, Meg," he said, "besides turning Razin over to the extremists. If we went back to DC, we could release a story to the news media. We could announce that you lost it, that you started shooting in the men's room, and that Tuzek, what's his name, whoever Razin was pretending to be, is dead." Meg was already shaking her head. "I already thought of that. I can't risk it. If the extremists doubted it at all, they'd kill Amy. There would need to be a body. So we'll have a body. A dead body. The FBI can make it look real." She wasn't buying it. "I'm doing it my way. If I deliver Razin to them, there's no chance of any mistakes." "And what makes you think they'll just let you walk out of there?" Nils asked. "Assuming they're even still alive. Do you honestly think the extremists will just hand Amy and your grandmother to you and let you all walk away?" She shut down just like that, and he knew there was something else she was keeping from him. "I don't want to do this," she finally said. "I don't know if I trust you to go into that store. What if you signal the clerk somehow? What if I won't?" "Oh, I'm just supposed to take your word." "Yes, trust me, Meg. Let's just keep driving. We'll deal with your clothes later. God, standing still like this is driving me crazy." "Maybe if you're lucky," he said loudly over her. "They'll kill you first so you don't have to watch Amy die." Meg flinched as if he'd slapped her. "Gee, I'm so glad you came along for the ride," she whispered. "Without you, I wouldn't have been able to reach my full capacity for misery." Nils closed his eyes and exhaled hard. "I'm sorry," he said. "Yeah, right. Dealing with terrorists is one of the things I do for a living." He worked to keep his volume down, his voice calm and gentle. I know about the JIC and the extremists. I know the people we're dealing with here, Meg. I'm an expert, okay? I'm part of a team that governments come to when they need expert advice in dealing with terrorist situations like this. Because we're experts, they trust us to come up with expert solutions. They trust us, trust me. Why can't you do the same? She didn't answer, didn't look at him. I thought we were friends, he continued. What happened? The Meg Moore I knew a few years ago would trust me enough to let me help. The Meg I knew would never be able to kill another human being. She'd find another way to save her daughter. The Meg he thought he knew would V called him when Daniel died. Or maybe she wouldn't have called right after. Maybe she would have waited a year and then called. Unless that night that had meant so much to him had meant nothing to her. 2 weeks, she said. We were friends for 2 weeks, John. A little longer if you count the time in Kazakhstan. What makes you think you even scratched the surface of who I am? You don't know me. You never did. He couldn't believe that. She was the most open, honest person he'd ever met. He was the one who'd withheld himself from her. Please trust me, he said. Just a little. Just enough to believe that I won't try to hand signal some night shift store clerk who's probably got an ick of 40 and wouldn't understand me anyway. He put the car in gear, turned the lights back on. We'll drive around to the back of the garage where no one will see us. I'll get out of the car with the keys and put on Ozzy's pants. Then we'll drive back around to the front and we'll go inside, together. Meg nodded, just once. That was all he needed. Nils pulled across the street into the Shell station lot. He drove past the garage bays and he stopped, backed up. What are you doing? Look. Meg looked, but he knew she didn't see it. She wasn't thinking like a fugitive, but then again, he hadn't expected that of her. Hanging right inside the garage, he said, the easy answer to our prayers. It was a pair of coveralls. They were stained with grease and weren't looking too fresh, but they seemed large enough to cover him. Stopped where they were, on this side of the building, the convenience store clerk couldn't see them. Why don't you just hop on out and grab them? Nils said. She looked at him. I don't think so. He turned off the engine, took the keys, and held them out to her. There's no way I can hotwire a car in the 2.5 seconds it'll take you to. You want 'em, you take 'em. Nils stared at her. You don't want to steal them, he said. You'll lie to the FBI and even execute a man without a fair trial, but stealing a $40 pair of coveralls, no sir, no thanks, that's going too far. He started to laugh. Meg grabbed the keys from his hand, opened the car door, and was back inside with the coveralls before he could blink. Drive, she said. He drove. Locke had lost Starrett again. She'd been right on him when he'd left the hotel in the early afternoon. She dressed in sneakers and jeans and a baggy t-shirt, and she'd felt herself become invisible in the crowd of tourists that swarmed the streets. He'd gotten a sandwich from a sub shop and had eaten while he walked. Strolled, really. And then he was gone. 1 minute he was casually throwing his sandwich wrapper into a trash can, and the next he was nowhere to be found. It was completely her fault. She'd been lulled into thinking he was going to stroll the entire afternoon away. She'd let her thoughts stray. She'd been checking her cell phone to make sure Tyra could reach her if she needed her, and poof, gone. She'd searched the area for hours, expecting Starrett to turn up, expecting him to call. What good was losing her if he wasn't going to taunt her afterward? But it wasn't until much, much later that her cell phone rang. She was in her car, driving the area she'd walked earlier, cursing herself and hoping he'd just magically show up. She answered breathlessly, her heart racing, thinking it was finally Tyra. Locke. There was a moment of silence, then Starrett's voice. It's only me, sorry. Somehow he knew she was waiting on a phone call. What do you want? No luck finding Nils yet, huh? He still hasn't checked back in. She didn't say a word. There was no way she was going to give him any information that he didn't already know. For all she knew, he was with John Nilsson and Meg Moore right this very moment. I guess not. You on duty? He asked. No, she was off until late tomorrow morning. I'm at a pool hall, he said, bored to tears. You know how to play? No. Want to learn? No, he laughed. Want to know where I am? He didn't let her answer. He just rattled off the address. This is going to be really funny, right, Roger? Locke said, flipping through her map book until she'd found the street he'd named. When I come all the way down to that shitty part of town and walk into some biker bar and you're not there, that's going to be some joke when it's just me and 300-pound white supremacists, huh? As a person of color, I don't appreciate being walked into a potentially dangerous and volatile situation. Whoa, wait, I would never do that. Then you be there, she said. You be there when I show up. She hung up the phone, feeling like a fool for rushing over at Starrett's beck and call. But she didn't have anything else to do, and she was going to feel really stupid when she called Jules and had to tell him that she'd spent the entire afternoon with her thumb up her butt. Her cell phone rang again and she tensed. Locke. Hey, it's me, her partner said, as if she'd conjured him just by thinking about him. Look it, I can't help you out with Cowboy Sam tonight. I'm sorry, I know I promised to set up camp outside his hotel room from midnight to 6, but I'm being sent south. Locke ran a stale yellow light. Anything I should know? Nilsson's rental car just turned up at a roadside motel. Apparently someone fitting Meg Moore's description checked in earlier. They're both gone now, but the car's still there. I'm going to go check it out, see if the local boys missed any vital clues. They're sending you without me. I actually talked Baggett into letting you stay back here, Jules told her. It's a nothing assignment and you know it, checking something that's already been checked. The car was broken into. There was nothing inside it, and just a muddy pair of jeans and a t-shirt in the parking lot. An old pair of sneakers and socks. Nilsson must have thrown a change of clothes into the backseat, and when some local thief broke into the car, they grabbed everything. When they realized it was just some clothes, they must have just dropped them where they stood. Still, I'm going to go down there, look at the car and go, then fly back to D.C. and tell the boss everything that the local guys already told me. Call me when you get back. You bet, sorry about tonight. No problem, Locke said. I'll cover it. Hey, did you hear I nearly keeled over this morning? It's getting hot out there. I'm telling everyone we all need to be careful. Summer's here. Push fluids. You okay? Yeah, it was nothing. I'm just letting folks know. It was a preemptive strike to steal Starrett's thunder. If everyone already knew she'd gotten a little overheated this morning, Starrett couldn't make it sound worse than it really was when he told his version of the story, which she had no doubt he would do. Take care of yourself, Jules ordered. Get some sleep. Yeah, maybe I will tonight, but probably not. Locke hung up the phone as she pulled into a parking space just past a building that bore a sign saying Pool Hall. Well, there was an original name. She checked her map again, checked the numbers on the other buildings. This was definitely the address Starrett had given her. She locked her car behind her. 4 motorcycles on the sidewalk. No swastikas painted on any of them, always a good sign. She straightened her shoulders and took a deep breath and went in the door. It was dark inside, with the perpetual dank of a room that never saw sunlight. It smelled like stale beer and mildewing particle board. A long bar lined the wall right by the door, and there was a worn path in the cheap tile leading to it. There were 4 pool tables in the back end. Starrett. He was there. He was standing off to the side of a game being played by a group of young women college students from the look of them. As one of them set up her shot, the others hung on Starrett's every word. From a safe distance, Locke could understand and even appreciate his appeal. He was handsome but not too pretty, with a face that was all masculine angles and edges. He wore his hair much too long for a Navy officer, tied back in a ponytail. She knew that meant he still spent much of his time in extremely hostile, dangerous places, where looking like a U.S. Navy officer would have been bad for his health. On one level, a very distant level, she had to admire him for that. He was taller than most men, and well-built, with long legs, narrow hips, broad shoulders, and the kind of muscles that meant he used his arms for picking up more than a pen and paper. He wore a snug black t-shirt tucked into a pair of worn-out blue jeans that were stacked over what else? Cowboy boots. And that, Locke realized, was a hint that he probably wasn't going to try to outrun her. Earlier today, when he'd lost her, he'd had his sneakers on. He probably wasn't going to outrun her, she reminded herself. With Starrett, she could assume nothing. After all, why had he called her here if his goal wasn't to humiliate her again in some way? Keeping an eye on him, Locke sat at the bar and ordered a soda. It wasn't long before he came and sat down next to her. "Bored, huh?" she said. To tears. He smiled at her as if he were actually glad to see her. Right. He smelled good. She didn't want him to smell good, and she didn't want him to smile that way. She took a sip of her soda, frowning across the room at the young women who were still glancing in Starrett's direction. Anything to keep from getting swallowed up by the blue of his eyes. He turned to gaze across the room, too. "They're a little too young for me." He hooked his boots over the rungs of the stool and signaled to the bartender for another draft beer. "I prefer my women to be women, not schoolgirls." "And you're telling me this because you seemed, I don't know, interested." "I'm not." He toasted her with his beer. "My apologies. I guess it was just wishful thinking on my part." "Someday," Locke said as he drank a full half of the mug, "I'm going to head an FBI counter-terrorist team, and you're going to be assigned to assist me. I'm going to be in command, and you're going to have to do exactly what I order, and you're going to remember all those tired come-ons and innuendos that were designed to intimidate me, and I'm not trying to intimidate you," he scoffed. "If I were trying, you'd be intimidated." She rolled her eyes. "I'm just—" He squinted up at the TV in the corner where a baseball game was playing in silence, the mute on. "I've always been afraid of you, I guess." Locke swiftly hid her surprise. Of all the things she'd expected him to say, that was not one of them. "I was always scared you'd actually talk someone into letting you join the SEAL units," he explained. "Scared they'd meet you and realize you were good enough to make the teams. And I'm sorry, Alyssa, but the entire dynamics would change drastically if we started letting women in. I guess I was always just afraid you were going to be the one to actually kick down the door. So I treated you like shit." Never in a million years had she thought he'd admit any of that. Locke laughed, a mix of disbelief and surprise that she couldn't contain. "You still treat me like shit," Starrett shrugged. "I don't treat you any differently than I treat anyone else." "Yeah, right, you're always trying to get Jenk or Stan Walchenok to go back to your room and get naked with you." "I wasn't really trying to," he laughed. "That was just talk. Meant to intimidate. Meant to be funny," he countered. "Where's your sense of humor? You know, women are always shouting about equality, but then when you get it, you don't like it. Typical. So you want me to teach you how to follow someone without ever getting made?" She blinked at the sudden change of subject. He smiled. "That's not a trick question." "Yes," Starrett nodded. "Good. What's the catch?" "No catch." She narrowed her eyes at him. "Really," he said. "You're already good, just not good enough. I'm bored. We're both here in wait mode with nothing better to do." He gave her another of those whole-body cowboy shrugs and an aw shucks grin. Locke didn't trust him. She didn't like him. And she knew he didn't like her. There had to be a catch. 14, "I need you to talk to me," Nils said. The coveralls he'd put on were comfortably loose and warm despite the slight smell of gasoline that clung to them. They also had his name on them. John stitched in gold thread above the pocket. He'd laughed when he'd first seen it, but Meg hadn't even cracked a smile. Shook her head now. "I don't want to talk about this anymore. I'm sorry, John. I don't want to hear it. You're not going to get me to change my mind, so talking isn't no. We don't have to talk about Razin or the Extremists. We can talk about anything, just to keep me awake. Seen any good movies lately?" "You're kidding." "Yeah, actually I was." He glanced at her. The hazy sunshine brought out the lines of worry and fatigue on her face. Her eyes were distant, as if she were hundreds of miles away. With Amy. Meg wouldn't tell him where they were heading or even if they were getting close to their final destination. All she would say was south. Route 95 south. Nils cleared his throat. Actually, just say it. What was she going to do? Get angry enough to grab a gun and start taking hostages? I was wondering about Daniel. Meg kept her eyes glued to the road that stretched out into the distance in front of them, but he knew that he'd gotten her attention. "Until a few days ago I had no idea he was dead," he admitted. "And the report I read didn't go into detail, not beyond, well, car accident in Paris, dead on arrival at Saint something hospital. St. Luke." She turned and looked at him. "What do you want me to tell you, John? That he was with his new mistress when he was hit by a drunk driver who killed them both? That he was coming back from an illicit weekend in the country while I was home with Amy, who had a stomach virus?" "No, he broke off, looked at her again. "Oh shit, you're serious." He really tried to be," she started, then shook her head. "What am I doing defending him? Jesus, I'm sorry," he said. Why he stopped himself but then plowed forward. This topic was already painful for her, why not throw some of his pain onto the table too? "Why didn't you call me when he died?" "I couldn't." "Why not?" He pressed, knowing that the truth could crush him but needing to hear it just the same. She wouldn't look him in the eye. "I just couldn't, all right. God, John, everyone knew about Ashley, that was her name, and it was like some freak show. It was so public. I had to deal with all this grief and anger and shame while everyone watched. And then there was Amy. The worst was having to explain to Amy what that woman was doing in the car with Daniel." She laughed, but there was no humor in it. "The son of a bitch. If you'd called me, I could have helped. Meg, I would have come. My co's great. He would have let me take the time." Tears hung in her eyes. "If I'd called you, you would have been someone else for them all to stare at." She slowly shook her head, looked back out the window at the road. "Besides what?" he asked, wanting to know. "Besides what?" She just shook her head again. "So, why didn't you call me later?" he asked, trying not to sound as if he were in the process of committing emotional harakiri, as if his casual question weren't the equivalent of taking a big knife and cutting himself open, exposing himself, raw and bleeding, for her to kick aside. "After you moved back to D.C. I didn't know where you were. That was bullshit and they both knew it. You could have found me easily enough, at least got a message to me." She sighed. "It had been years," she said, and he knew she was venturing closer to the truth. "All I knew." She looked out the window again. Nils waited 15 seconds, 30, 45. "What?" he asked, unable to keep his mouth shut a second longer. She shook her head. "What? Come on, Meg, for all you knew what?" Hurt rasped in his voice, but he couldn't stop. "Don't leave something like that dangling, God damn it." It came out in a burst. "For all I knew, you didn't even remember me." Silence. Meg stared out the window again as Nils hung onto the steering wheel. He was stunned. He didn't know whether to be aghast at her lack of self-confidence or insulted by her lack of faith in him. What had she thought he'd meant that night? "I want you so much." He'd kissed her mouth, her neck, her head thrown back, desire etched on her beautiful face. She'd opened her eyes and tugged him down the hall toward her bedroom, unbuttoning his jacket, sliding her hands up underneath his shirt. He could hardly breathe, hardly think, and he kissed her again, just kissed her and kissed her, pinning her against the wall there in the hall outside her bedroom door. He knew they needed to talk more before they made love. If they made love. Jesus, she was married. And back then that had mattered to him. Or maybe just she had mattered to him. He knew they should slow down, but what he knew hadn't quite caught up with what he wanted, nor with what she wanted. He felt her fingers on his belt and, "I'm offended," he said, yanking himself back to the present, shifting slightly in his seat, wishing that none of this mattered anymore. That time had done what time was supposed to do, and had taken the edge off of everything he'd felt for her, everything he'd wanted so desperately. Instead, that edge had been honed to a razor sharpness that could slice him to pieces if he let it. It had been the last time he'd seen her in years. She'd unzipped his pants and he'd been all over her too, pulling off that ridiculous jacket, slipping her dress down past her shoulders, filling his hands with her breasts as he kissed her again and again. "I've never felt anything like this before. God, Meg, I've never wanted anyone as much as I want you." "How could you think I wouldn't remember you?" he asked her now. He'd lifted his head, looked into her eyes. "I've been waiting my whole life for you." "Didn't you think I meant anything that I said?" She didn't. She hadn't. She shook her head now, unwilling to admit it. I didn't know what to think. I want you so much, he quoted himself. I think I must have said it 5,000 times. Gee, what could I have meant? I thought it was just, a line. He supplied the word for her. Yeah, I've found that always works really well. Tell a woman that you want her so much that you can't even breathe, and then don't sleep with her when she tells you in plain English that she wants you too. If I hadn't cared about you enough to remember you, I wouldn't have walked out of there that night. Jesus, talk about regrets. He should have taken what she'd offered, gone for the single night, to hell with what she'd feel in the morning. He'd done plenty of one-nighters since then, usually all with married women. He'd pretended that it was the excitement of breaking the rules, of taking something that didn't belong to him that had attracted him to Meg in the first place. But he'd proven himself wrong again and again, waking up in some stranger's bed, unsatisfied and disgusted with himself, and aching for Meg. I thought, she closed her eyes. I didn't know what to think. You were so young and everything about that entire situation was so emotional. I thought you were swept up in the moment. I thought, she took a deep breath. John, I never really felt as if I knew you. I mean, it always seemed to me as if you the real you were hiding behind this fiction you'd created, this make-believe life. And this, I don't know, this earnest sincerity that you could do so well was just part of the charade. It was real for that moment, but I never really believed it was more than a game. Nils didn't know what to say. It was the biggest sacrifice he'd ever made in his entire life, walking away from Meg that night, knowing that he could have her, make love to her, spend the next few hours in paradise. And she thought he'd been playing some game. I didn't forget you, he told her quietly. Not for 1 minute. He could see in her eyes that she still didn't quite believe him, and he knew that that was his own damn fault. Alyssa Locke's cell phone rang. If Sam hadn't known she'd been waiting for some vital phone call, he wouldn't have guessed there was anything going on. The expression on her face didn't change one bit, yet without moving a single muscle, her tension level elevated from tightly wound to near breaking. Still, if he hadn't been watching for it, if he wasn't hyper-aware of her every move and her every breath, he wouldn't have noticed. She turned away from him to take the call, as if by presenting him with her back, she'd created some kind of cone of silence that would keep him from overhearing her conversation. Locke. Sam drained his beer and pretended not to listen. Oh my God, oh my God. Alyssa turned back, gripping the bar as if she'd fall out of her chair if she weren't holding on. Sam stopped pretending not to listen. Okay, she said into the phone. All right. She looked directly at Sam as if she just remembered he was there. Shit, I can't get over to the hospital right now. Tell her. She had tears in her eyes. For the briefest split second, Sam was positive he'd actually seen tears in Alyssa Locke's usually arctic eyes. But then she blinked and they were gone. Yeah, she said to whoever was on the other end of the connection. And tell her I'll be there as soon as I can. What's up? Sam asked as she slipped the phone back into her fanny pack. She was still clinging to the bar with one hand. Are you all right? She looked into his eyes. Normally she looked around him, above him or through him, but right now she actually met and held his gaze. That was the phone call you've been waiting for, he said. Anything I can do to help, he'd surprised her, and as he watched he could almost see her brain work, processing the fact that he'd known she'd been waiting on a call, processing. Why do you want to help me? She asked. Which hospital is it? He countered. I was originally thinking you were waiting on a boyfriend to call, but that wasn't. Tell her, she'd said. Her, is it your mother? Is she sick? My mother died when I was a teenager. Oh hell, I'm sorry. His own mother hadn't ever been much of a prize, but she loved him. Despite marrying his asshole of a father, she'd never done anything truly awful like go and die on him. It's my sister, Alyssa told him. Tyra, she just went into labor. She's having a baby. Her first baby. It's been kind of a rocky pregnancy. Rocky must be putting it lightly. Alyssa was still hanging on to the bar as if she'd fall on her head if she let go. She was terrified. "Is she local?" Sam asked. "Or is this happening out in California? Don't I remember you telling me something about growing up in California?" She'd never said anything like that to him, never volunteered anything about herself. Yet this was a way to get her talking. She'd correct him without realizing she was revealing personal information. "No," she said. "I grew up right here in Washington." Jackpot. "Tyra's over at the Howard University Hospital," she continued. "You want to go over there?" he asked. "You should. I'll wait here." "Yeah, where have I heard that before?" "Well, good," he said. "At least you're learning." Alyssa didn't respond to his smile. She looked at her watch. "I'm going to call the hospital for an update in 5 minutes. Look, why don't you just go over there? We weren't really going to do anything tonight anyway. I can do my Yoda imitation for you tomorrow." She shook her head. "I shouldn't let you out of my sight." "Oh hell, what happened? They found Johnny's car." "No Johnny, no Meg," he guessed. She narrowed her eyes. "Did he call you?" "Crap, he was right." "Where'd they find it?" "So what you're telling me is that he did go after Meg." "Oops, I didn't say that." "And I didn't say anyone found anything," she countered. Sam had to smile. "Well, there we go, neither of us knows shit." For half a second he thought that she was maybe going to smile back, but instead she looked at her watch again. "Come on," he said, sliding down from the bar stool. "You're going to the hospital. Do you have a car or did you take a cab over here?" She dug in her heels. "If Nilsson's going to contact you, it's going to be soon. I'm not going anywhere without you, not until he turns up." "Well, guess what?" Sam said. "I'm going to visit your sister in the hospital. You can either follow me over there or drive me in your car, save me cab fare, your choice." She still didn't move. "Why would you do this?" she asked. "You're actually willing to spend the evening in a hospital." "I have a sister too," he reminded her quietly. For a moment she just stared at him as if he were a talking dog or an alien from another planet. Her eyes were luminous and the expression on her face was one he'd never seen before. He knew that for some reason she was walking an emotional tightrope and his kindness wasn't helping. It was confusing her, making her teeter on the edge of some kind of meltdown. "Besides," he told her with a grin and a waggle of his eyebrows, "it's part of my devious plan to get you into bed." Now a comment like that she could handle. It made sense in her world, gave her a point of reference. She snorted and headed for the door. "In your dreams." Sam followed her out the door. Absolutely in his dreams. Every single night, probably for the rest of his cursed life. "You're finally glad that I'm here," John said as he loaded Razine back into the car. "Admit it." "I am," Meg said. She shut her eyes. "But I'm not." They'd pulled off the highway and onto a deserted country road in somewhere, Georgia, to make a pit stop. Osman Razine had been only semi-conscious and drooling as John had helped him out of the car. A locked gate fenced off what looked like a deserted factory way back from the road. The wildly growing underbrush near the chain link made a perfect makeshift rest room. They were mostly hidden from view, but John couldn't grab Razine in a fireman's carry and escape into the woods. Razine couldn't stand up by himself, let alone unzip his pants to relieve himself, if John hadn't been there. Meg had sat in the grass several dozen yards away from the car and kept an eye on the two men, trying not to watch too closely. While John had Razine, she had custody of the car keys. No way was she going to risk John loading Razine into the car, jumping in and driving away without her. Still, there was no doubt about it. She was not ready for a full-time career in hostage-taking. She was worried about Razine, about that blow to the head he'd received back in the motel room, about the amount of sleeping pills she'd already given him. It was probably time to give him more, yet he'd seemed so out of it. John sprawled beside her, reclaiming the car keys and putting them into the front pocket of his coveralls. "Mind if I take a quick combat nap? I just need 20 minutes. His eyes were shut and his breathing steady almost before he hit the ground. He was out, sound asleep, just like that. That was impossible, wasn't it? He couldn't really be asleep. Could he? Meg sat up, and other than the steady rise and fall of his chest, he didn't move. She leaned forward toward him, over him, watching his face for any little sign that he was faking it. "I didn't forget you. Not for 1 minute." John's words had made her want to weep. She wasn't sure which was worse, thinking that he wasn't telling the truth or thinking that he was. He was asleep on his back, one hand on his chest, the other tucked under his head. He'd already gone into deep REM sleep. She could see his eyes moving beneath his lids. She didn't think there was any way he could have faked that. The car keys were right there in his front right pocket. All she had to do was carefully reach in and take the keys and drive away without him. She had to do it, for his sake as well as hers, but mostly for hers. She leaned closer. For Amy and Eve's sake, for her own sake, for John's sake, she had to get those keys. Amy was sleeping again. Even the bear was dozing. Everyone in the house was taking a siesta in the thick afternoon heat. Everyone but Eve. She couldn't sleep. Not after telling Amy about her wedding to Ralph. The memories were too strong. She told the girl only some of it: how nervous she'd been standing there in the church in Ramsgate, how handsome Ralph had looked, how angry he'd been later, but she hadn't told Amy everything. There were some parts she'd never share with another soul, such as the look in Ralph's eyes as she met him at the front of the church. She was wearing the closest thing to a white dress that she had, her off-white suit that was designed to look demure even while it clung to her every curve. She wasn't sure if this marriage would be legal, if, as a 15-year-old, she was even allowed to sign her name on that document without her guardian's permission. Ralph would probably know something like that. She'd slept badly the night before, tossing and turning, trying to decide whether or not she should tell Ralph the truth. And then the decision was taken from her. She didn't have the opportunity. She hadn't seen him, not until it was too late, with the minister standing nearby, ready to perform the wedding. It was supposed to be the most casual of ceremonies. They'd do it all over again with his parents and Nick in attendance in a few months when Ralph got leave from the army. Still, he dressed in his best suit for the occasion, as had she. No, she would never forget the way Ralph looked at her with such hungry love in his eyes. It was terrifying and exhilarating. He loved her, she knew that without a doubt, and she was sure at that moment that she would simply never tell him. She'd smudge her date of birth as she signed the marriage papers. From this moment on, she'd be 20 years old. She was 20 years old, but she still felt only 15 inside. "You look so beautiful," he murmured as he took her hand. "So do you. Shoot. Go away, mother, I don't need you anymore." Eve was going to marry Ralph, and he was going to love her for the rest of her life. She would make sure of that. From now on, she didn't need to be a smartass. She wouldn't need to be outrageous, or to flirt with that same edge of desperation that had laced her mother's every word, inaudible to anyone who didn't know her well. Unlike her mother, Eve was going to live happily ever after, starting today. The ceremony passed in a blur. Ralph slipped a ring on her finger, a beautiful, delicate band of gold that fit as if it had been custom-made. That's where he'd been this morning. She wanted to cry. Where had he found the money for this? "You may kiss the bride." "I can't believe this is real," Ralph whispered as he drew her into his arms. He gazed at her as if memorizing her face, taking his sweet time before covering her mouth with his own. It wasn't the kind of kiss she'd been expecting in a church, but it didn't take more than a heartbeat for Eve to forget where they were, to forget everything but Ralph. Still, when he released her, her face heated in a blush. But the minister had turned away, a smile on his lips. She and Ralph were married now. It was okay for him to kiss her. It was okay for him to— What was she doing? Her hand shook as she signed the documents. There was no need to smudge anything, it was all completely illegible. Ralph took her to dinner in town. Eve doubted she ate a thing, she could remember none of it. It was all she could do to breathe. Mrs. Ralph Grayson. She was Mrs. Ralph Grayson. As Ralph smiled at her from across the table, her heart felt near to bursting. It was almost enough to cancel out the fear that was coursing through her veins. Almost, but not quite. What had she done? She'd lied to the minister, lied to God. And if that weren't bad enough, she'd lied to Ralph. And she was going to have to keep on lying to him for the rest of their lives. She wasn't going to live happily ever after, she was going to live untruthfully ever after, deceitfully ever after, dishonestly ever after. "Let's get a room at the hotel," Ralph said. "Go right up after dinner." He was gazing at her as if she were a gourmet delicacy the chef had presented. The heat in his eyes was unmistakable, and she had to look away as fear flickered sharper. Tonight would be their wedding night, and every minute that passed brought it another minute closer. Thank God for Nicky still being under the weather. She stammered something about wanting to go home and check on him. She hoped Ralph understood. Something in his eyes told her he understood completely, so she was spared. Going to a hotel would have been terrifying. Surely this would be easier in the familiarity of her own room. Wouldn't it? Eve took a deep breath. She was going to do this. She'd married Ralph. She loved him. She was old enough for this. After all, Juliet hadn't even been 14 when she married her Romeo. Surely all new young brides were frightened. She was just a little more frightened and a little bit younger than most. Back at the estate, she went in to check on Nick, but he was already asleep. Mrs. Johnson had been sitting with him. She quickly went back down the stairs to the kitchen, and the quarters she shared with Mr. J, with few words and a furtive, disapproving glance in Ralph's direction. "Didn't you tell her we were getting married?" he asked as, satisfied that Nick was sleeping restfully, his forehead cool, Eve gently closed her brother's bedroom door. She shook her head. "I didn't tell anyone. Not even Nicky. It hadn't seemed real, until now. And now it seemed too real, with Ralph following her into her room as if it were his room too." He laughed. "So she thinks I've come here to make wild, illicit love to you. Maybe I should go show her the license so she won't think poorly of me all night long." But instead of chasing after Mrs. J, he shut Eve's bedroom door behind him and locked it. The click seemed to echo in the sudden silence. Or maybe she just imagined that it had. Because Ralph didn't seem to notice. He was carrying a bottle of wine and 2 long-stemmed glasses, and he set the glasses down on her bedside table. "I have a present for you," he said as he opened the bottle. "I brought it up here earlier. It's on your desk." Eve was pretending to look out the window, anything to keep from staring at Ralph standing there beside her bed. Their bed. They were married, and her bed was their bed now. She was so nervous, she thought she might be sick. But instead she turned obediently toward her desk. There was a box there, prettily decorated, tied shut with a red ribbon. She hadn't noticed it. Of course, she wouldn't have noticed an elephant standing in the corner of her room right now. He carried a glass of wine to her. "Go on, open it." Eve took the glass and set it on the desk to hide the fact that her hand was shaking. She touched the satin of the ribbon, afraid to open it, afraid to look at him. He was standing so close. "I don't have a gift for you." Her voice shook. He drew her into his arms. "You've already given me all my heart desires, don't you know that, just by marrying me?" He kissed her, and his mouth was so gentle, so sweet. "Please don't be afraid, Eve. We'll go slowly tonight, I promise." He touched her cheek. "Trust me, all right, trust him." What could she possibly say to that? She hadn't trusted him with her deepest secrets. Instead, she'd lied to him. He didn't seem to need a response. He picked up the box, drew her back so she was sitting on the bed with him. "Open it." He took off his jacket and kicked off his shoes and pulled his feet up onto the bed. He moved so that his back was against the headboard and his legs stretched out, as if he were sitting on Nicky's bed. As if they were friends, not newly married husband and wife, about to. Eve slipped her feet out of her pumps and tucked them up underneath her, too, careful to stay down at the foot of the bed, glad for the space he was giving her, aware that he'd done it on purpose. They were going to take this slowly. He wasn't going to jump on her right away and start taking off her clothes, and the relief that flooded through her nearly made her weep. "It's really nothing that spectacular," Ralph said easily, gesturing toward the box. "So if you've got ideas that the Grayson family diamonds are in there, just banish those thoughts now, all right." He sounded no different than he ever had. Nick might have been right beside them, telling them to come on. They were taking too long. He wanted to go for a jaunt in the daisy chain. She didn't have to be afraid, except she still was. Mother help. "Do the Graysons have family diamonds?" she asked, as if she actually cared. "One or two here and there," he said. "So you like diamonds, do you?" She absolutely couldn't care less, but her mother had been wild for them, for anything that glittered. If someone handed me a box of them, I wouldn't turn it down. She untied the ribbon and lifted the lid. The box was filled with letters, dozens of letters. "I wanted you to know without a shadow of a doubt that I married you because I want to. I've loved you from nearly the moment we met," Ralph told her now softly, almost as if he were uncertain. "I wrote those letters to you, Eve. And even though I never dared send them, I meant and I mean every word written there. I know it's not much of a gift compared to diamonds." Eve opened one of the letters, unfolding the paper. June 2, 1939, was written across the top in Ralph's neat hand. That was weeks ago, soon after he'd first arrived. "My dearest Eve," she read silently, "I dreamt of you again last night. These days I find myself eager to fall asleep because you come to me in my dreams. It's the hours spent awake that have become such tribulations. I find myself desperate to see you, to exchange even the briefest of words with you, to be granted the smallest of smiles. Why do you hide from me? What are you afraid of? I am yours always until the end of time, Ralph. What are you afraid of?" Oh, Lord, she was going to be sick. She picked up another, dated several days later. "Dear Eve, I float. You spent the day with Nick and me. Suddenly I'm 16 again, and would sell my soul for a chance just to hold your hand. What is it about you that I love the most? It's not your beauty, although I can't deny you have the power to move me with just a smile. Is it the fact that you've read and adored so many of the books I adore too? Is it your unembarrassed desire to keep on learning despite the fact you're long out of school? Is it your love of life? That you seem so unself-consciously childlike at times and so wise beyond your years at others? Is it because when you look at me with such admiration in your eyes, I know it's real, not some contrived false emotion designed to flatter or manipulate? I've never met a woman so unafraid to speak her mind, so unafraid to laugh out loud, so honest and true. Oh God! Tears filled her eyes, but Eve couldn't stop reading. "I dream of making beautiful love to you, but the truth is, I could sit across the room from you and still be completely satisfied. Just being with you is enough. Please, Heavenly Father, let this summer last forever. I am yours always until the end of time, Ralph. July 15. Dearest Eve, tonight I'm dying. I spent the day with you and Nick while harboring the most dreadful secret. I'm leaving Ramsgate. A letter came from my father, and I couldn't bring myself to tell you of its contents that I've been called into the army for fear it will change everything between us. I kissed you goodbye tonight, knowing that I have less than a fortnight of goodbye kisses left to steal. I want the next few weeks to continue on, untarnished by this grim news. But tonight I feel like the blackest of scoundrels. I am a liar, not for telling a mistruth, but for omitting a truth. You are everything that is good and honest and good and honest." Eve refolded the letter, put the cover back on the box. Honest and true. She was going to throw up. Ralph had poured himself another glass of wine while he watched her read, and he took a sip of it now. "Say something, would you? It's rather like cutting my heart out and putting it in a box for you. I should have given you diamonds, shouldn't I have?" But he had. He'd given her a box of perfect diamonds. "I'm a little embarrassed," he admitted. A little lightheaded, and Eve started to cry. It wasn't just that the tears she'd been blinking back suddenly overflowed. It was an emotional explosion. They were noisy tears, stormy tears, sobbing, gasping, runny-nosed tears that wouldn't stop no matter how hard she tried. It was stupid she who never cried had now burst into tears 3 different times over the past few weeks. Ralph must have thought she was a complete ninny. No, he didn't. He thought she was good and honest, and oh God, she would have run for the door if he hadn't reached her first and pulled her into his arms. "Oh, Eve, oh damn, what have I done?" He sounded ready to cry himself. "I didn't mean to upset you, it wasn't his fault. He'd done nothing wrong. He'd given her the most romantic, most precious gift anyone had ever given her in her entire life. She was the villain here, and what a villain she was. A liar and a fake and a cheat. "I'm so sorry," Ralph said. "The last thing I wanted to do was to make you cry. God, I should have just bought you a bracelet. What was I thinking? Please forgive me." Eve loved the box of letters, and she loved him. If there was any forgiving to be done here, it was him forgiving her. But there was no way she could say any of that, so she kissed him. He hesitated only the briefest fraction of a second, and then he kissed her too. It wasn't enough, and she kissed him harder, deeper, uncertain of what it was she really wanted, but sure that she didn't want his gentle restraint. She got much more than she bargained for. It was as if she had lit a match and set Ralph on fire. He kissed her hungrily, possessively, demandingly, again and again, deeper, longer, pushing her back onto the bed. His thigh pressed up hard between her legs, his hands. She didn't know when it changed, when her passion turned to fear. Maybe it was when he shifted his weight, pressing his entire body where his one leg had been. Maybe when his chin had rasped roughly against her cheeks and her neck as he kissed her throat. Maybe when she tried to pull away but found he had her completely pinned. "Stop," she gasped. Don't." He was off of her in a flash, sitting on the edge of the bed, breathing hard, head in his hands as he began to apologize again. "It's not your fault." She pulled down her skirt from where it had ridden up shockingly all the way to the tops of her thighs. "It's my fault. I promised I'd go slowly." He turned and looked at her. "But I lied. I don't think I can, Eve. I'm the liar," she told him. "I should have told you a long time ago. I'm not ready for this. I'm so sorry. I want you so badly. I know you're frightened, but I'm only 15. Silence. He stared at her, a flurry of emotions crossing his expressive face. "My God," he breathed. "Please tell me this is a joke." Eve shook her head. "No joke. You're 15 years old." His voice broke. She nodded, unable to look into his eyes where shock was turning into anger. Ralph started to laugh, but it was strained and humorless. "Well, that took care of my overwhelming, uncurbable passion. Nothing like facing charges as a pedophile to douse any romantic urges." "Jesus, Eve, you're 15. How could you? Why didn't you? You knew that I thought. What in God's name were you thinking?" She stuck with honesty. "That you would leave if you knew the truth. I know you thought I was older, and damn right I would have left. I'm a teacher. I'm supposed to be teaching children, not oh my God." He stood up and started to pace, an explosion of energy, unable to sit still a moment longer. "I should have known. How the bloody hell could I not have known?" He turned to stare at her, angry tears in his eyes. "How could you be 15? You don't look 15, and yet—" He smacked himself in the head. "Jesu Christ, I should have known. I'm so sorry. I know you wanted to, but I need some time, a few days to." "You don't need a few days, you need a few years. Oh my God, I've ruined you. You're a child and I took your trust, and I'm so sorry. Please, don't go." But he was putting on his jacket, his movements jerky. "I'll call my father's solicitor in the morning, make arrangements for an annulment. Maybe with his help we can avoid a scandal. Here I was, thinking I was keeping your reputation from being shredded, while in fact all along you were ruining me." "No." Her tears had started again. "Wait, Ralph, no one knows how old I really am. My own stepmother thinks I'm 17 or 18. We just won't tell anyone, and you said we could take things slowly tonight." Eve prayed that this could still have a happy ending, rather than the train wreck they seemed careening toward. "Why can't we just take it really slowly? And maybe this fall when you get leave I'll be ready to. We'll be able to." "You want me to continue this charade?" He was incredulous. "Can't you just hear it? Going back to England, eh, Grayson?" "Indeed, Major, I'm going home for the weekend to see if my 15-year-old wife's old enough yet to consummate my marriage." "God damn you." He started for the door. "The solicitor will send you the paperwork necessary. There'll be a generous settlement, of course." "I won't sign it," she cried. "I don't want your stupid money. I love you, and you love me." She clung to the box of his letters like a life buoy. He turned back and his face was hard, his eyes like that of a stranger. "I fell in love with someone honest, Someone who never would have used such deceit and trickery the way you did. The person I fell in love with apparently doesn't exist." Eve gazed at him, stricken. There was nothing she could say, no argument that could challenge that. "Sign the papers when they come, Eve," he said quietly. "My solicitor will do his best to keep this entire incident hushed up, for both our sakes. And with the settlement money, you'll be able to get out of town and go back to California." Incident. Just like that, he'd reduced the months of magic that they'd shared to one cold, impersonal word. "I will regret meeting you for the rest of my life," he whispered. As Eve watched, Ralph went out the door without looking back. 15 Sam didn't know what in hell was going on. Traffic had been a pain in the ass, and it had taken them just short of forever to find a space in a parking garage near the hospital. Alyssa had lightened her load by tossing her fanny pack into the trunk, and they'd headed for the hospital at a dead run. They took the information desk by storm, Alyssa more tense than he'd ever seen her before. And when a quick phone call to the maternity ward revealed that Tyra had given birth to a little girl just 30 minutes earlier, and that both mother and child were doing remarkably well, Alyssa Locke, the cold-hearted ice bitch, actually started to cry. Sam was stunned. He was completely speechless. It wasn't as if she'd started sobbing, tears pouring down her cheeks as she gasped for air. No, didn't it figure? Alyssa Locke cried like a man. She cried the way Wildcard Carmody had cried when he'd gotten that Dear John email from Adele Zakashansky. The way Nils had cried when Meg had gone AWOL. Her eyes filled with tears that she couldn't blink back, and she turned her head away as if she hoped Sam wouldn't see. So, like with Wildcard and Nils, he pretended not to see. And upstairs, he pretended not to watch and listen as Alyssa hugged her sister and the sister's husband, a tall black man who gave Sam a handshake, a candy cigar, and a tired smile as they came into the private hospital room. The baby's name was Lanora, and for some reason, that got the tears started again both from Alyssa and her sister. But it wasn't until they'd left the maternity ward that Alyssa had a total meltdown. Of course, being Alyssa Locke, she managed to do it quietly and with dignity. 1 second she was walking beside Sam, heading for the elevators, and the next she just stopped walking. She sat down on a waiting area sofa, covered her face with her hands, bent over as if she had a stomachache, and silently wept. Sam wanted to do something. With any other woman, he would have been right there next to her, putting his arms around her, giving her a shoulder to cry on, whispering words of comfort into her ear. But Alyssa wasn't just any woman. So instead he sat down across the room, far enough away to give her privacy, close enough so that she could keep an eye on him. It was what he would have done if Mike Muldoon or Frank O'Leary had started to cry. Clearly there was something else going on here besides a sister giving birth to a healthy baby girl, but chances were that he was never going to find out. Nils didn't move. He didn't change his breathing, didn't open his eyes, but he was instantly awake. Someone was touching him, reaching into the front pocket of his pants. Friend or foe? His brain was fuzzy from exhaustion, so it took him a few seconds longer than usual to remember where he was, what he was doing there, and who the hell could be touching him. He was outside. He could feel the sun on his face, smell the recently cut grass. He was lying on his back on the ground, and Meg Moore, Razin, kidnapped daughter, Meg Moore, hostages in the K-Stanny men's room. Meg. He was in Georgia, taking a desperately needed break from the hypnotizing drive south on the relentless sameness of Route 95. And that was Meg's hand inching farther into his pocket. He could smell her hair, feel the warmth of her body as she leaned over him. She was going for the car keys. God damn it. Hadn't anything he'd said to her gotten through? Apparently not. Nils kept his eyes shut and his breathing steady as he felt her hesitate. The pockets of the coveralls were deeper than she'd thought. Maybe she wouldn't do it. Maybe she'd give up because she really didn't want to ditch him here in backwoods Georgia. Maybe she'd give up because she wanted him with her, needed him, even though she couldn't yet admit it to herself. She reached farther and froze. "You bet, sweetheart. That's exactly what you think it is." One of the biggest problems with going commando under a pair of loose coveralls was that nothing lined neatly up. "Oh, God," she breathed, but she kept going. Nils managed to keep his eyes closed and to keep breathing. God bless Master Chief Vandegrift for drilling Nils's Bud S-class relentlessly when it came to waking up silently and feigning sleep or lifelessness. Although, as much as he now tried, his body was having a decidedly non-lifeless reaction to her hand against his inner thigh. He tried to focus on the fact that she had her hand in his pants for all the wrong reasons. She was going to take the keys. And then she was going to stand up, get in the car, and drive away without him. Or maybe she wouldn't. Maybe after she got the keys, she wouldn't be able to do it. Nils stayed silent and still, wanting to wait and see what she would do. He knew he could stop her, at any time, even after she got the keys and got to her feet. He knew he could outrun her to the car, even starting from a completely prone position like this. He could overpower her easily, take her little handgun pretty damn easily. But he didn't want to do it that way. He didn't want to take her handgun. He wanted her to give it to him. If she gave it to him, there would be no mistakes. No one would be at risk for being accidentally shot. If she gave it to him, she'd be voluntarily turning herself in. Any chance that she had of making right all her wrongs depended on that. Painstakingly slowly, she pulled the keys from his pocket. "Please don't do this, Meg." "I'm sorry, John," she whispered, almost as if she'd heard him. "I don't have a choice." It seemed like the right time to open his eyes. There's always a choice. Startled, she tried to jerk her hand free, but she was trapped by his pocket. She lost her balance and fell forward directly on top of him, her arm pinned. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Her wrist was twisted, and he reached between them to free her hand from his pants, deftly removing the keys from her fingers as he did so and stashing them in his left pocket. "You're awake," she accused him, struggling to sit back up. But he had both arms around her now, and he wouldn't let her go. "Actually," he said, "I'm not sure about that. For all I know, this could be a dream. One of the better ones I've had lately, if you want to know the truth." She'd stopped struggling, but she was breathing hard as she gazed down at him. Her face was maybe 2 inches away from his, maybe less. "You can't come with me," she said fiercely. "You can't. Although if this was a dream, you wouldn't snarl at me, you'd kiss me." Meg closed her eyes in exasperation. John, he supposed he took advantage of the fact that her eyes were closed and her lips were parted. But frankly, he wasn't thinking of much beyond what he wanted. He just covered her mouth with his and kissed her. He could taste her surprise, mixed with sweet coffee and Meg. After nearly 3 years, he was finally kissing Meg again. She made a soft sound in the back of her throat that might have been despair, but then she kissed him back so hungrily, he was sure he had to be dreaming. She was fire in his arms, her breasts dizzyingly soft against his chest. Nils opened his mouth to her, letting her kiss him ferociously, drinking in her passion, straining to pull her closer. He couldn't get enough of her, even at a moment like this, when he wasn't quite sure where he ended and she began. He'd never been able to get enough of her. He doubted he ever would. Her hands were in his hair, touching his face, his neck, and then his chest as she reached between them and unfastened the top buttons of his coveralls. And then, dear Lord, she was straddling him. She kissed him again, even more deeply, as she pressed herself against him as her hands continued to work his buttons free. No, strike that. As one hand continued to work his buttons free, the other was dipping into his left pants pocket. Shit. Nils opened his eyes to a sky that was a miraculous shade of blue just as she broke away from him, car keys in her right hand, gun in her left. "Don't move." "Ah, Christ." Nils let his head bounce back against the ground. She was scuttling away from him, still on her butt. She put the keys into her pocket and held the gun with both hands. "Just don't move." Her voice shook. "I'm not moving," he said. But then he did move. He sat up fast to hide the tent pole effect that being completely aroused created with the baggy coveralls. He felt his face heat from embarrassment when was the last time he'd actually blushed. He didn't know which was worse, being taken in by her again, actually believing that she'd wanted to kiss him that way, or having her witness such an obvious and crude proof of his desire. "Stop," she ordered. "Don't come any closer." "What are you going to do, Meg? Shoot me?" He would have preferred her shooting him over running that sexual con game. At least he knew how to deal with the pain from a bullet wound. "I'm going to get into the car and I'm going to go find Amy." She'd do anything to save Amy. She even would have slept with the guard at the hotel if she'd had to. She'd said that herself. The guard, or anyone, including Nils, apparently, if she'd had to. God damn her, and God damn himself, too. This was his fault for kissing her. What did he think? She'd willingly take a timeout to neck by the side of the road when every cell in her body was screaming for her to go rescue her daughter. Nils shouldn't have kissed her, shouldn't have taken advantage of her that way. And he couldn't fully blame her for turning around and taking advantage of him. He'd been in her shoes plenty of times on a dangerous op, and in a position where he would have done and said anything to reach his single-minded goal. "I'm sorry," he told her, his anger snuffed, his voice quiet. "I shouldn't have kissed you, but I wanted to, and I'm sorry." That got through to her far better than shouting would have. As Nils watched, Meg's eyes filled with tears. "I'm sorry too. Not sorry enough to take me with you, though," he said with an attempt at a smile. "I'm afraid I'm not sorry enough either, not enough to let you leave me behind." "Why are you doing this?" she asked. If she had to ask that, she didn't have the slightest clue about anything at all. He wanted to cry, too. How could she not know? But she'd said she didn't know him, couldn't tell when he was being honest and when he was hiding behind some. What was it she'd said? Some well-conceived fiction. Nils looked at her. Even sitting there, weapon clutched in both hands, she looked vulnerable and completely out of her league. A stranger in a strange land. Would she even be able to recognize if he answered her with the bald truth? "You need me," he said. That was the easy part, so he said it again. "I'm doing this because you need me." The hard part was more difficult to spit out, but he did it. "Almost as much as I need you." She was surprised. He wasn't sure she believed him, but at least he'd succeeded in surprising her. "You don't need me," she spoke with such certainty. "Oh," he said, "right, I don't know how I feel whereas you do." "No," she said. "Nope, no way. I would never presume to know anything about the way you feel." She laughed in exasperation. "Not even when your tongue's in my mouth and your hand's down my pants. Who knows what you could be thinking?" "I'm thinking that I need you." He still had to work to say the words, but it wasn't as hard as the first time. "Why would you just suddenly say that to me now? We don't see each other for nearly 3 years and suddenly you need me." "It's not sudden," Nils said as evenly as he could. "I wasn't in a position where I could tell you before. You weren't free, damn it, I'm not free now." He just watched her, waiting for her to explain. "I'm ready to die," she said more quietly. "To save Amy. There's no question, John, if it's her or me, it's me I'll sacrifice. But I won't let you die too. And the only way I can be sure that won't happen is for you to stay here now. Please, let me leave without you." Her calm acceptance of her fate made his chest and throat feel tight. So naturally, he made a joke. "If you don't want me to die, threatening to shoot me seems a little counterintuitive." She didn't laugh. They might be sat there, staring at each other at an impasse for much longer, but the sound of a car approaching made Nils lift his head. "Shit, police car at 4 o'clock. "What?" She didn't understand him. "Back and to your right," he quickly explained. "We've got a visitor and it's a cop." Once Meg understood, she made the handgun disappear fast, turning to peer worriedly up the street at the approaching police vehicle. The cop was local, male, and riding alone. "Come on, keep driving, Billy Bob. Everything's fine here. Just a man and woman stopped to take a little rest, maybe have a picnic and a little roll in the grass by the side of the road." Nils watched the cop's eyes, saw what the man saw. That the car was nice, a white sedan in good condition. The woman looked nice too, but the man Nils wasn't so fresh. He needed a shave. Looked like he needed a shower too. The cop looked at him harder, and Nils knew what he was thinking. That Nils had either just gotten off from work, or he was an escaped convict who'd stolen some coveralls from some garage a few miles up the road, maybe after killing everyone in the service station. The cop looked at Meg again, his eyes narrowing. On second glance, she definitely looked frightened, as if she might have been taken hostage by an escaped murderer. "Smile," Nils hissed to Meg, but it was too late. The cop was young and full of himself, probably itching to throw his weight around. He wasn't in any kind of hurry to get to the donut shop, if they even had a donut shop in Nowhere, Georgia. As Nils watched, he stopped his car and got out. Ah, shit. Meg's car was between them and the cop. He would surely look inside as he went past and see Osman Razin, handcuffed and tied up in the backseat. "No, officer, that's just my wife's crazy cousin went on a bender and beat the crap out of Aunt Doreen. He's nasty when he gets this way. We had to restrain him so we could take him back to the rehab center in Florida, although he'll probably just escape again. Everything okay here?" the cop called out in his Georgia drawl. It was much thicker and gooier than Starrett's Texas twang. "Everything's fine, officer." Nils stood up, and Meg was right beside him, but the cop wasn't talking to them. He'd stopped alongside the car, where he'd leaned down to speak to Razin, who was sitting up in the backseat, wide awake. While Nils and Meg had been arguing, he'd managed to roll down the window. The car was childproof. He couldn't unlock the back door, but the bastard had been about to escape out the window. "Shit." Nils felt Meg touch his arm. "What are we going to do?" she breathed. Thank God. Nils suddenly loved this cop. He loved his meandering gait, his tough guy squint, his cheap mirrored sunglasses. This cop had turned them back into a we. "Give me the handgun," he breathed back. She shook her head. "No." She had that look in her eyes again, that on-the-verge look that made him think it wouldn't take much for her to find the motivation to unload her weapon into Razin's head. "Meg, stay cool," Nils said just loudly enough for her to hear. But she didn't move, didn't blink, didn't even seem to know he was there anymore. "Just like that, we didn't mean Meg and John. We meant Meg and her little handgun." "You all right in there, sir?" the cop asked Razin. Nils felt Meg tense as she reached into her pocket for her weapon. Shit, this was going to be really bad. "I love you," he whispered, throwing the last of his cards face up onto the table. "Meg, please don't do this." It was only late afternoon, but the neon in the window was bright and beckoning. Sam took Alyssa's arm and pulled her into the bar. "You need a drink," he told her. "A drink is the last thing I need." The fact that she didn't physically resist, that she didn't immediately yank her arm free from his grip, convinced him that she did need something stiff that would burn all the way down, despite her listless protest. It was a working-class establishment, dim with no frills, but it was clean, and it had padded stools at the bar. Sam pulled one out for her. It wasn't meant to be chivalrous. He would have done the same for Nils or Wildcard if they were walking around like some kind of zombie, exhausted and embarrassed for giving too much away in public. But she didn't know that. He sat before she did, trying to cancel out the implied respect of pulling out the stool. "A bottle of my favorite uncle and couple of shot glasses," he told the bartender, setting a pile of money on the bar. Alyssa sat down. "You don't fool around, do you?" "Hell no." Sam poured them both a shot of the Jack Daniels. He didn't wait for her. He just tossed back the shot, letting it roar down his throat. Glory be to God. Alyssa picked up the glass and sipped it before emptying her glass. She probably got her toes wet before jumping into a lake, too. She didn't make a face as Jack elbowed his way down her throat and into her stomach. She didn't flinch, didn't react, didn't so much as blink, which meant that she had a reaction. She was working too hard to hide it. "Good, huh?" He refilled their glasses. "I know I feel better already." She didn't say a word, she just poured back the second shot, drinking right in sync with him. He reached for the bottle, but this time she stopped him from refilling her glass. "Mind if I get a real glass with ice?" she asked. "I'd like to return to the illusion that I'm civilized." "Bartender, 2 glasses with ice." "Thanks, Starrett," she said, as Sam poured them both another drink. He glanced at her only briefly, aware that her gratitude had nothing to do with the whiskey he was pouring into her glass. "It's no big deal." "It's actually a very big deal," she told him, "and I owe you an explanation." He pushed her glass toward her, took a sip of his own drink, staring into the amber liquid so that he wouldn't look at her. She had tears in her eyes again. It was hard work this pretending not to notice. "You owe me nothing," he said. "Mother died when I was 13, Alyssa told him, her voice low. "I was the oldest and I fought hard to keep my sisters and me together. I promised my mother I'd take care of them and I made damn sure that I did. Sisters, plural, hell." Sam knew what was coming. He swallowed a shot's worth of whiskey from his glass and braced himself for it. But here it came. 2 years ago my littlest sister Lanora died while giving birth. Lanora. It all made sense now. God damn it. "It seems almost absurd, doesn't it?" she asked in that same low, controlled voice, her face expressionless. "I mean, here it is, the 21st century, with all this technology." She broke off, shaking her head. "There were complications. She had an aneurysm during premature labor and neither she nor the baby survived." "I'm sorry," Sam said. Crap, it sounded so inadequate, but she met his eyes and whatever she saw there made her nod. "Thanks." She gave him a smile. It was just a little smile, and it faded almost instantly. But oh, sweet Jesus, Alyssa Locke had actually smiled at him. "Burying Lanora was the hardest thing I've ever done," she said even more quietly than before. "I felt as if I buried my heart with her." Sam looked at Alyssa Locke, sitting there, staring down into her glass, and he wanted to cry. For years he'd thought of her as heartless and cold. He'd had no idea what she'd been living through. "My cousin Jerry died of AIDS 5 years ago. He was my best friend back in grade school," Sam told her, gazing down at the ice cubes in his own glass. "My sister Elaine and I were the only cousins who went to the funeral. Lainey came to the base and forced me to go back to Texas with her. She wouldn't let me be a coward and hide from the AIDS and what it meant like all our other cousins. I've always been thankful to her for that. I don't know what I'd do if she died. I know how I felt when Jerry was gone and we hadn't been close for years." He looked up at her and put it all out on the line. "I can't even imagine the depth of your loss, Alyssa." She held his gaze a long time before looking away. "I was just starting to come back to life last year when Tyra got pregnant." Alyssa took a sip of her drink. "Dear God, so you've been in hell for the past 9 months. She met his eyes again and nodded. "Yeah, it's stupid, I know. All the doctors told me that what happened to Lanora was some kind of freak thing. It wasn't genetic. Tyra wasn't in danger. Intellectually, I knew this. Emotionally," she shook her head. "Emotionally, I've been a wreck." Her tears back in the hospital had been from relief. After 9 months of fear and anxiety, the relief had been too much to handle. Sam knew from his own experience that positive emotions were harder to control than the negative ones. Grief, anger, pain, and frustration. You got used to stuffing those feelings back down inside. But relief, when it hit, had a knockout punch. It could smack you flat on your ass, make grown men cry like babies. Like Alyssa Locke had cried. Sam toasted her with his glass. "Tonight, the waiting is over. Tyra is fine. Her baby is perfect, with a perfect name too, I think. Tonight." He stopped himself from calling her sweet thing, but just barely. She looked at him sharply, right in the eye, and he knew that she knew exactly what he'd been about to say. He cleared his throat. "Tonight, Ms. Locke, you can relax." Alyssa Locke laughed. She was looking straight at him, and she actually laughed and then gave him a smile that nearly rivaled the wattage of the smiles he'd seen her shoot her strange little partner. "Well, praise the Lord," she said, lifting her glass in a salute. "It's a bona fide 2-miracle night. Mighty hot today, to be sitting inside a vehicle like that with the window only half down," the small-town Georgia policeman said to the dangerous Kazakistani terrorist tied up in the backseat of Meg's car. "I am used to the heat," Razin said in his heavily accented English. He'd gotten awfully lucid awfully fast. He must have been playing at being out of it when they'd first gotten out of the car, Meg realized. Everything is fine. My young friends were having a lover's quarrel. We all thought it best not to continue it while on the highway. We'll be back on the road in no time, of this I am sure. Meg looked at John. What the hell was going on? Why didn't the cops see Razin's handcuffs? And why wasn't Razin screaming his head off that he was being kidnapped? She met John's eyes. I love you. If he'd been looking for a diversion, that had worked. She'd been ready to pull out her gun, but his words, as untruthful as they were, had made her hesitate just a moment. Just long enough for Razin to start talking. Why wasn't he giving them up? He figures he'll have a better chance getting away from us, John said, low enough so the cop couldn't overhear him. If he sounds an alarm, he'll be taken into custody, and then he's really screwed. Where you folks from? The cop asked Razin in his thick drawl. What's that accent you got there? French. French, yes, oui, Razin lied. I am from France. My friends, of course, are American. Heading down to Florida. Apparently to this cop, a foreigner was a foreigner was a foreigner. This time of year we get a lot of tourist traffic just passing on through. Tourists, that is right, Razin replied. My friends are taking me to see your fabulous Disney World. I have heard it is not to be missed. The cop seemed satisfied that they wouldn't be staying in his jurisdiction for long. You be sure to enjoy Mickey Mouse, you hear. I will, of that I am most certain. The cop straightened up and looked at Meg carefully. She knew her eyes were red and her hair looked like hell. He looked from her to John Nilsson and back. He may not have known a Frenchman when he saw one, but he knew the signs of domestic trouble. Everything all right, ma'am? Heart in her throat, she nodded. Yes, thank you. He gestured with his head back behind them toward the fence. That old factory back there's private property. You best get going as soon as possible. The owner don't like folks hanging about out here. I think we're ready to hit the road. John headed around past the cop to the driver's side of the car. Honey, you got the keys. He knew damn well that she had the keys. As Meg watched, unable to stop him, he climbed in behind the wheel. With the cop standing there was nothing she could do but get into the car and hand John those keys. His eyes were apologetic, no doubt, because her own were shooting fire. I'm going to do whatever I have to stick close to you, he told her quietly. In Welsh. I love you. No doubt he'd been doing what he'd had to when he'd said that to her. It was no more real than her kissing him to get the car keys had been. She knew that. She'd known it the moment the words had left his lips. It was stupid the way her heart had leapt so crazily when he'd said it. As Meg clenched her teeth, John started the car. He did a three-point turn under the cop's watchful eye and headed back toward the interstate. I love you. Right. She wanted to cry. This was just another game. They were playing a life-and-death game this time, and Meg had just lost this round, in every way imaginable. 16 Locke was well on her way to being skunked. She couldn't remember the last time she'd had this much to drink. She couldn't remember the last time she'd had a drink, singular. She couldn't remember why she'd ever had such an aversion to Enns. Sam Starrett. Enns Roger Starrett. That was the man's real name. Roger, not Sam. Roger, not Sam, was one unbelievably gorgeous man. Provided, of course, that a woman went for tall, big-muscled, macho cowboy rednecks with long legs, perfect asses, sky-blue eyes, and solid senses of humor. Funny how she'd never particularly noticed his sense of humor before. Right now, she couldn't stop laughing at damn near everything he said. Roger. Locke laughed, and he laughed with her. He was nearly as skunked as she was. You know, it really used to piss me off when you called me that, he said in his good old boy drawl that used to piss her off, but now flowed past her like warm honey. But right now I don't mind it at all. What do you know? If your name's Roger, she asked, propping her chin up in her hand on the bar, why does everyone call you Sam or sometimes Bob? I've heard Stan Walchenock call you Bob. Sam, Bob, anything but Roger. He laughed, and she made herself frown at him. She was serious. She really wanted to know. Bob is from some book, he told her. I don't remember. You'll have to ask the senior chief. He's always reading something or another, and I think there was some book he read with some guy named Bob Starrett. He poured her another drink. Sam comes from Houston. You know Sam Houston, famous Texan. The guys started calling me Houston, and the next thing I knew, I was Sam. Locke tried to get it straight. They called you Houston because you came from Houston. No, because my name was Roger and I was from Texas. And you know Roger Houston. You know, like NASA. Got it. Roger Houston was what the astronauts said over the radio when they spoke to the NASA base in Houston from outer space. The fact that his first name was Roger had given him the nickname Houston. And once everyone started calling him Houston, the nickname Sam came out of that. It made sense in a too-skunked sort of way. Locke sighed and took a sip of her whiskey. It no longer had much of a taste. Nobody ever gave me a nickname. Not true. She looked at him, sitting there smiling at her like some kind of cowgirl's fantasy. Sweet thing isn't a nickname, Rog. It's an insult. It's objectifying. You know, all those generic so-called terms of endearment do nothing more than take away a woman's individuality. You call me sweet thing, and I'm one of 2,000 nameless, faceless women you've encountered in your life. You call me Locke, I know without a doubt that you know who I am. Fair enough. Although 2,000 might be a little high. What if I called you cute ass, she said. How would that make you feel? Sam threw his head back and laughed. Pretty damn good, actually. No, it would not. Hell, yes, it would. It would mean that maybe you spent some time checking me out, because I know for a fact that I do have a particularly cute ass. He topped off her drink again. Trust me, it might be amusing for a while, but eventually it would make you feel as if you had no real value as a human being. And Locke stopped, looked at her full glass, looked at the bottle of whiskey that was nearly empty, looked at his glass, tried to remember when the last time was he'd picked it up and taken a drink. Couldn't. As an experiment, she picked up her glass, took a healthy swallow, and set it back down on the bar. How about if I call you Alyssa and you call me Sam? He said. No sweet thing, no cute ass, no Roger. That sound fair, but your name is Roger. I could argue that you are one very sweet thing, Starrett replied. He laughed at the look on her face. But I wouldn't dare. He picked up the bottle of whiskey and refilled her glass to the brim, and she remembered why she'd always had such an aversion to him. You are, she exclaimed. You're trying to get me drunk, aren't you, you son of a whoa. He put the bottle down. I am not. I mean, yes, I am helping you forget your troubles, and frankly, he said with a laugh, I think I've already done a damn fine job of it, but I promise my motives here are completely pure. No ulterior motives, really. I'm not doing anything I didn't do when Wildcard had his meltdown a few months ago. I'm trying to make sure you relax tonight. He was protesting just a little too much. Locke narrowed her eyes at him. I think you're trying to get me drunk because you've got a meeting planned later with John Nilsson and you want to make sure I can't follow you, he snorted. That's ridiculous. But that was exactly what he would do and say if she were right and he was trying to throw her off course. No, it's not, and guess what? I can still follow you. She stood up just to prove her point. The world wobbled, but she wouldn't let herself teeter. She lifted her chin defiantly at Starrett. See? He laughed again. Yeah, right. Sit on Locke before you fall on your face. I can, go ahead. She motioned toward the door. Leave, I'll follow you. He was sitting on the bar stool, one elbow on the bar, the other on the back of his seat, just looking at her, something dangerous in his eyes. Well now, he finally said. As lovely as that sounds, you don't need to follow me. My big plans for tonight include going back to the hotel and scoring some dinner, maybe watching a movie on pay-per-view while I try to rehydrate just a touch, then sleeping this off for about 12 hours straight. Locke was searching her jeans pockets for her car keys. She had a pair of handcuffs in her back pocket, useful if she ran into public enemy number 1, maybe on her way to the ladies' room, but no keys. I can follow you, and I will. Come on, I thought we were friends now. And I'm telling you, friend to friend, that I'm not going anywhere tonight. We're not friends, Starrett. We're nemesis who just had a few too many drinks together. Friendship is built on trust, and I trust you about as far as I can throw up. She looked up from her search for her keys that hadn't come out right. Throw you, he was laughing again. I like the first one better. She refused to be distracted by his sparkly eyes, white teeth, and that dimple that appeared alongside his mouth. He had a nice mouth, a great smile, and no, she focused on his forehead. I'm being very, very serious here. I don't trust you, Starrett. I'm not going to trust you, and okay, fine, he said, giving up. You don't have to trust me. You can come back to the hotel with me and watch me like a hawk all night long. Be my guest. Locke finally found the key to her car stuck inside several folded $5 bills in the front pocket of her jeans. She'd forgotten she wasn't carrying her usual 20-pound key ring. She'd taken her car key from the ring and tossed the rest of them into her fanny pack in the trunk of her car. She just had this one little key with her right now. Starrett swiftly scooped it from her hands. Hey, she glared at him. Nemesis don't let nemesis drive drunk. She had to laugh at that one. I'm not drunk, she corrected herself. Okay, I'm a little drunk. I shouldn't drive, I won't drive, but neither should you. This is exactly why God invented taxicabs. He stood up and pocketed her key. Look, I really was just planning to get room service and kick back tonight, I mean. That's what I planned before getting sidetracked by Uncle Jack. Years of heavy drinkings taught me to go home after getting a buzz on instead of walking the streets and looking to pick a fight. So I'm not going to fight with you, Ms. Nemesis. I'm going home, or at least to the nearest semblance of home that I've got right now, which happens to be an enormous 2-room suite in the Marriott. If you want to babysit me, I'm fine with that. You can come on up. You can even sleep on the couch if you want. That way you'll know where I've been all night, and I won't have to worry about you, shit-faced and alone. I am not shit-faced, thank you very much. And pretending that you're not shit-faced when you damn well are, lurking in the hall outside my hotel room, attracting God only knows what kind of attention from whatever lowlifes wander those unprotected halls. You mean Carmody and O'Leary? She asked. He grinned. I love it that you just made a joke about 2 of my best friends. If someone had told me 4 hours ago that I'd be in a bar laughing at a joke Alyssa Locke made after helping me polish off nearly an entire bottle of Jack Daniels, I'd have laughed in their face. I wasn't joking. Let's find us a cab. He headed for the door, looking back to ask, You following me? As Locke went out into the still warm night, it occurred to her that going back to Starrett's hotel room with him was probably a really bad idea. But the idea of dinner sounded good, and the thought of lurking in the hall outside of Starrett's room all night when she was already exhausted and at least partially inebriated, yes, it was true, sounded even worse. Besides, she certainly had a better shot at keeping an eye on Starrett if she were right there in his room, didn't she? It wasn't as if she were going to do something really stupid, like sleep with the man. No, she was just a little drunk, she wasn't stupid. Locke followed Sam Starrett's perfect ass right into a cab. Meg's got her weapon pointed right at you, John said to Razin as they headed toward the highway. She'll shoot you right through the back of the seat if you so much as move a muscle. He gave her a look, and Meg quickly took out her gun, angling slightly in her seat so that she could see Razin. He'd pulled the blanket over himself, that's why the cop hadn't seen that he was cuffed and tied. How much longer until we get to Disney World, Mom? Razin looked her dead in the eye. Meg tried not to react. That was the second time he'd mentioned Disney World. Did he somehow know that her drop-off point was in Orlando? Maybe the Kazakhstani extremists had some kind of home base there and Razin knew about it. But if Razin knew it, wasn't it likely that the FBI knew too? God, if she was going to come all this way only to walk straight into the FBI's waiting arms. She couldn't think about that right now. How long have you been awake? She asked Razin. A few hours, he told her. I would greatly appreciate something to drink. Don't get close to him, John warned her sharply. Don't hold a soda for him, don't reach over the back of that seat, don't even think about it, Meg. She looked at him in exasperation. He's thirsty. What am I supposed to do? Ignore him. I hope that wherever Amy and my grandma are, someone's kind enough to give them water if they're thirsty." John glanced up from the road, and although he didn't say anything, she knew he didn't think her daughter needed water anymore. He thought Amy and Eve were dead. God damn him. Fighting tears, Meg gathered up all the straws, both used and unused, that they'd gotten from their fast food drive-through excursions. There had been nowhere to ditch their garbage, so she had 6 of them altogether. She set to work attaching them, one inside the very edge of the other, no easy task while she still held the gun. "You need not worry. I am no longer trying to escape," Razin volunteered. "I'm sure you'll understand if I don't just take your word for that," John countered. "My reaction in the motel was, what is the expression, knee-jerk." Razin looked earnestly into the rearview mirror at John. "I have been thinking, and I believe there are worse things than becoming a martyr for my cause by dying at the hands of the extremists." He met Meg's eyes. "Better yet even would be death by an American. Such an event might even make the news on CNN, bringing the world's attention to the story of my people's struggle with a government that works methodically to wipe us out. Although CNN will probably carry it just for one day." He smiled, that same funny, crooked smile that she'd noticed in the photo the extremist had shown her. "So, you see, your threats that you will shoot me through the back of the seat do little to alarm me." Osman Razin wanted to die. For his people, for his cause. Somehow, when the time came to shoot him or to turn him over to the extremists, which, as John had pointed out, was almost the same thing as shooting him, that wasn't going to make it any easier to do. Aware that John was watching her, Meg jammed one end of the straw, now close to 3 feet long, into the lid of a paper cup of watery, probably lukewarm soda. She put the other end of the straw over the back of the seat, moving it like a probe, until she got it close enough to Razin for him to catch it with his mouth. He sucked, and the liquid rushed through the straw. John shook his head as he glanced at her again. "You care enough to give him a drink, so why don't you do what you wish Amy's captors would do for her and turn Razin over to the FBI?" he said softly in Welsh. His eyes were too compassionate, too sad, too knowing, and she couldn't look at him. "That's different," Meg said. "I know the extremists aren't going to do that." She knew that the extremists weren't going out of their way to make Amy and Eve more comfortable, too, if Amy and her grandmother were still alive. The straw gurgled as Razin sucked the last of the soda from the cup. "I thank you," he said to Meg. John took the cupful of soda he'd nearly finished drinking from the cup holder and swished it around. "Do you want more?" he asked, looking at Razin in the rearview mirror. "I am still thirsty, yes, thank you." John looked at Meg. "Do you have more of those sleeping pills?" He spoke in Welsh, and he had to get creative with the translation. But it didn't take more than a second for her to understand what he meant. She did have more pills, in the glove compartment. She got them out without Razin seeing what she was doing, opened several capsules, and dumped their contents in the last inch of liquid in John's cup. She repeated the trick with the straw, and Razin was soon sucking air from John's cup. "Thank you," Razin said again. "And good night, am I right?" Meg turned to look at him, and he was smiling. She hated the fact that he had such a gentle smile. "That is to say, if I were you, I would have given me another dose of that sleeping medication. I know that I am exceptionally clever, but you have been quite clever as well, so." He settled back, making himself comfortable. "Good night." Although if a condemned man is entitled to one last wish, mine would be that I not be executed while I sleep. I should like to be awake, so I am able to pray. Oh God! Meg felt John glance at her, and she knew what he was thinking, knew what he was going to say before he said it. "It's not too late, Meg." Meaning to turn herself and Osman Razin in. Meaning to put Amy's life completely into the hands of people for whom saving Amy's life might not be the highest priority. One of those people being John Nilsson. "A chub-fi," John whispered in Welsh. "Save me. Save me by letting me help." She closed her eyes. "Just drive." This was surreal. Sam was standing outside his hotel room with Alyssa locked, using his key card to unlock the door, knowing that she was about to go in there with him, into his room, into his hotel room. Sam didn't think of himself as particularly religious, but he never did anything as ridiculous as waste a good prayer on something as insignificant as sex. He was either going to get some or he wasn't, and he was usually capable of being charming enough to get some completely on his own, so he'd always left God out of it. Until now. He concluded his prayer for divine guidance in not messing this up with a fervent promise of a lifetime of devotion as Alyssa walked past him into the room. She smelled impossibly good. She wasn't, however, walking really straight, and instead of sitting on the couch, she half lay down, pressing her cheek against the cushions. "I don't think I want any dinner," she said distantly. "I'm so tired." Sam went into the little kitchen area and got a couple of glasses and some ice. He poured them both another drink from the bottle he'd stuck under his shirt and taken out of the bar. After all, he'd paid for it. "You need to keep drinking," he advised her, setting the glass down on the coffee table. "Don't stop until you're ready to crash." "I think I'm ready to crash." She looked exhausted. There were shadows under her eyes, giving her a slightly bruised appearance, as if life had kicked the crap out of her, and the only way for her to fight back now was to get some sleep. As Sam looked at her, he could hear a distant flushing sound. It was the sound of his hopes for a passion-filled night going down the drain. If she was too drunk to sit up, it would be ungentlemanly to take advantage of her, wouldn't it? Even if she threw herself at him. He looked at her, half lying there with her feet still on the floor, his eyes following the curve of her denim-clad rear end. Her t-shirt was riding slightly up, and he could see an inch or so of her bare skin just above the waistband of her jeans. Touching her would be like touching silk. She had the most gorgeous skin he'd ever seen, smooth and flawless, and the delicious color of café au lait. She rolled slightly onto her back to look up at him, and the picture she made lying there, that pretty face with those ocean green eyes, breasts filling out that t-shirt, belly button peeking out, brought the truth slamming home like a kick to the balls. Drunk or not, if this woman threw herself at him, all that shit about being an officer and a gentleman was going right out the window. Right out the window. If she threw herself at him, he was catching her with both hands and he wasn't letting go. But she was in no position to move, let alone do any throwing. "Kick off your shoes and get comfortable," he told her, starting for the other room. "I'll get you a blanket. The couch pulls out to a bed if you wait." She struggled to sit up and took a healthy slug of whiskey, as if that would help. Actually, that was his fault. He'd implied that another drink would help keep her awake. "No way am I falling asleep," she told him. "As soon as I do, you'll disappear." "I'm not going anywhere," he said again. Was she nuts? Did she actually think that he would fulfill his lifelong dream of sharing a hotel room with Alyssa Locke only to sneak out on her? It was true. At this point he was talking about her spending the night on the couch. But maybe come dawn she'd wake up, not too badly hungover, and she'd realize something. He wasn't sure what, but whatever revelation she had would magically make her see how foolish she was to resist him and how perfect they'd be together. As they made love in the early morning light, she'd breathe his name and, yeah, what was it she always said to him? Dream on. "Look," Sam said, "if you want, we can push the couch right in front of the door. That way, if I try to leave, right, and while I'm over there guarding the door, you'd be going out through the sliders to the balcony." The idea of him exiting via the balcony was completely absurd, but laughing at her when she was glaring at him like this wasn't going to help. He may have a buzz on, but he wasn't so fried he could no longer recognize that truth. "There's a king-sized bed in the other room," Sam said, and the moment the words left his mouth, he realized how ridiculous a suggestion this was. There was no way in hell Alyssa Locke would even think about sharing a bed with him, no matter how big it was. But he'd come this far, he might as well finish the thought. "It's big enough to push up against both the door and the slider to that balcony." She stood up. Alyssa actually pushed herself up off the couch and, taking her drink with her, went into the bedroom to take a look. She came out almost immediately, holding. The light caught and gleamed, and it was a pair of handcuffs. "Will you let me cuff you to the bed?" she asked. "Dear, sweet Jesus." Of course she didn't mean it that way. Still, Sam didn't hesitate. "Absolutely. Just so you know, I'm Ewa," John said. "I'm guilty of unauthorized absence. If I don't go back with you in tow, I'm completely cooked." Meg stared at him. "What?" He glanced at her and nodded. "Yeah, I'm looking at a court-martial and a dishonorable discharge for dereliction of duty and lying to my co. I'll probably even get jail time." She let herself get angry. "You're trying to guilt me out. Well, forget it. It's not going to work. Unfortunately, I won't be able to write to you from prison," he continued, "because you'll be locked up too, and prisoners aren't allowed to correspond with other prisoners." "I never asked you to do this," she said heatedly. "I didn't ask you to, that's right," he said. "You didn't ask. I volunteered. I knew all about the trouble I could get into, and yet I came after you anyway. Don't you get it, Meg?" She glanced into the back. Razin was asleep, and even if he wasn't going anywhere. Last pit stop they'd made, John had tied him up, tethering his handcuffs to the metal frame of the front seat so that Razin couldn't attack them or try to escape through the back window. "You need me," she said tightly to John. "Right, I got that. Loud and clear, thanks, but I'm sorry, I don't need you. Please, John, don't go, I need you." She heard an echo of her own voice from that night so long ago. "Not anymore," she whispered. "Sorry, I just don't buy it." "Oh," she said, "of course, you know better. You know the real truth is that I haven't slept a single night without dreaming about you since we. She faltered because the look he shot her was so penetrating, his eyes so knowing, as if he could see into her head, see all those nights she'd ached for him. "I should have stayed," he said. "I regret leaving the way I did that night. Of all the things I regret in my life, and believe me, Meg, there's a list I regret that the most. It wouldn't have made a difference. I'm not so sure anymore. Maybe if I'd stayed. I can't do this." He'd pulled away from her suddenly, breathing hard. Meg still remembered as clear as if it were yesterday. "You're going to wake up tomorrow and hate yourself," he'd said. "Even worse, you're going to hate me." She'd stood there leaning back against the wall because her legs wouldn't have been able to hold her up by themselves, just watching as he refastened his belt, tucked in his shirt, buttoned his jacket. "You're serious," she'd said. "You're just leaving just like that. I have to go before we do something you'll regret. You've had too much to drink, and no, I haven't." "Okay, you haven't," he agreed. "But you're upset and your judgment is skewed. You've got to trust me here, Meg. Look, I'll probably be stateside again in a few weeks. I'll call you then." She was upset, and he was probably right. Nothing good would come out of this, but she wanted him. God, she needed him. "Please, John, don't go." To her horror, her voice broke. He swore sharply, but then he was back, warm and solid, as he pulled her into his arms. "God damn it, I don't want to go." "Then stay. Please stay. Daniel's all but written us a permission slip." He laughed, but it sounded harsh, painful. "I don't want his permission. Christ, I need you." She kissed him, and he resisted for all of 2 seconds. It was exhilarating, terrifying. He kissed her ferociously, as if he were moments from sweeping her into his arms and carrying her to her bed. But then again he pulled back. "Do you love me, Meg? I know we're friends, and I know God, I know there's this attraction between us, but if this is just sex, then you've got to think again. Because tomorrow you'll wake up and everything we've done tonight will be irreversible. It'll be a part of you forever. And if you're not going to leave Daniel, it'll be this poisonous lump of guilt that you'll carry with you. I don't want you to remember me that way, with pain and I don't know, hatred. Jesus, I don't want that." Did she love him? No, she couldn't answer that. She wouldn't even consider it, because if she wasn't going to leave Daniel. John was watching her intently, the muscle in his jaw jumping as he waited for her to respond. It wasn't fair. She couldn't imagine Daniel having suffered so when he'd slept with Laylee. He'd probably slid into her bed and between her legs without a thought of love or friendship or whom he might be hurting. He certainly hadn't thought about Meg. Or Amy. Amy, who, more than anything, wanted her father in her life. Amy, who so desperately wanted her family back. Meg didn't say a word, but John nodded as if he knew the direction her thoughts had turned. "I'll call you when I get back," he said, "in case, you change your mind." Somehow he managed to smile, to touch her cheek. "Wish I'd met you first." She tried to smile too, failed because her lip was trembling. John had been 16 when she'd married Daniel. What was she doing here with him? This was crazy, completely crazy. "You can always call me," he told her. "If you need me for anything, any time. Just call me and I'll come." Meg nodded, knowing that this was really it. After tonight, she truly wouldn't see John Nilsson ever again. After tonight, if they met even by chance, she wouldn't stop to talk. She'd smile, sure, even say hello, but she'd walk swiftly away. She'd never call him, never again. He kissed her once more, sweetly this time. It was a kiss to remember. A kiss goodbye. He stopped and looked back at her, his hand on the doorknob as if he wished she would stop him. But then he turned and went out the door, and she let him go. This wasn't going to work. Locke sat on the floor next to Sam's bed. The bed frame was put together with nuts and bolts. She could handcuff Sam to it, but it would take him about 20 minutes tops to get himself free. He came out of the bathroom wearing, oh God, only a pair of shorts and a smile. "Okay, Warden, I'm ready. Lock me up." "This isn't going to work." "Hey, it's no big deal. I've got food for if and when I want it." He lifted the lid on the room service platter that had arrived minutes earlier and now sat on the bedside table. He'd ordered 3 different kinds of sandwiches, all wrapped in plastic, a 2-liter bottle of Coke, and a bucket of ice. He'd ordered ice cream, too, but he'd put it in the freezer section of the little fridge that sat out in the suite's kitchenette. "I've got food and the remote control. What more could a man want?" He reached down and took the handcuffs from her and cheerfully snapped one end onto his left wrist. Locke shook her head. "Look at the bed frame, Starrett." He crouched next to her and saw the problem instantly. "Oh, crap." Standing again, he looked around the room. "Don't bother," she told him, resting her head against the bed. "There's nothing in here that would hold you." "Well," he cleared his throat. "Actually, there is." Locke felt the mattress give under his weight. He'd sat down on the bed next to her, and as she looked up at him from the floor, he reached down and lifted her right arm, pointed to her wrist. "That'll do it." His hands felt cool against her skin. He had big, work-roughened hands with almost ridiculously large fingers. One of his nails was bruised, as if he'd recently smashed a finger, but other than that, they were neatly trimmed and clean. His skin was tan from working outside. He was almost as dark as she was. She had to laugh. He was actually suggesting she handcuff herself to him. Was he completely out of his mind? Starrett laughed too. He had a blinding smile, and when he laughed, his eyes sparkled. They were mesmerizingly blue. "You're kidding, right?" She pushed herself up to her feet, pulling her hand away from him. God, she was dizzy. Whoever invented alcohol was a total idiot. "People are idiots," she told Starrett. "Alcohol, cigarettes, drugs, the more poisonous it is, the more we want it. It's insane. I'm never going to drink again." "That's too bad," he drawled, leaning back on both elbows, moving into a pose that was almost unbearably sexy. "Because you loosen up when you drink. I don't think I've ever heard you laugh before tonight." "I laugh all the time," she said defensively, wishing he would sit up so that she'd stop wanting to skim her hands across the planes and angles of his muscular chest and arms, and those abs and legs, and just not when you're around. God, she needed to sit down as far from Mr. Sexy as possible. This was going to be one hell of a long night. Starrett was watching her closely. "It's your call about this handcuff thing. It seems crazy not to do it. I mean, if I'm cuffed to you, I'm not going anywhere without you knowing about it, right?" She shook her head. "Course, if you're afraid you won't be able to keep your hands off of me." Locke stared at him. Did he know? Could he tell what she was thinking? God, she wasn't doing something like drooling, was she? She forced herself to react, to sputter, as if in outrage. "I'm not afraid. Don't think you're so. I can understand the potential embarrassment," he continued. "You've had too much to drink, and who knows what you might do in your sleep. I mean, it's a big bed, but..." He shrugged expansively. Locke reached over and snapped the cuffs onto her right wrist. 17 thunder crashed. The storm was directly overhead, and the thunder was the kind that shook the house to its very foundation. It woke Eve from the restless doze she drifted into, and for a moment she was confused. What was she doing outside of the bomb shelter during an air raid? But then she remembered. The war was long over. She wasn't a teenager anymore. She was old and tired, the victim of a kidnapping. Thunder roared again. But she wasn't too tired or too old or too much of a victim to fight back. She nudged Amy awake. "Play along with me," she breathed to the little girl, who nodded, her brown eyes instantly alert and ready for anything. God bless her. The electrical storm was putting their captors on edge. How recently had they experienced a rain of bombs in their war-torn country? Eve could sympathize with their discomfort. She herself had sat out bad storms in the bomb shelter until well into the 1960s. She knew the wisest course of action would be to sit tight, to not make waves, to not give the bear and the others any additional problems. But Eve knew they were running out of time. She saw the way the woman looked at them. She had to take this chance. She caught the bear's eye. "Amy has a terrible stomachache," she told him, having to raise her voice over the sound of the rain pounding down onto the roof. "Please take us to the bathroom before she has an accident." Amy gave a very convincing-sounding groan, just the smallest sound. The bear didn't look happy, but he moved toward the other men, talking and gesturing back at them in a low voice. Eve knew they were deciding whether or not to go to the woman with her request, or to simply take them upstairs on their own. Amy made another small sound, a gagging sound this time, and the decision was made. Take them up to the bathroom now. Quickly. The bear led the way, and Eve moved as fast as she could on the stairs, which wasn't fast enough for the young man, who actually picked her up and carried her the last 10 feet. Thunder roared again, and he nearly dropped her. Poor boy. She wasn't completely up on her recent history, but he had to have been just a child when the worst of the last civil war had rocked his country. He'd probably been 10 when the bombs started falling, and they hadn't stopped for close to 4 years. She squeezed his arm reassuringly, but he scowled. Be fast. She knew that this poor boy was probably going to kill them. All he needed was the order, and he would end their lives without a great deal of thought. But she wanted him to think. She wanted him to struggle. "Thank you, young man," she told him with dignity, granting him dignity too, "for your kindness and compassion." "Be fast," he said again. She limped after Amy down the hall and into the bathroom, shutting the door tightly behind them. Amy was smiling. Eve put her finger to her mouth, cautioning silence. "Help me," she whispered, motioning for Amy to join her in the tub. The window was unlocked, and she pushed against it, testing it, finding the places that had the most give. "Put your hands here and here," she whispered to the little girl. "When I say now, push up, not out, up." Amy nodded her understanding, and Eve positioned her own hands on the window, waiting. Lightning flashed right outside the window, and Amy pulled back, startled. "Now," Eve said, aware that Amy was no longer there. But the thunder had already started to roll, drowning out all other sounds, and she pushed with all her might. The window groaned, and then Amy was back, pushing with her. It gave with an enormous creak that, please God, was masked by the thunder. As wind blew the rain into the open window, Eve looked at the door, bracing herself. But the bear didn't come bursting inside, demanding to know what they were up to. Eve looked out the window, tempted to leave right then and there. The rain was relentless, making the roof slippery and wet. But that same rain would mask the sounds of their footsteps. "Amy, quick," Eve said, ready to do it. But the bear thumped on the door. "Time's up." "Just another minute," Eve called. They wouldn't get far if he came into the bathroom after them and found them gone. In fact, they'd be like ducks in a shooting gallery. He could pick them off at his leisure from the open window. It wasn't as if he'd have to guess which way they'd gone. Eve left the window open, praying that no one would see it from the ground, praying that they'd have another chance to get up here and make their escape. She pulled the curtain across the tub, but it moved in the wind. Taking Amy's hand, she opened the bathroom door only the smallest possible amount and slipped out, closing the door tightly behind them. The bear frowned and Eve pinched her nose shut, shaking her head. Yes, it smelled in there. It smelled like fresh air and freedom. Obediently, meekly, she limped back down the stairs after Amy. Sam was floored, there was no doubt about it. Alyssa was far more drunk than he'd thought. He tossed that ridiculous challenge out as a joke. A clever 6-year-old would have seen that he was baiting her, but instead of laughing in his face, she fell for it. He looked down at the handcuffs that locked them together. Oh shit. Now what? Now he was supposed to spend the night cuffed to a woman he craved more than oxygen. She was looking a little uncertain now, too, as if she'd just realized what she'd done. As if she weren't comfortable with their arms and hands so close together. As if the reality of the warmth of her forearm brushing against his was more daunting and dangerous than she'd imagined it would be. He didn't look at her, couldn't look at her, praying that she'd back down, that she'd get the keys and unlock the cuffs. It still wasn't too late for her to admit that this was a ridiculous, dumbass idea, that neither of them were going to get a lick of sleep tonight. "Move over," she ordered, and he shifted obediently to the right side of the bed, realizing with growing dread that she was going to play this out. Right to the end. An end that would no doubt see him dead, either from frustration or because she would kill him when he finally fell asleep and forgot where he was and who he was with, and why he shouldn't touch her. "Look, Alyssa," he started. "It's occurred to me this isn't a problem," she told him with the earnestness of the extremely inebriated. Yeah, she was drunk, and if she came onto him and he didn't gently push her away, he would be a total asshole. He'd be scum, dirt, excrement. He'd be worse than excrement. He'd be toxic waste. "I think this might be a problem for me." The words were on the tip of his tongue, but as he watched, she kicked off her sneakers and snuggled back against the pillows, her shirt stretched tightly across her breasts. His hand was 2 inches from her thigh, maybe less. His mouth went dry, and all his warnings and cautions stuck in his throat. This was going to be torture, but sick bastard that he was, he couldn't bring himself to make it stop. Sam turned off the light so at least he wouldn't have to watch her lying there. She sighed, just a small sound, but it was nearly enough to shoot him through the roof. He prayed for God to send a little more self-control in his direction. And don't, please, Lord Jesus, let him start thinking about sex. Don't let him think about Alyssa's incredible body naked beneath him, straining to receive him, hot and sleek and gorgeous. Don't let him. Too late. Shit. Shit. "Oh, God," she said, sitting up, tugging his hand with her, panic in her voice. The metal cuffs bit into his wrist, but he welcomed the pain. "Why is the room spinning?" "Oh, haven't you ever had the bed spins before?" he asked. "Number bed spins." Man, she really was new at this. A complete innocent. "It's normal," he told her. "She just had another whole glass of whiskey not more than 15 minutes ago. Maybe when it kicked in, it would knock her out and she would sleep. And maybe in the morning, when she woke up in his bed, she'd accept the magnetic attraction that raged between them and just try to ignore it." Her voice shook. "I can't. Sometimes it helps if you leave the light on." Except if he turned on the light now, she'd have a hard time not noticing the fact that in the past 90 seconds he'd managed to become completely aroused, and that would go over really well. "Turn it on," she said. "Please." Oh hell, worst case scenario, she'd be offended. She'd remove the cuffs and never speak to him again. Best case scenario, she'd look down at him and smile the way she'd smiled in his dreams and, "No, no, no, don't think about that. That was only going to make it worse." Sam reached and turned the light back on, shifting so that he was on his side facing her, one leg slightly up. Another version of the best-case scenario, maybe she'd be too drunk to notice the giant hard-on he was trying to hide. Except now he was stuck lying here, facing her. Watching her, he laughed aloud. Alyssa frowned. "What's so funny?" Just everything. It's funny, we're handcuffed together. That's funny. I'm completely, well, trust me, it's funny. Having these bed spins isn't funny. She sank back against the pillows, turning slightly to face him, her eyes anxious. I don't like it. He didn't either. He didn't and he did. Part of him liked this way too much. She was looking to him for answers, for help, for expertise. When had that ever happened outside of his wildest dreams? He shifted slightly so that he was holding her hand, lacing their fingers together. Sometimes it helps if you've got someone to hold on to. She hesitated, but it was only for a second before she clung to him tightly. For someone with such slender fingers, she was impossibly strong. Thanks. She just lay there then, as time ticked painstakingly slowly past, gazing at him with her big green eyes. You, want to talk? He finally asked. Sometimes it helps if you just kind of talk yourself out. Sex also helped, but he wasn't going to tell her that. If you lie there trying to sleep, that's when the room really spins. But if you don't try to sleep, if you talk and just let sleep kind of sneak up on you, it's not so bad. Somehow he managed to smile at her. He hoped it looked reassuring. My mother used to hold my hand at night if I had a bad dream, Alyssa said. She used to sit on the edge of the bed and just be there, you know. Her voice turned wistful. She came in every night and kissed us on the forehead. God, it would make me feel so safe. My sister Lainey did that for me, Sam admitted. Probably the same way you did for your little sisters. Her eyes filled with tears. Oh hell, bad mistake mentioning her little sisters. She was drunk, and here he was giving her a reason to turn into a crying drunk. Sam changed the subject fast. Hey, have you met the new guy yet? Mike Muldoon. Alyssa nodded, also obviously eager to take their conversation in a different direction. She spoke carefully, enunciating extra well to compensate for the alcohol raging through her system. Yeah, well, yes, but not really. I mean, Senior Chief Walchenock, she took some extra time with the difficult name. Introduced me, but I didn't get a chance to do more than say hi before Muldoon ran away. Muldoon, and yeah, he's shy. Muldoon, right. Muldoon, is he for real, or is that shy thing just part of an act? Oh, he's real, he actually says gosh. Really? She smiled, thank God, her almost tears forgot. Sam didn't think he could bear it if she started to cry. He wouldn't be able to keep from pulling her into his arms, and then he'd be in big trouble. Honest to God, he told her. He's got the vocabulary of an altar boy. Gee whiz, Senior Chief. He imitated Muldoon's voice. She laughed victory. Now I know you're making that up. Swear to God, he's from upstate Vermont or Minnesota or maybe Idaho, I forget. Vermont's slightly different from Idaho or Minnesota, Starrett, she pointed out. Not really. See, there's Texas and then there's the other 49 states, all interchangeable. Muldoon comes from small-town America, real small town. Someplace caught in a time warp, with a population of less than 1,000. Where children address their elders as sir or ma'am, and the F-word isn't uttered even in back alleys, let alone in mixed company. Where women stay home and clean and bake apple pies and, yeah, thanks. I liked it right until you got to that part. And men's jobs are to provide for their families and keep their wives barefoot and pregnant and in those kitchens baking apple. Yeah, she said. Are you in therapy? Because clearly you have some kind of fixation. She was teasing him, smiling at him. I'm not saying I approve of it, he countered. I'm just giving you a report on Muldoon. You're the one who wanted to know. Personally, I think it's unnatural. You know, I find myself watching my language around him, wanting to protect his innocent little ears. I swear it's like having George Bailey, you know, from It's a Wonderful Life join the team. She laughed again. I think George Bailey would be a great addition to any team, he snorted. Spoken just like a woman. What's wrong with you, Locke? Nothing, she countered indignantly. Considering I am a woman who was lying next to him on his bed, handcuffed to him, her hair spread out on the pillow, her breasts full against her t-shirt. Sam yanked his gaze back to her eyes, forced himself to smile, to keep his voice light despite the sudden 500-degree temperature increase in the room. Yeah, I kind of couldn't help but notice. Too late for keeping things light, the mood had already shifted. And Alyssa wasn't smiling anymore. She was looking at him with those ocean green eyes with an expression on her face that he'd never seen before. She was looking at his shoulders and his chest, his stomach, and Sam shifted his legs, lying even more on his side. God damn, she was looking at him as if she wanted to touch him. Was it possible? This is really weird, isn't it? She asked quietly, looking back into his eyes. He nodded, cleared his throat, ached for her, forced another smile. Why don't you try closing your eyes again? She closed her eyes immediately, and he instantly regretted not suggesting that she kiss him. Would she have done that as obediently too? Good night, Sam. Maybe it was because she called him Sam. Maybe it was because she looked so young and vulnerable, lying there with her eyes tightly closed. Maybe it was because he was just flat out insane. But on a complete and total whim, he leaned forward and kissed her gently on the forehead, just like her mother used to do. It wasn't planned. It wasn't thought out. It just seemed like the right thing to do at that one particular moment in time. Honest to God, the last thing he expected was for her to reach up with her free hand and catch him, to put her arm around his neck and hold him there, his face inches from hers, her fingers skimming across his shoulders, her touch impossibly, wonderfully intimate. That was nice, she said. Thank you. Her mouth was right there, that mouth he'd dreamed about for years. He couldn't stop himself. He kissed her again, just as gently but on the lips this time, brushing his mouth across hers. That was even nicer, she whispered and smiled. At him. It was all over right then and there. Battle lost. Surrender was inevitable and immediate. She was drunk enough to handcuff herself to him. He knew that, and he was scum, excrement, toxic waste. Because he kissed her again, kissed her anyway. Not so gently this time, with his lips completely covering hers. And when she opened her mouth to him, welcoming him, he didn't hesitate. He took all that she offered and more, drinking her in, like a man all but dying of thirst. She tasted like the best whiskey he'd ever had in his life, sweet and sharp and incomparably intoxicating. He could feel her fingers in his hair and on his back as he kissed her longer, harder, as she kissed him, just as hungrily hot, deep, delicious kisses that promised heaven was just a few heartbeats away. She made a sound that was half laughter, half frustration, as, when she tried to pull him closer, the handcuffs got in the way. It was long past the time she should have pushed him over to his side of the bed. It was long past the time she should have gasped and come to her senses, long past the time she should have been using words like mistake and shouldn't and stop. Instead, she wrapped one of her legs around him, pulling him against her, tightly, so that there was no way she couldn't notice how completely turned on he was. There was no amount of alcohol that would have kept the hard truth as it were hidden from her now, and it was only then that she stopped kissing him. Sam was ready to pull back, ready to apologize, ready for damn near anything but the way that she smiled up into his eyes. "Oh my," she murmured. "Is that for me?" He laughed at that. He couldn't help himself. And the sound of her laughter wove its way around him, too. "You are one amazing-looking man, you know that?" Alyssa told him, pulling his head down so that she could kiss him again. He knew what he should do. He should put some space between them and make sure she knew what she was doing. Instead, he found her breast first with his hand, filling his palm with her softness, then with his mouth, drawing hard on her, right through both the cotton of her t-shirt and her bra. She was on fire. She was lightning in his arms, arching up against him, opening her legs. If she hadn't had on her jeans, he could have pushed his way inside of her just like that. He could have slid home. "Do you have any condoms?" she gasped. "Please tell me you have condoms." Okay, so maybe she wasn't quite so completely drunk after all. If she were able to think clearly enough to ask for condoms, she couldn't be that drunk, could she? "Bedside table, top drawer," he told her, and got a beautiful smile in return. She was struggling to get out of her jeans, and Sam tried to help, but the handcuffs made it close to impossible. "Maybe you should get the key." "What?" she asked, kicking her legs free. "Set you loose and risk having you run off somewhere. No way." It was a joke. She was making a joke. She knew damn well that he wasn't going anywhere. There was nothing in this world short of a call from his co telling him to mobilize that would make him leave her right now. Not $1 million, not all the best friends in the world. Her panties were white, but there was nothing conservative about them. He slipped one finger under the edge, but she laughed and pulled away, kneeling on the bed beside him. Besides, she added, the cuffs really work for me. She wiggled her eyebrows at him, then reached out to touch him, grabbing hold of him right through his shorts. This really works for me, too. She was laughing again, and he caught her mouth with his in a burst of pleasure and happiness that was so intense he was nearly blinded. He pulled her shirt up over her head, only to realize he couldn't get it past the handcuffs. It hung there on her arm, and she laughed again. She laughed even more as she dragged his shorts down his legs, and his erection sprang free. "Dear Lord," she said, laughter bubbling in her voice. "I think you better get a condom right now, because I don't know how much longer I can wait before I flat out attack you." If she was kidding, she was only half kidding. The look in her eyes was pure desire. She wanted him. She wanted him. Sam dove for the top drawer, and the handcuffs pulled Alyssa with him, right off the bed. She landed on top of him, laughing giddily at his pratfall as if Buster Keaton were her idea of a dream lover. She kissed him hard, straddling him as she reached between them to unsheath him with her fingers. He nearly lost it. Just like that, he almost came in her hand. And she knew it, too. She was laughing at him now, but he loved it, loved the sound. He pulled her hips forward so that she had to let go of him, so that she covered him with the heat between her legs instead. And then there was only a small slip of white satin keeping him from paradise. Dear Holy Father. He wanted her naked, and he wanted her now. Her bra had a front clasp that was made out of plastic, and he took it and twisted hard, and it snapped in his hands. Shit. But again, she was laughing. He'd broken the damn thing into pieces, and he would have laughed too, except there she was, so impossibly perfect. He wanted to look and touch and taste all at once. There was no time for him to laugh. She moved against him, murmuring her approval as he rolled her nipples first between his fingers and thumb and then between his teeth and tongue. Her head went back, and she arched her back, and it was all he could do to keep from tearing her panties off and burying himself inside of her. He had to get a condom, but his condoms were in the drawer of the bedside table that now towered above him. He would have to sit all the way up, and even then he wasn't sure he could reach. He wanted. He slipped his fingers beneath the edge of her panties, finding her slick and hot from desire. He looked backward up at the bedside table again, and when he looked back, Alyssa was watching him. She knew what he wanted. She wanted it too. She crawled forward until she could lean even farther across him, until she could reach the drawer and slide it open, until she was straddling his chest instead of his hips, until that white flash of satin was right there, nearly in his face. He couldn't not do it. He couldn't possibly resist. He shifted down and kissed her, breathing in the sweet muskiness of her perfume. Her thighs tightened around his face and she gasped, but she didn't pull back, and that was all the invitation he needed. He reached up and tore her panties free, and then, oh yes, he was in heaven. The sounds she made were incredible laughter mixed with pure, desperate pleasure. She wasn't at all shy about letting him know how much she liked what he was doing. This isn't fair. He didn't bother to answer her. She had absolutely no idea how incredibly, wonderfully fair this was for him. It was stupendously fair, amazingly fair, deliciously fair. He held her tightly so that unless she really tried, she couldn't get away. She didn't really try. Her breath came faster and the sounds she made were more frantic until she gasped, "Sam, please, I want to come with you inside of me." He let her go. She had a condom in her hand, already unwrapped, and Sam sat up so that together they could cover him. She was breathing hard, her hair tumbled down around her shoulders. She was breathtakingly beautiful. He wanted to freeze time so he could look at her and memorize her, so he could have this moment to remember, pure and clean and crystal clear, for the rest of his life. This moment, this amazing, anticipation-charged, here and now moment, was without a doubt one of the very best moments of his life. In a few seconds he would be inside of Alyssa Locke. He would be intimately joined with Alyssa Locke. They would be making love. He laughed aloud and she smiled at him as she slowly lowered herself on top of him. Dear God, she was tight. He thought he saw a flash of pain on her face and he nearly stopped breathing. Please don't tell me you're a virgin. Don't be ridiculous, she laughed. Unless virginity is something that grows back after 4 years. 4 years since you. She kissed him, pushing his shoulders back down to the floor, pushing him all the way home. She made a sound that might have been pleasure, might have been pain. Alyssa, I don't want to hurt you, he said hoarsely. She laughed. I don't want to hurt you either. How about I settle for making you scream, and you can do the same for me? After 4 years, I might have some screaming to do you up for that, Starrett. It sure feels like you are. Silently, Sam shook his head. Who knew? Not even in his wildest dreams, and his dreams had been extremely wild, had he imagined cool, controlled Alyssa Locke would dare to whisper such things, even in the privacy of a lover's arms. She began moving on top of him, impossibly slowly, her eyes half closed, pleasure clearly etched on her beautiful face. Dear God, he was on the edge. He drew in a deep, ragged breath, and she leaned forward and kissed him, her nipples taut peaks against his chest. I'm really close, too, she whispered, moving still so slowly, taking the time to completely caress every last inch of him. But you know, Sam, sometimes I think all you have to do is look at me and I'll come. That was it. It was over for him. Sam felt his release rocket through him in that same exquisite slow motion. Alyssa. He heard her name as if torn from his throat, heard her answering cry like some primal call and response, felt her body tense around him as she too exploded with passion. Sam held her tightly long after the last powerful waves of pleasure had faded, long after she'd collapsed on top of him. Oh, damn, she said, and he tensed. Please God, no. No regrets or recriminations. Not now, not yet, not ever. The room spinning again. She lifted her head to look at him, using her free hand to push her hair back from her face. It wasn't spinning a minute ago. She smiled at him. At least not this way. Thank you, God. Her smile was the smile of his dreams. Do you think if you took a break, she asked, if you maybe had a little of that ice cream that's in the freezer to restore your energy, I could convince you to? Yes, she laughed. Now how do you know that I wasn't going to suggest? I don't know for sure, but I'm sure as hell hoping, he countered. Maybe if I'm really lucky, you'll have the bed spins all night long. Her smile widened. How about I get you that ice cream? Start getting your energy level back up. As he laughed, she climbed off of him, got to her feet, and nearly fell on her face when the handcuffs on her right wrist tethered her to him. Sam caught her, steadied her, even as he cleaned himself up. God, she was naked. He just wanted to touch her. He just wanted to run his hands, his mouth, his tongue across every inch of her smooth, perfect body. The hell with the ice cream. He was already half aroused again, but he let her tug him into the kitchenette, taking the opportunity to watch her walk naked across his hotel suite. The refrigerator was one of those mini ones, low to the ground, and she bent over to open the little freezer section, taking out the dish of ice cream. She handed it to him, but he set it down on the table, far more interested in using his one free hand to touch her. Her back, her shoulders, her arms, her breasts, those incredible legs. She looked back in the main part of the fridge. What's this? There was only a bottle of Coke and a quart of milk in there, and chocolate syrup. She reached in and pulled out the squeezed bottle of Hershey's that he'd picked up at the 7-Eleven. Don't tell me you put this in your milk. Okay, I won't. She laughed as he pulled her closer. Do you really? Milk, ice cream, corn flakes, you name it. Sam shrugged as he nuzzled her neck. I'm not proud, I'm a chocolate addict. She narrowed her eyes at him. Come to think of it, I have seen you with peanut M&Ms on more than one occasion, haven't I? Guilty as charged. Want some of this on your ice cream? She held out the syrup. He answered her by taking the bowl of ice cream and putting it back into the freezer. How could he eat ice cream when all he wanted to do was touch her? He pulled her back into his arms, skimming his hands down her body. She said. Oh, he liked the sound of that. He liked the way she was looking at the syrup, looking at him. His body was responding enthusiastically, even though it was still just a little too soon. But give him 15 more minutes with Alyssa Locke and a bottle of chocolate syrup. Oh, baby, he'd be ready for anything. She opened the top, squeezed some of the syrup onto one finger. He took her hand, looked directly into her sea-green eyes, and slowly licked her finger clean. Alyssa shivered, and Sam knew that no matter how much he'd loved chocolate in the past, from now on it was going to hold an even more special place in his heart. 18 exit here, Meg said. Nils glanced at her, and in the dim dashboard light her face was grim. This was it, the moment of truth. He knew she was going to have him drive down some deserted country road. She'd order him to stop the car, order him out. Probably threaten to kill Razin if he didn't. Probably mean every word she said. Maybe even do it if provoked. Nils had known this was coming. He'd figured she'd try to ditch him before dawn, and dawn was on its way. In less than an hour now, the sky was going to start turning light. He'd done some war gaming in preparation, which was really just a fancy way of playing what if. But he'd run a bunch of different scenarios in his head. If Meg did X, then he'd respond with A. If Meg did Y, he'd do B. And if Meg tried to ditch him in the middle of nowhere, he'd do his damnedest to control the situation. To make sure she dumped him near enough to a place where he could get his hands on a car. He could hotwire damn near anything and be in pursuit of her without her knowing in a matter of minutes, if he were in control of the situation. He'd also prepared by taking a nap. While the 5 minutes he'd caught by the side of the road had helped a little, he'd needed several hours of sleep in a row to erase the ringing in his ears and the radio voices in his head, to make him sharp enough to deal with this or any other situation. And so had Meg. She was exhausted, too. She'd been desperate to keep moving south, but he'd convinced her that getting killed in a car accident wouldn't do Amy and her grandmother a damn bit of good. So he'd slept, right there in the driver's seat in the shade of a rest area, for 3 blessed, revitalizing hours. Nils had awakened to find Meg fast asleep, too, draped across the parking brake, her head in his lap, her handgun on the floor in front of her. "Don't do this," he said to her now. "Go right at the end of the ramp," she ordered. That would take them away from the bright lights of the truck stop and gas stations that were next to the highway. But Nils saw a small sign that indicated the town center was to the right, 5 miles. Where there was a town, there were cars. He made note of the odometer setting as he quickly took the turn, praying that Meg hadn't seen that sign. She turned and looked at him now. "I'm sorry, John, this is as far as you can go. Meg, please, you've got to trust me." Nils knew that on some level she trusted him enough to move toward him in her sleep. Surely that was a start. Now that they were here, actually playing out the scenario in which she kicked him out of the car, he didn't want to play along. He didn't want to do it this way. Christ, maybe he should just overpower her, take her gun, tie her up and take her, kicking and screaming, to the authorities. She'd probably be charged with some major felonies, but damn it, at least she'd be alive. The moment he stepped out of this car, the moment he left her alone, things could go wrong in a dozen different ways. Razin could wake up. Nils might not find a car in enough time. Even if he did, even if everything worked perfectly, he could lose Meg. Catching up to her with the kind of head start she was going to have wasn't going to be easy. He drove as quickly as he could, wanting to get as close to the town as possible before she ordered him to stop the car and get out. "Why should I trust you?" Meg countered, "when you've never trusted me?" "Huh?" Nils looked at her. She was serious. "Are you kidding?" he asked. "When have I ever not trusted you? In Kazakhstan, you trusted me not to blow the whistle on Abdelaziz's escape. Big deal." "Yeah," he said, "it was. You know what I remember most clearly," Meg said. "Out of all the things we did, all the conversations we had, both in Kazakhstan and in Washington, there was only once that you actually told me anything real about yourself. It was when we talked about the Vietnam Wall. Do you remember that day? Yes. He'd never forget it. He'd kissed her, right there on the lawn of the mall, failing her test. You told me that your father and your uncle both served in Vietnam. You told me their lives had been changed by the experience, and that your life had been changed by it too. You told me more about yourself in those few sentences than you'd told me in weeks of non-stop conversation. How can you say that? He countered. I told you my entire life story, except the part about your father serving in Vietnam. Oh, you also took some liberties with the part where your mother died. That was pretty different in the version you told me in D.C. Which is it, John? Did she die recently, or did she die when you were 7, or was it 6 years old? 7, he told her. So you either lied 3 years ago, or you've managed to remember the details of the lie you told me today. I altered the truth 3 years ago because I didn't want your pity, he told her. I don't want anyone's pity. That's all I had after she died. Goddamned pity. So you lied about your mother, or excuse me, you altered the truth. How about the rest of what you told me? She asked. What other truths did you alter? What other secrets about yourself have you kept hidden? He laughed. Don't be melodramatic. I don't have any secrets. I don't know what else you want me to tell you. My life was boring. I grew up on Eastern Long Island. Big deal. I went to a private high school, got into Yale, joined the Navy. There's nothing to hide. Meg was looking at him with those eyes that seemed to see into his soul. She didn't say a word, she just sadly shook her head. What? Nils could see the faintest glimmer of lights flash through the trees, off to the right. Meg didn't see it because she was looking at him, but the town was out there, just to the north. He pulled to the side of the road on the pretense that he wanted to give her his full attention. Taking the car out of gear, he pulled up the parking brake and shifted in his seat, subjecting himself to the full brunt of her accusing eyes. What? You described this near idyllic childhood, except your father went to Vietnam and came back a different person. What did you say about him during that one time the truth leaked out? That even though he hadn't died, he'd lost his life over there. Yeah, John, that's what you said. Your life couldn't have been this episode of Father Knows Best that you pretend it was. Oh, and throw in the fact that your mother died when you were 7. 7, you were still a baby. And your poor father here's a man who's back from a terrible war, probably just barely keeping it together, and I'm supposed to believe that his wife dies and your life is perfect. This was so not the time to lose his cool, but Nils felt a flare of anger. What do you want to hear, Meg? You want me to tell you that my father drank too much some of the time. So what? 4 billion other people's fathers drank too goddamn much. It's nothing new, it's no big deal. She wouldn't back down. I don't believe you. I see these flashes of this incredibly sensitive man peeking out through this slightly bored macho facade you've put up. I don't believe you weren't affected by, when he didn't drink, he was perfect, okay? That's the way I want to remember him. That's the part of my life that I tell people about. I say what I say, and if they choose to interpret it a certain way, but what about the people who ask for the real story? She implored him. No one asks. I asked, more than once, but you didn't trust me enough to tell me the truth. Nils didn't know what to say to that, because she was right. He rubbed his forehead, trying to banish the worst damned headache of his life. You're not the only one who lied, Meg continued softly. 3 years ago in D.C., you asked me if I loved you and I didn't answer. I lied by omission. He looked at her. Was she saying, it wasn't just about sex that night, she told him. It was more than that, and it would have been beautiful, and in the end that was why I let you go. I was afraid that if you did stay the night, I'd have to face everything I was feeling. Nils's heart was in his throat. Meg, let me finish, please. I need to tell you this. She drew in a deep breath. I've thought about it a lot since then, she laughed shakily. If you want to know the truth, I've analyzed it to death, trying to figure out exactly why I let you leave. The best I've come up with is that even when I first met Daniel, uncertainty and, well, fear, I guess, was a part of what I felt for him. I loved him, but I was always afraid he was going to leave me, afraid I wouldn't live up to his expectations. You name it, I was afraid of it. Then later, when I found out he'd been unfaithful so many times, she shook her head. It became a different kind of fear. Fear he was cheating on me again. Fear that it was right there under my nose but I didn't see it. Fear that the entire rest of the world knew but wasn't telling me. Fear that it was somehow my fault, that I wasn't good enough for him. I hear you say things like that and I want to kill him all over again. How could you think this isn't about Daniel and me, she interrupted. This is about you and me. That shut him up. I had to explain about Daniel because before I met you, love meant being afraid. But with you, she laughed again and again. It sounded so sad. You had no expectations, John. You just liked me. I knew you weren't telling me the truth about a lot of things, but I never doubted that you liked me. I could see it in everything you did and said, and I loved the way that made me feel. I knew you weren't perfect in a lot of ways. You're frighteningly similar to Daniel. All those secrets and deceptions. But when it came to our friendship, you had no ulterior motives, and that was so refreshing. You know, that's why it shook me so badly when you admitted you sought me out in D.C. to try to get revenge on Daniel. I told you that wasn't really what I know, she interrupted. And I believed you because I had this solid sense that you liked me. You liked me exactly the way I was. You didn't want to change me. You didn't disapprove of me. You were just so sweet and so wonderfully okay with me. Sweet. Meg, just listen, all right. She looked down at her hands in her lap at the weapon she still held. In the end, that's why I let you go, she told him softly. I'd fallen in love with you, and I was afraid that making love to you and admitting to myself how much I did love you, I couldn't have slept with you if I didn't. I was afraid making love to you would be such I don't know, a joyful, wonderful thing, I guess. Everything I felt for you was so clean and sweet and pure, so untainted. I was afraid of letting myself love you even for only one night, and I had no expectations that you truly wanted anything more than that, honestly. But I was afraid that after experiencing that, it would be torture to go back to the fear and disappointment that came with loving Daniel. She'd loved him. Nils couldn't keep his mouth shut a second longer. Jesus, Meg, didn't you know that I wanted you to leave him? I didn't want just one night with you. I wanted, all I knew for sure was that I couldn't leave Daniel. Why the hell not? She looked up at him, looked him straight in the eye. Because of Amy. My daughter wanted me to try again, John. She didn't say it in so many words, but I knew, and I'd promised her I'd try. Before she went to England, I promised her I'd give Daniel another chance. She wanted her father back, and I wanted that for her too. So you sacrificed your own happiness, yes and no, she told him. I sacrificed you. I sacrificed something that I wasn't sure was real. I sacrificed a chance, a promise of something that might have been wonderful. It would have been. Jesus, I've always regretted leaving that night. And now, would you have married me? She asked him. Or did you just want to sleep with me, John? He shook his head. Marriage, Jesus. The idea still scared him. I don't know. I wanted more than a one-night stand, I do know that. She gave him a small smile for his honesty. That was a moot question anyway. If I had slept with you, it really wouldn't have changed anything. I wasn't going to leave him. That wasn't an option. And I did love him too. Please don't misunderstand that. Nils didn't misunderstand, but he couldn't believe her. He felt sick. Maybe if he'd been honest with her, if he'd given her what she'd wanted and told her the truth about who he was and where he'd come from, maybe if he'd allowed himself to admit both to her and to himself that he was crazy in love with her, maybe that would have changed everything. Even if you told me you loved me, she said, as if she could follow his thoughts, it wouldn't have made a difference. I went back to Daniel for Amy. For Amy. He'd lost her because of Amy 3 years ago, and now here it was, happening all over again. Still, he understood. If it had been anything else, he'd argue, try to talk sense into her, try to change her mind. But a mother's love for a child went beyond sense and logic. Nils didn't say anything. He just watched her, knowing what was coming, powerless to change it. You better believe that if I could give you up for Amy's sake 3 years ago, I would do anything to save her now. Meg shifted slightly so that she was facing the back seat. Including kill Osman Razin, including, she shook her head. She held her weapon now with both hands aimed directly at Razin's forehead. So leave the keys, John, and get out of the car. Nils didn't move. No, he said. He laughed. You can't tell me you love me and then kick me out of the car. It's not fair. Loved, she corrected him tightly. Past tense, that was 3 years ago. But she couldn't or wouldn't meet his gaze. You know, most of the time you still lie worth shit, he told her. She said it again, louder this time. Get out of the car, John. I'm not taking you any farther. I need to come with you, he told her. She wanted the truth. He would give it to her, stark, bare bones. I need you to let me help you, because I love you too. Not past tense, present tense at least as much as you still love me. Meg didn't say a word, but he knew she wasn't buying any of it. He said, if you stop and think it through, you'll realize that you do need me now more than ever. Don't sacrifice me again, Meg. There were tears in her eyes. Don't sacrifice you. Damn right I won't sacrifice you. That's why I'm doing this my way. And yes, that's probably going to get me killed, but as long as there's a chance that I can save Amy. She drew in a deep breath. But I won't risk your life too. No way. So get out of the car or I'm blowing Razin to hell when I count to 3. 1. She looked at him and time hung as he gazed into her eyes and saw the truth. If he tried to call her bluff, she was going to kill Osman Razin. Not just to save Amy, but to save him too. Because despite what she said, she loved him still. Too. Her voice shook. Damn, you don't make me do this. Nils got out of the car. Meg slipped behind the wheel and pulled away before she would have reached 3. She did a U-turn, tires screaming on the asphalt as she headed back toward the highway. And Nils took off at a dead run, bare feet be damned, heading for the glimmer of lights he'd seen just beyond the thicket of trees. Light. It was growing stronger, streaming in through the uncurtained windows, penetrating her closed eyes and sending a knife-like shaft of pain directly into her brain. It was dawn. Locke kept her eyes tightly shut against both the light and the pain, aware of the fact that her head was drumming nauseatingly, and that her brain felt as if it were sloshing around loose inside her skull. What had she done? Her mouth felt as if she'd spent the night gagged, but there was nothing in it now but her own tongue. Her own tongue. Not someone else's. The world seemed to shift, and a vivid memory of Sam Starrett, gloriously naked, kissing her, sweeping his tongue into her eager mouth as he thrust hard into her as she spread her legs wide for him up on the kitchen table. Locke opened her eyes and shut them fast as the brightness of the day assaulted her. What had she done? She opened her eyes just a little, squinting against the light and the pain. Oh God, she was completely naked, with Starrett sprawled next to her, naked as well, amidst the rumpled sheets of his bed. She was sticky with something that looked like chocolate. With horror, she saw that it streaked the t-shirt that hung off the handcuffs that still connected her to Starrett too. The shirt she'd been wearing yesterday before she'd let Sam Starrett undress her. Oh my God, what had she done? Another flash of memory ripped through her. This one of her gasps of pleasure as Starrett ran his tongue from her breasts to her stomach and then lower, as he licked chocolate syrup from her body. She'd done the same to him, licking him and taking him into her mouth, and what had she done? All of the whiskey she'd had the night before churned inside of her, and she sat up. The movement made the top of her head feel as if it were going to lift off, and she knew that she was, without a doubt, going to be sick. Dear God, could she even make it to the bathroom? It was impossibly far away, and she wasn't sure if she could get her legs to work. Forget about dragging Starrett. Beside her, he stirred. He stretched and winced only slightly as he opened his eyes and the morning light hit him. Oh! One look at her face and he somehow knew. It was awkward with the cuffs on their wrists, but he got her off the bed and into the bathroom in record time. Just in time. Locke crouched naked on the bathroom floor and leaned over the toilet bowl. It was violent and vile. Her stomach churned and her throat burned, and vomiting took precedence over all else, including the humiliation. Although through it she had patches of awareness, a sense of Starrett holding her, murmuring words of nonsensical comfort. It's all right. What was he stupid? This was close to the farthest place from all right that she'd ever been in her life. She felt him wipe her mouth and her face with a cool washcloth. Go away, she gasped when the sickness subsided enough for the humiliation to take center stage. Please go away. I can't, he told her softly, as if he somehow knew that talking more loudly than a whisper would split her head open. I'm sorry, Lies. You're stuck with me until we can make it into the living room and get the key. The key to the handcuffs. Oh, God, she groaned, resting her head against her arm as she still leaned against the toilet. It was going to take a superhuman effort to stand up and walk into the living room, but until she did, she was locked naked to Roger Starrett, her mortal enemy. The way she was crouched, she was curled into a ball. That was bad enough, but the idea of having to stand up in front of him and walk naked into the living room was mortifying. This is the stupidest thing I've ever done in my life, she moaned. Talk about self-sabotage. 50 billion men in the world, and she had to go and have a one-night stand with Roger Starrett. Fool, she chastised herself. I'm such a fool. Give yourself a break. Starrett rubbed her shoulders and neck with a familiarity that was chilling. You're human. You had too much to drink. It's not that big a deal, Lies. Don't touch me. She couldn't bear it another second and pulled away from him, even though the movement made her head explode. She whipped a towel down from a rack and wrapped it around herself. And don't call me Lies. Starrett sat on the bathroom floor, much too close, just looking at her. He cleared his throat. You liked being called Lies last night. Yeah, well, I don't like it now. She couldn't meet his steady gaze, couldn't bear even to look at him. He was completely unconcerned about his own nakedness, completely comfortable inside his own extremely bare skin. And why shouldn't he be? Even hungover, with gold-tinged stubble glistening on his chin, with his hair a mess and his eyes rimmed with red, with streaks of chocolate still on his chest and stomach, he was sexy as hell. He sighed. We've reached that part, huh? The part about the regrets and recriminations, the embarrassment part, the light of day, dawning of common sense, morning after part. He laughed, but it was without any humor. Shit. Locke hauled herself to her feet, and her head managed to stay on her shoulders, but just barely. Please, I need to get the key. She needed to take a shower, wash the stickiness of the chocolate from her body, wash away the scent of Starrett, the sweet, faint smell of sex. If she could, she would wash away the bits and pieces of memories that were coming back, stronger and longer with remarkable clarity. Condoms. They'd used condoms at least, thank you, God. He just sat there, head in his hands, and she tugged on the handcuffs. Come on. Starrett looked up at her. Aren't you afraid I'll run away the minute you unlock me? Please, she whispered. There was no way she could drag him into the living room. She was barely going to be able to drag herself. He pushed himself to his feet. Guess not. Guess it's me who's afraid to unlock you. I wish I had more of an appreciation for irony, because just don't talk, okay? Locke held the towel tightly around her as she led him into the living room. Her jacket was on the couch, but where's my fanny pack? Starrett scratched his stomach, then flopped onto the couch, pulling her down next to him. I'm not supposed to talk, remember? Locke struggled to get free of the soft pillows so that she could look around the sides of the couch, as well as behind and beneath it. She looked under her jacket again. Her head was pounding. Help me find it, Starrett. Gonna be hard to do without talking. Please, he sighed. Well, where'd you put it down? She closed her eyes and pressed her forehead with her uncuffed hand. If I knew that, then I wouldn't need you to help me find it. This place isn't very big. Did you leave it in the kitchen? What color is it? It's aqua, you know, kind of green. I know what aqua is, Jesus. I'm sorry, she said. She held her head with both hands, hoping that would keep the top of her skull attached. This is very difficult for me. It doesn't have to be, he countered, his voice suddenly gentle. He sat forward. Look, let's take a timeout, okay? Let's just take a deep breath and start again. He took her hand and gently helped her up, and carefully, gingerly, as if she were an extremely fragile package, led her into the kitchen area. She couldn't look at the kitchen table. One of the chairs had been knocked over, probably when they'd— Oh, God. Starrett picked it up, set it upright next to the little refrigerator, and gently pushed her down into it. As she sat there, he took out the bottle of Coke from the fridge, and using only his right hand, poured her a plastic cupful. "Little sips," he ordered her as he handed it to her. From one of the cabinets, he took out a bottle of painkiller, some non-aspirin hangover remedy, and shook 2 pills out. She took them, unable to do more than glance into his eyes. It was almost harder to deal with this when he was being nice. "Maybe we should close the curtains, make the room dark, and go back to sleep," he suggested. "When you wake up, you'll feel a little better, and then we can deal with finding the key." "I want to find it now. It's in my fanny pack," she said. Going back to bed naked with Roger Starrett was not an option. "Which doesn't seem to be in the kitchen," he told her. "It wasn't in the bathroom or the living room. Is it possible?" He broke off. "What?" He was silent. "If you have an idea, please don't keep it to yourself." He shook his head. "I was just wondering if maybe you left it in the bar, dear sweet God." Locke looked at him with horror. If her fanny pack wasn't here, then the key wasn't here either. Oh God, she took a deep breath, forcing herself to concentrate, to remember. "I had it on in the bar. No, wait, I had it on in the pool hall. I didn't have it in that other bar, did I?" He shook his head. "I don't remember seeing it." He laughed. "Oh shit, I think I remember." Her dread grew. "What?" "When we got to the hospital, you threw a bunch of stuff into the trunk of your car." Oh my God, she remembered now. The key to these handcuffs was in her fanny pack, which was safely locked in the trunk of her car, which was parked in a garage near her sister's hospital, all the way across town. "How old is your daughter?" Meg jumped, startled. God, she'd almost forgotten about the man sleeping in the backseat. Except he wasn't asleep anymore. The way John had tied him, she couldn't see him in her rear-view mirror. "Mine was 11 when she was murdered," he told her. "Her name was Aisha." "Oh dear Lord," Meg gripped the steering wheel. "I'm so sorry. I have had a taste of your anger and pain." Razin's voice was gentle, drifting bodilessly from the back of the car. "How old is she, your Amy?" 10. "It is a good age," he said. "For daughters, is it not?" Meg nodded. "Yes, it is." Razin laughed lightly. "Ah yes, Aisha had such a smile, you know, as if life held such joy for her, and thus she brought joy to others." He was silent for a moment. "She was shopping with her mother when there was trouble in the market." Meg didn't want to hear this. She didn't want to know that Razin had had a daughter, didn't want to hear of his pain and his loss. She didn't want him to be anything other than a terrorist, a villain, a man deserving of death. "They were rounded up by the Kazakistani army," he continued, "simply for being Muslim. Someone protested too loudly, an argument broke out, and the government soldiers opened fire into the crowd. Just like that, Aisha was gone." "I'm sorry," she said again, but it was meaningless. What good did her being sorry do him? 17 people were killed that day, 39 wounded, and the incident was pushed aside by the government. It was forgotten. No one was ever punished. No one even apologized. Of course, that day the casualties were low. Such incidents have happened many times before and many times since then, with death tolls of innocents in the hundreds. Meg was silent. What could she say? "This is a government that is committing genocide," Razin continued. "But the world doesn't seem to care. I have tried to make changes politically, but our government canceled the elections when it looked as if we might take control. I myself was taken into custody and tortured. When I finally escaped, I joined the JIC, and up to the day Aisha died, I was an advocate of nonviolence. But that day she died, I changed my mind." In a terrible, awful way, Meg understood. Here she was, with one gun still hidden in her boot, another on the seat beside her, doing things she'd never dreamed she could possibly do, all to protect her daughter. "I have done some terrible things," Razin told Meg quietly. "I have done things that are hard to live with. I have taken lives, just as surely taking away someone else's Aisha, and I know that she would not have understood that, not at all," he sighed. "No, not at all." "Why are you telling me this?" Meg whispered. I want you to understand, Razine told her. If my death can both save your daughter and bring attention to my people's suffering, then perhaps I will be forgiven. Perhaps I will again find peace. I received one last letter from Ralph, Eve told Amy and the bear. It was some months after he joined the British Expeditionary Force, after Hitler had invaded Poland, and the BIF were stationed across the Channel in France. He'd taken the time to write out a detailed lesson plan for Nikki, she told them. His letter was completely impersonal. He mentioned nothing at all of our marriage, nothing of our friendship. She shook her head, remembering how her heart had leapt when she'd received his packet and how hurt she'd been when she'd read his tersely worded note. Compared to his other letters, and she'd kept and read that entire box full until they were ragged, this one had been written as if by a complete stranger. I used that letter to locate him in France. The bear was scowling, but Eve knew the young man was listening as he cleaned his gun in the early morning light. He was with the 50th Royal Anti-Tank Regiment, and in the early spring of 1940, I put on my best outfit and my warmest overcoat, and I took the ferry across the Channel. She'd used all she'd ever learned from her mother to charm Ralph's commanding officer, who'd bent over backward in his attempt to accommodate her, allowing her to use the privacy of his office to meet with Ralph, who was terribly stern as he was led into the room, more like a man meeting a firing squad than a man coming face to face with the woman he'd claimed to have loved enough to marry. His face looked grim, all sharp angles and high cheekbones beneath his military short hair. Of course, the chill in his eyes added to the harsh effect. Ralph waited until his commander left, closing the door behind him, but then he lit into her, his voice low but filled with a terrible intensity. You must be insane to have come all this way by yourself. She was sitting in a chair in front of the commander's imposing-looking oak desk, and she crossed her legs with a hiss of silk. The muscle in his jaw jumped, and he turned jerkily away to look out the window instead of at her. You're right, she said, her heart dropping clear down to her fashionable Italian leather pumps. I'm insane, but I had to see you. He didn't say a word, didn't look at her. How can you still be mad at me? Eve whispered. He laughed harshly, turning to face her. You've seen me. He held out his arms and turned in a complete circle. All right, so go home and go quickly. This is no place for a child. Eve didn't move. I've been following the news, reading the paper to Nick and listening to the radio. He was back to looking out the window. She supposed she had to be grateful that he didn't just walk away. At least he was listening to what she had to say. Still, his hostility was daunting. This was, without a doubt, the hardest thing she'd ever done. She took a deep breath and lifted her chin. Hitler's not going to be content with Poland and Austria, she told him. I don't care what anyone says. War is coming, and you're going to be smack in the middle of it here in France. And that's what you've come all this way to tell me. His voice was oddly flat. Thanks so much for the news. I came all this way because I wasn't sure I'd ever get another chance to see you. People get killed in wars, you know. Her voice shook. I came to tell you that. She closed her eyes and said it. How could he hurt her worse than he already had? I love you. He didn't say a word, didn't move, and as far as she could tell, he wasn't even breathing. Maybe that doesn't mean anything to you, she said, her voice suddenly sounding very, very small in the large room. Maybe you think it doesn't count because I'm so young. But Juliet was barely 14 when she fell in love with Romeo. She wanted to fall to her knees in front of him and beg him to forgive her, to hold her, to love her again. Her voice broke. Oh, Ralph, don't you remember Juliet? He still didn't move. Juliet didn't lie about her age to Romeo. What you did was unforgivable, and look at you. His voice shook as he glanced only briefly at her. You're still pretending to be someone you're not, still lying. Eve steeled herself as she stood up. She crossed to the window, stood directly in front of him. Look at me, she said, forcing him to do exactly that. I'm 16 and everyone thinks I'm 21. I can't help how other people choose to see me. I do what I have to survive in this world, and that includes taking advantage of other people's misconceptions. And I'm lucky that I can do this. I'm lucky that people, including my stepmother, believe that I'm old enough to take care of Nick." He didn't respond, and she kept going, desperately now. "You know, if I could wave a wand, I'd magically make myself older, but I can't. I can only wait. Given enough time, though, I win, because every minute that passes I am getting older. I know in a few years that I'll actually be 18 and then, yes, 21. And I hope that in a few years you'll be able to let yourself forgive me and that you'll love me again. And I pray, God, I pray, that in those same few years this war will end and you'll come safely home to me." Ralph shook his head. "I won't," he said bitterly. "I can't. How could I ever trust you? Why would I even want to?" His words ripped her heart open, but Eve refused to flinch. "You know, half the time you were Nikki's tutor, I dressed in blue jeans and pigtails and didn't wear any makeup," she accused him. "I dressed like a 15-year-old girl, but you saw what you wanted to see. And you wanted me to be 20 or 25 or whatever you thought, so that's who you saw." Instead of ice, there was guilt in his eyes now. It was almost harder to face. "You're right," he said. "God forgive me." "Why should God have to forgive you for loving me?" she asked. "I'd think he'd have more of a beef with you for walking away." He was looking at her, really looking at her now, for the first time since he'd come into the room. "Please stay safe," she told him desperately. "And remember that I love you, that I'll always love you." For one heart-stopping moment, Eve thought that he was going to reach for her, that he was about to pull her into his arms and hold her tightly, that he was going to whisper that he loved her, too. Instead, he wheeled away from her, nearly running for the door. It took every ounce of control she had not to burst into tears. Instead, she chased after him, out past the commander's secretary, past the commander himself, who looked up, startled as they rushed past. She followed Ralph down the stairs and out of the building, her heels clattering on the walkway. He broke into a dead run as he hit the street, and she had no prayer of catching him, not in these shoes. "I'm not just young," she shouted after him. "I'm also a fool. I can't change that about myself either. And fool that I am, I do love you. I'll be there in Ramsgate waiting for you. I'll wait for you forever, so you better come home to me. You better." Ralph didn't stop running, didn't look back. "Please, Ralph," Eve whispered, sinking down to sit on the steps of the building. "Just come safely home. It doesn't have to be to me." 19 Starrett laughed. "I'm sorry," he said. "I know you don't think this is funny, but this is so not funny." Locke stared at him, amazed and angered that he could be laughing about something so dreadfully serious. "The keys to these handcuffs are locked in the trunk of my car, which is in a parking lot on the other side of town. And you think this is funny? Well, yeah." She stood up so fast she knocked the chair over again. Her brain sloshed hard against the inside of her skull, making her want to scream. "How the hell are we going to get the key?" Her own raised voice hurt, and she lowered it, using tone rather than volume to convey her anger and disgust. "I don't even have a shirt to wear. Look at this." She took her stained shirt from where it was hanging around the cuffs and shook it at him. "I need a shower. I'm covered with this. Chocolate. But how am I supposed to take a shower handcuffed to you? Actually, I can think of a number of ways that would." She cut him off. "Are we supposed to just hail a cab wrapped in towels? How are we going to get through the hotel lobby without everyone seeing us, God, without everyone knowing?" "Well, shit," Starrett said. He'd finally stopped laughing. "I guess we've hit on the real problem here, haven't we? God forbid anyone find out that Alyssa Locke is human." "Well, sorry, sweet thing, you kinda let that little secret slip with me last night." It was all she could do not to hit him. "Don't you ever call me that again." "What human?" Her head pounded and her stomach was churning. She yanked him with her hard toward the bathroom. "You know, Starrett, this is a perfect example of how completely stupid it is to drink alcohol. What was I thinking last night? What was I possibly thinking? I must have been completely out of my mind, because you're the dead last man on earth I'd sleep with if I were sober. But no, a little too much whiskey, and letting you take off my clothes suddenly seems like a good idea instead of the biggest mistake of my stupid life." He caught her arm, pulling her back toward him, his face taut with anger. "This wasn't entirely my idea," he told her. "You were on board right from the start, babe, and enthusiastically, might I add. In fact, you were the genius who found the chocolate sauce in the kitchen." And Locke closed her eyes, remembering the kitchen table. "I know exactly what I did," she told him through gritted teeth. "You don't need to go into detail, thanks. You remember. Great. But do you remember if that was the second or the third time we made love last night, Alyssa? Or was it maybe the fourth?" She forced herself to meet his gaze. "What we did last night wasn't making love." He flinched as if she'd slapped him, but he recovered so quickly she wondered if she'd imagined it. He laughed. "Poor choice of words. Let me rephrase the question. Was it the second or third time we fucked? Is that better, sweet thing?" She didn't answer. She just turned and dragged him the rest of the way into the bathroom. "You know you were all over me," he continued, not taking his cue to shut up from her silence. "I would have been fine with doing it once, but you just wanted more and more. I'm actually a little surprised you haven't tried to jump me again this morning." "I'm going to shower," she told him as matter-of-factly as she could as she turned on the water. "You can stand out here, outside the curtain, with your eyes closed." She stepped into the shower and slipped out of her towel, tossing it over the curtain rod, where she could quickly grab it again when she was done. The warm water was just what she needed, and combined with the headache medicine Starrett had given her, she was starting to feel as if her head weren't in quite so much danger of being detached from her shoulders. "Fuck this," Starrett said, stepping into the shower with her. "I'm not standing out there. Hey," she quickly turned her back to him. "And I'm not closing my eyes either. It's not like I haven't seen you naked. Jesus. It's not like I haven't licked chocolate syrup off every inch of your body. I need a shower too. This is my hotel room, so just tough shit, Locke. You're stuck with me for a little while longer." Locke tried to be efficient and quick, lathering the soap and using her hands to wash herself clean. But her right hand was attached to Starrett's left, and his fingers intentionally, no doubt, kept skimming her until she wanted to scream. "Stop it. God forbid you should start acting like a gentleman at this late stage in your life. Pass the soap. I'll wash your back. With pleasure." With an exhale of frustration, she put the soap down far from him. "Aren't you even the tiniest bit ashamed of taking advantage of the situation last night? You knew I'd had too much to drink. You haven't even tried to apologize." "That's because I have no intention of apologizing," he told her. "It was amazing what we did last night, what we shared. Shit, it was great. I refuse to apologize, and I refuse to regret one fucking second of it. Yes, I knew you had too much to drink. And maybe that means I took advantage. But you wanted me, Alyssa, badly. How the hell was I supposed to turn you down?" She stepped under the water, letting it flow over her head and her face so that she wouldn't have to hear him. But it was only a temporary respite. They were handcuffed together and would be, probably for the next few hours, God help her. He was right. She was stuck with him for now. And she had wanted him. He was right about that too. The really stupid thing was that a part of her still wanted him. She was trying to pretend otherwise, but it was back there even now, eating away at her like some kind of sick craving or addiction. She wanted him to touch her again. She wanted him to wash her back. She wanted. She squeegeed her hair back from her face with her hands, aware of the weight of his arm next to hers, angry with him for being there, for being too damned sexy, for getting to her, even now when sex should have been the last thing she wanted. She rinsed out the white t-shirt that was still hanging between them like a sodden and defeated flag of surrender. "Can we switch places, so I can have a little water now?" he asked. Silently she moved past him, trying to put as much space between them as possible, but he slipped and caught himself by grabbing onto her in a full-body hug. "Oh my God!" Locke yanked herself away from him. He was completely aroused, extremely aroused, enormously aroused. Suddenly it was very hard to breathe. She jerked her eyes back to his face, angry at herself, twice as angry at him for making her angry at herself. "What is wrong with you?" He was indignant. "What's wrong?" "Excuse me, but this is the correct response to this situation. I'm human, I'm male, you're female, you're naked. I'm standing here watching you rub soap all over your body. If I didn't have a hard-on, that's when something would be seriously wrong with me." He rinsed himself, his movements jerky with anger. The way they were cuffed together, it was impossible for her to turn her back to him. She was forced to stand there and watch him. He was male perfection, all hard, sleek muscles, long, powerful legs, narrow hips, and, oh God, she remembered. He opened his eyes and looked at her. "You say you remember what we did last night, but how could you remember and not want to do it again? We were smoking, lies. We were off the charts. How could you not want more of that incredible magic?" He touched her cheek with his hand, his fingers gentle. She couldn't pull away. "I could stay cuffed to you for 2 months, he whispered, "and never once think to look for the key, the hell with the key." He moved toward her and she knew that he was going to kiss her. If she let him get close enough, he was going to lower his head and cover her mouth with his. She had to do something. She had to grab her towel and step out of this shower. She had to, but she didn't. She couldn't. And so he kissed her. His lips were so soft and so sweet, but it took only a matter of seconds before what started as a tender kiss exploded into passion. It was her fault. She was the one who tried to inhale him, who pulled him tightly against her, who nearly ate him alive. She could taste his surprise for all of a half a second. But then, "Oh, yeah," he breathed, and he kissed her back just as hungrily. It happened so fast. How could it have happened so fast? 1 minute they were fighting, and the next she was wrapping her legs around him. How could she be doing this? She didn't even like him. But God, she wanted him. She was still nauseous, still had a headache from hell. By all rights she should have been too sick to want anything but the solitude of a dark room and 12 hours of uninterrupted sleep. Instead she wanted Roger Starrett. She could feel him, thick and heavy against her. Her shoulders were pressed back against the cool tile of the wall as he kissed her, touched her, his hands everywhere at once. But his hands weren't enough. One shift of her body, and oh yes, he was inside of her. "Jesus, Alyssa," she heard him say, but she drowned him out with her own cry of pleasure, clinging to him desperately, locking her legs around him, moving wildly against him as she lost what little remained of both her control and dignity. All she'd really needed was to feel him hard inside of her. It was enough to push her over the edge, and she exploded. "Oh, God," Starrett gasped, as if from 1,000 miles away. "I can't," he was trying to pull away. But she was still being tossed by wave upon wave of excruciating pleasure, and she clung to him. She wouldn't let him go. He spoke again, his voice a rough rasp through gritted teeth, as if he were lifting 1,000 pounds and was more than ready to let it drop. "You gotta let me pull out, lies. I'm not wearing a condom." Locke opened her eyes, all of her pleasure instantly replaced by shocked disbelief. Icy cold, it ran through her veins, and she froze with her legs still tightly around him. She saw his release. She saw in his eyes the exact moment that he couldn't fight it any longer, as he surrendered to his body's needs and sent his seed deep inside of her. What had she just done? She let go of him, pushing him away from her, but it was too late. Much too late. "Oh God, oh Jesus, I'm sorry," Starrett was saying. What had she done? Last night she'd had the excuse of too much to drink. This morning she had no excuse at all, and this morning she hadn't even thought, not even once, about protection. What was wrong with her? Her knees weren't working. She wobbled, and Starrett tried to support her, but she pushed him away, holding on to the wall instead. "Don't touch me. Alyssa, I swear I never intended." He was still breathing hard, still shaking. He held on to the wall himself. "It happened so fast. And then you wouldn't let me go, and I couldn't pull out. You're a Navy SEAL." She tried to wash herself clean, but she knew damn well that wouldn't help at all. She was dizzy and sick to her stomach, and her headache was back in full force. "You're an expert in hand-to-hand combat. You've got close to 70 pounds on me and you're telling me you couldn't pull out. Not without hurting you. I didn't want to hurt you. I didn't want. He shook his head miserably. I thought I could hold on. I thought, Christ, I'm sorry. He may well have just gotten her pregnant and he was sorry. God, she was going to be sick again. Oh, Jesus. Starrett sat down on the edge of the tub as if he were as dizzy as she was. Alyssa, look, if you're pregnant, He took a deep breath. I'll marry you. He was serious. He was actually serious. As if being chained to him for life would somehow make it all okay. Yes, she was definitely going to throw up again. Locke lunged for the toilet, pulling Starrett with her out of the tub. Her stomach should have been empty, but it wasn't. And she managed to be violently ill all over again. It was worse than before because this time she couldn't block Starrett out. Way to go, Roger, he muttered to himself as he wiped her face with a cool cloth as he took the sopping t-shirt that was hanging off her arm and wrung it out. Sex with you makes her hurl, or maybe it's the thought of marriage. Either way, isn't this just perfect? He raised his voice just a little. Alyssa, I am so fucking sorry. Locke started to laugh. She couldn't help it. Her misery was so intense, so consuming, and yet his apology was completely heartfelt and so totally Roger Starrett. But her laughter turned almost instantly to first one sob, and then another, and then, horribly, mortifyingly, she was crying. Oh God, I've ruined my life, she sobbed pathetically, giving in to total self-pity. I've completely destroyed my career. Starrett knelt beside her, wrapping a towel around her. What are you talking about? You're not really afraid getting pregnant, Will? I'm not pregnant. She looked up at him fiercely. I'm supposed to get my period any day now. Any minute. I'm not pregnant. I can't be. I won't be. He sat back, rocked onto his heels by her ferocity. But I don't need to get pregnant to completely screw things up for myself. She wiped her eyes with the heels of her hands, forcing herself to stop. Crying wasn't going to help. In fact, it was only making this worse. I didn't even need to do this. She lifted her wrist that was handcuffed and raised his arm, too. To ruin my life. He didn't get it. I only had to spend the night with you, Roger, she told him. That's all I had to do. The really stupid part was that it should have been easy to keep from messing my life up. Staying away from you should have been a cinch. We don't even like each other. He still didn't understand. You're saying that spending the night with me has ruined your career. Get real, Locke, that's just plain stupid. You want to hear stupid? Stupid is being the best sharpshooter in the entire U.S. military and being assigned to work a desk. Stupid is dealing with goddamned innuendos and thinly veiled sexual comments day in and day out, and getting so that you're used to it, so that you expect it. Stupid is being recruited for an FBI counterterrorist team because you're the best person for the job and still having to face comments about quotas and equal opportunity. Stupid is doing a kick-ass job and having my supervisor congratulate me while he sneaks a look down my shirt. You have no idea what I go up against every single day that I go into work, she told him. I cannot allow my coworkers to see me as a sex object. I cannot have them talking about my sex life. I can't even have a sex life. You don't, Starrett pointed out. You told me last night this is the first relationship you've been in 4 years. No. Shook her head, wiped her eyes. This is not a relationship. This is an accident, a terrible, terrible accident. He sat even farther back from her and laughed. Oh yeah, that's right, silly me. It was an accident, of course. 4 different times you accidentally put my dick in your. You're such a jerk, Locke interrupted him hotly. I don't know what I'm so worried about. No one's going to believe you. Go on, you can brag about this all you want. He stared at her, open-mouthed with seeming disbelief. You think I'd brag about? Cut the insulted act, Locke said, making sure the towel was secure around her as she leaned wearily back against the bathroom wall. I know you like to talk. You'll tell someone, Wildcard or Jenk. She closed her eyes. She could put in for reassignment. Maybe Chicago or San Francisco. No, San Francisco was too near the Naval Amphibious Base in Coronado. Maybe Denver, definitely John Nilsson. I know you're going to tell Nils. And then, 45 minutes after they got these handcuffs off, the entire Troubleshooters squad would know that Roger Starrett had finally scored with Alyssa Locke, or at least they would have heard the story. Whether they believed it was a different matter entirely. "I'm not going to tell anyone, Alyssa," Starrett said quietly. "Because you're right. No one would believe me. To be honest, I hardly believe it happened myself." It was mid-morning by the time Meg pulled into the Seagull Motel. She'd stopped several times at fast food drive-thrus to get coffee for herself and some water for Razine. She'd managed to give him the last of the sleeping pills, and he was snoring again, and hopefully would be until she could get him inside the motel room. The extremist from the parking garage had told her the motel room would be reserved for her under the name Joan Smith. She had been told to check in and wait to be contacted. Meg parked right outside the office. Leaving the window open only a crack, she locked Razine in the car and went inside. The clerk was a tremendously bored, tremendously pregnant girl of maybe 16. She gathered the paperwork for the room with infinitesimal slowness. It was all Meg could do not to leap over the counter and do it herself. As long as she kept moving, she had the strength to keep going. In the car, she'd kept the radio on, distracting herself with music. But standing here, waiting, there was nothing to do but think. Think about Eve and Amy, who, as John believed, might already be dead. Her precious baby might not have been taken from Meg just for these awful few days, but forever. It was too terrible to think about, too devastating to consider. Eve would die protecting Amy, Meg knew that. But even Eve, despite her sometimes seemingly mythic strength and determination, couldn't protect Amy from terrorists who had a reputation, as John had reminded her, for putting bullets into the heads of their hostages. Meg knew that John had first-hand experience dealing with terrorists. What he believed was based on a grim reality that Meg herself had come into contact with only very briefly during her stay in Kazakhstan. But now she didn't want to think about Amy, and she didn't want to think about John either. Leaving him behind had been the right thing to do. She was probably going to die. She knew that, accepted it. She almost didn't even care anymore. But she did care about John. She cared too much. "Joan Smith, huh?" the girl said. "We've been getting about 10 phone calls a day asking if you've checked in yet." Meg couldn't breathe. "Really? Is that your car?" "The white one, yes," she replied. "How many people are you going to have in this room? Because we have these rules," and there was a flicker of something life maybe in the girl's eyes and voice that made Meg turn around and look out the window into the parking lot. 5 men in long, dark raincoats surrounded her car. A cargo van, its front door open, stood nearby. Oh my God! Maybe this was what the extremist had meant when he'd said she'd be contacted. Maybe these men had Amy and Eve in that van. "What about the room?" the girl asked plaintively. And there's a Meg didn't bother to answer, didn't hear the rest of it as she rushed for the door. The morning sunshine seemed to dance across the surface of her car and make 5 pairs of mirrored sunglasses shine. One of the men wore a necklace that glistened in the bright light. It was surreal. The raincoats seemed oddly out of place under the perfect blue sky, but they hid great, huge guns. The kind of guns John Nilsson and his men had carried when they'd arrived at the Kazakhstani embassy. Assault weapons, John called them. The kind of guns that could cut a person in half with a spray of deadly bullets. The men kept their guns under their coats as she approached, but they made certain she knew they were there. As if she could possibly miss them. "Do you have my daughter?" she demanded. "I want to see my daughter, and I want to see her now." 2 of the men exchanged a glance, and Meg realized with a sharp surge of dread that the flash of sunlight she'd seen was glinting off stylized Kazakhstani symbols that hung from a thick gold chain around the one man's neck. Those symbols were the Kazakhstani letters for G, I, and K. These were not the extremists. These were Razine's own men, come to set him free. Before Meg could move, before she could reach into her pocket for her gun, and God help her, shoot razzing right through the car window. Two of the men had taken her swiftly by the arms, and a third patted her pockets and took her weapon. Oh God, she'd come all this way only to lose now. She could barely stand, barely breathe, barely think. You'll see your daughter soon enough. The necklaced man spoke in a heavy accent. Unlock the car. Think, she ordered herself. If she burst into tears, they'd know she knew they weren't the extremists. If she just unlocked the car door, they'd take razzing and be gone, leaving her, probably with a bullet in her head. Meg could see the motel clerk watching them with unabashed interest through the big plate glass windows. One of the raincoats glanced warily toward the clerk, too. And Meg knew they didn't want to create a scene and bring the police into this. They didn't want to break the windows of her car, they didn't want to shoot her, they didn't want screaming or the sound of breaking glass or gunshots. We will take him, the necklaced man told her, and you will stay here for 30 minutes doing nothing, talking to no one. After 30 minutes you will get into your car and drive to the McDonald's 4 blocks west. Your daughter will be there in the ladies' room. Hope and doubt flooded her simultaneously. Maybe she was wrong. Maybe these were the extremists, and getting Amy back would be as simple as unlocking her car door and waiting 30 minutes before driving 4 blocks west. Think, what about my grandmother? Meg asked. And my grandfather. Of course, the man said. They'll be there too. You'll have them all back, all safely. Her hope sputtered and died, all her hope. No, she refused to accept that the situation was completely hopeless. There had to be another way, another option, another choice. Escape seemed impossible. Her only option was to somehow grab one of the big assault guns and blast Razzing into hell. Then she had 2 choices, to kill Razzing or die herself trying to kill him. But wait. She had another gun, the one she'd taken from the FBI guard, still hidden in her boot. She could feel it hard against her ankle. To get it, she'd have to lean over, pull up her pants leg, reach into her boot. Impossible, hopeless, or maybe not. She'd unlock the door, climb into the back to untie Razzing from where John had tethered him to the floor. And while she was doing that, with her back to the raincoats, she would pull up her pant leg, reach into her boot for her gun. And she'd fire a bullet into Razzing's head at close range. She had to do it. It was Razzing or Amy. She had to kill Razzing. She didn't have a choice. Razzing would forgive her. She knew that. She would die right now too, because after killing Razzing, the gunman would kill her. She knew that, without a doubt. She reached for the keys, and around her, the world had gone into sharp focus. The motel clerk was still watching them through the window. A maintenance man, baseball cap pulled low over his face, was pushing a cart of dirty sheets and towels across the driveway, the wheels rattling noisily on the cracked pavement. He shouted in rapid-fire Spanish up to the maids who were cleaning a room on the 2nd floor, a vacuum cleaner holding the door open. "Ho, Renetta, there's a phone call for you in the maintenance room." "He'll need to be untied," she said to Necklace Man, her voice amazingly smooth. "I'll have to go into the back to reach the ropes." One of the maids came out of the room and leaned over the railing, shouting back, still in Spanish. "You must be mistaken. There's no one named Renetta here. Maybe they asked for Renette." "How do I know?" The maintenance man was nearly on top of them with the cart, and the raincoats shifted uneasily, looking to Necklace for direction. Meg took advantage of the distraction to unlock the front door and to push the button that would release the child restraint lock in the back. "There's no Renee here either," came the reply in Spanish. "What are you doing with that cart?" "I just took that to the laundry room." Meg froze. Could it be? Was it possible? She didn't want to turn around, didn't want to look at the man. "Please don't let it be John," she prayed as she reached to open the back door of her car. "Please don't let him be killed, too." Necklace shook his head at the raincoats in warning, pulling the open front of his own coat closed, murmuring, "Let him go past." From the corner of her eyes, Meg saw that the maintenance man was paying them no attention at all. He was still pushing the cart, looking up at the maid, shouting angrily back to her. "I don't have time to act as your secretary." Next time the phone rings, you take your big fat ass down the stairs and answer it yourself." The maid screeched with outrage, raining an eruption of Spanish down upon them. Meg opened the back door just as the maintenance man pushed the laundry cart hard into the raincoats. It happened so quickly. 1 second she was about to step into the back of her car, and the next she was being pushed inside, pressed down onto the floor. Nobody moves, nobody blinks, or Razine's brains are on the back window. It was John. Meg turned her head to see that somehow he'd taken one of those deadly assault weapons away from one of the raincoats. He held it with an easy familiarity, its barrel jammed right beneath Razine's chin. No one moved. "You okay?" he asked her quietly. She nodded, unable to speak, trying not to shake. God damn it, she could have done this. "You still have the car keys." She did. She'd slipped them back into her pocket. She managed another nod. "Good, get ready to use them," he ordered. "When I tell you to, climb over the seat and get us the hell out of here. Can you do that?" "Yeah." Meg found her voice. He must have followed her here. How in God's name had he managed to follow her here? "Hands on top of your heads," he commanded the raincoats in a voice that implied dire consequences should he be disobeyed. "Move slowly, keep 'em where I can see 'em, and step back away from the car." Meg couldn't see the raincoats. All she could see was John's ear and the tense muscle jumping in his jaw as he waited to see if the Jick terrorists would follow his orders, or try to kill him without injuring Razine. Meg wanted to shout at him, to ask him why he'd followed her and put himself back into this danger. She wanted to hold him close and thank him, reverently, for coming to her rescue yet again, for making it so that she didn't have to kill Razine right here and now. She wanted to apologize again, to tell John she really was sorry. She shouldn't have gotten him involved in any of this. She should have executed Razine in the K-Stani embassy men's room while she had the chance. She kept her mouth shut, knowing that the last thing she should do was distract him while he was attempting the impossible and managing their escape. "Now," he said to Meg. Meg went. Out from under him, up and over the seat. But one glance in the rearview mirror reminded her that they were parked in by the cargo van. There was nowhere to go. "Go, go, go," John shouted. She had the key in the ignition and the car in reverse, and she braced herself and floored it, slamming them back into the van with a screech of bending metal, pushing it out of their way. "Keep your head down," John shouted, and she ducked just as the windshield shattered with a deafening roar. Necklace was shooting at them. Meg jammed the car into first and pulled out of the parking lot, tires squealing. Still alive. For now. 20 Alyssa Locke wasn't wearing any underwear. Last night Sam had broken the front clasp and torn the strap off of her bra and damn near shredded her panties. And this morning she'd silently pulled on her jeans commando style while he'd tried hard not to watch. Tried and failed. She'd taken her broken and torn underwear and tucked it carefully into the pocket of her jacket, no doubt to keep him from having a souvenir or material proof that last night had actually happened. She put her t-shirt back on, too. It was wet, but she had no choice. It was that or nothing. It was extremely hard to put on a shirt with one hand cuffed to someone else. Sam had found a tank top and cut the left shoulder strap, tying it together after he'd pulled it on. They dressed in silence, combed their hair, took turns putting on their sneakers and tying their laces. After Alyssa had gotten sick for the second time, after the fiasco in the shower where they'd had unprotected sex, neither of them had had much to say. Sam stared out the window of the taxi that was taking them across town. He couldn't believe they'd had sex without a condom. First time in his entire life he'd done that. He tried to stop her, but inwardly he shook his head at himself. Like hell he'd tried to stop her. He'd been so completely blown away by the fact that she wanted him again. And he knew that if he had stopped her to get a condom, she would have come to her senses. So he hadn't stopped her. What followed was his fault entirely. He'd assumed he could handle her. He'd thought that he could give her what she wanted, that he'd have enough macho control to keep himself from losing it and getting her pregnant. It was a stupid thing to think. Doubly stupid because he knew that simply entering her without a condom put her at risk for pregnancy. But oh, sweet Jesus, the way she had felt around him. He sneaked a look at her, sitting as far from him as possible, looking pointedly out the other window. One of his sweatshirts was draped over the handcuffs that still connected them, and she held her jacket up to her breasts, hiding the fact that with her t-shirt wet and nearly transparent, she looked like a contestant at some low-life frat bar party. She could be pregnant. It wasn't as terrifying a thought as he'd expected it to be. In fact, the idea of his sperm inside of her right now, maybe connecting with her egg right this very moment, was an undeniable turn-on. A piece of him inside of her for 9 whole months. It just didn't happen to be the piece of him he wanted inside of her for 9 whole months. And of course, after 9 months, there'd be a friggin' baby that was pretty terrifying, but not as completely mind-numbing as he'd thought. Marry me. He looked at the smooth line of her cheek, at the way she'd pulled her hair back from her face in an attempt to control it, to look professional and cool. All that ice was just a cover for the volcano that burned inside of Alyssa Locke. He'd always thought that a night with her would cure him of his obsession. He'd been dead wrong. After last night, he wanted her more than ever. He wanted her forever. Marry me. He could say the words right now. He didn't have to wait to find out if she was pregnant. Marry me and I'll fuck you every night for the rest of our lives. Sam laughed out loud. Yeah, that would go over really well. Women wanted romance. They wanted love. Even women who pretended to be ice cubes like Alyssa Locke. But Alyssa didn't love him. Hell, she'd made it more than clear she didn't even like him, despite the fact that she more than liked having sex with him. She glanced at him, shooting him her disapproval. There was nothing about this situation that she found funny. His laughter was only making things worse. The taxi pulled up outside the parking garage, saving his sorry ass. He let Alyssa pay for half of the cab fare with a $5 bill she had in the pocket of her jeans. No way was he going to start an argument over that. "Can you wait?" she asked the driver. "He'll be right back. He'll need a ride back to the hotel." The he she was referring to was him. She wasn't going to drive Sam back. They were going to the exact same place. She had a car, but she wasn't going to give him a lift. She hated him that much. She must have seen something in his face because she said, "I'll pay for the cab," as they started for the stairs that would take them to the level where her car was parked. "I can pay for my own cab," he told her, careful to leave out the adjectives he was thinking, trying not to sound as pissed off as he felt. Getting into a fight with her now, mere seconds before they unlocked these handcuffs, wasn't going to help. Although help what, he wasn't sure. What did he want from this? To sleep with her again tonight. Okay, king of wishful thinking, that wasn't likely to happen. Try again, this time keeping it realistic. He wanted her to be comfortable enough with him so that she'd let him know if she'd gotten pregnant from what they'd done this morning. Yeah, that was about all he could hope for. Sam cleared his throat as they climbed the last of the stairs. "If this ends, the situation with Osman Razin and Meg Moore in the next few days, I'll, call you in about a week to, I've got your email address," she cut in. "I'll send you an email when I know for sure I'm not pregnant." He could see her car now, right where they'd left it yesterday. It seemed like a lifetime ago. "And if you are," he asked quietly. She wouldn't look at him. "I'm not." "If you are, please talk to me before you make any decisions," he said. "I deserve at least, to know." Her face was devoid of all expression, all the light and life of the woman he'd laughed with and made love to last night completely suppressed. "All right," she conceded. "If I don't email you, I'll call you, but I'm not going to have to call you." She was, however, going to have to follow him today and the next day and the next, because she thought he knew where Nils was, and Sam knew that he wouldn't be able to stand it. Having Alyssa continue to follow him for the next few days was going to drive him completely mad. He didn't want to have to see her, to think about her, to ache for her. "I don't know where Nils is," he told her as she unlocked the trunk of her car. "Really?" And there was her fanny pack, Aqua. As he watched, she unzipped it and pulled out a heavy ring of keys. And then, with a click, they were free. She pulled on her jacket despite the heat of the day. I did know for a while right after he left, Sam continued. You were right about that. He told her about Wildcard's tracking device. I'm positive Nils caught up with Meg within 12 hours of her being gone, but he hasn't called, at least not me. I seriously doubt Meg killed him, so I've been going on the assumption that they're still together. In fact, I've been expecting Nils to turn up with Meg in tow any minute now, ready to surrender Razin to the FBI. Alyssa was silent, just listening to him. Nils has a real thing for this woman, he explained awkwardly. I think he, maybe even loves her. He'll bring her in, just give him a little more time. She nodded, rubbing her wrist. Will you call me if he contacts you? Yes, I will. Was he lying? He didn't really know. Had she been lying when she told him she'd call him if she were pregnant? Probably. God damn it. He wanted to cry. There was nothing left to do but walk away from her now. So now you can stop following me, all right? I think it would be best for both of us if you didn't follow me anymore. She nodded again and got into her car. That was it. No goodbye, no thanks, it was fun, no see you later, because she didn't want to see him later. She didn't want to see him ever again, not even if she were carrying his baby. Sam watched her pull out of the parking spot, watched her drive toward the exit. He savagely kicked one of the enormous concrete pillars that held up the parking garage, but even the pain in his foot didn't take away the pain that was in his heart. Damn it, Meg said. Damn you for following me. Pull in here, Nils ordered her, and she took a hard right turn into the massive parking lot of a resort hotel near Disney World. The van hadn't followed them. Meg had hit it so hard, the front axle had broken. Nils had looked back to see the front left wheel listing at an odd angle. Those assholes weren't going anywhere, not in that van. And being amateurs, they hadn't brought a backup vehicle. Still, he'd had Meg keep driving. They'd gotten on and off the highway until Nils was convinced no one was following them. No doubt they were too busy running for cover after tossing off that shot. The police were probably on the way after that genius move. Nils could only pray that the extremists didn't have anyone watching the place. If they did, Amy and Eve wouldn't be kept alive much longer. Meg came to a stop with a jerk of the brakes and turned off the car as she glared at him. She was mad at him. He'd saved her ass and she was mad at him. She'd been seething while she drove, but now she let it all out. You could have been killed. So could you have, he countered. What was your plan? Shoot Razin with the handgun you've got in your boot. He saw from her eyes that he'd surprised her. She hadn't realized he knew about the backup weapon she was still carrying in her boot. Her hands were shaking, and she tried to hide it by crossing her arms, tucking them out of sight. Nils wanted nothing more than to hold her, to reassure himself that she was truly all right, but instead he lit into her the way Senior Chief Walchenok would have gone after one of the younger members of the team who'd made a stupid mistake. What do you think would happened after you done that, Meg? He asked. Didn't it occur to you that shooting Razin might piss those guys off? Didn't it occur to you that if you killed him, they'd kill you? Yes, she said just as heatedly, that did occur to me. And she'd been ready to do it anyway. She would have done it anyway. That was how desperate she was. I was minutes from checking in, she fumed. Minutes. And the girl behind the desk told me that someone's been calling frequently to see if I had arrived yet. I was that close. Now what? She continued. It was getting stale in the car, and she rolled down the window, her movements jerky, filled with fury. Why are we stopping here? You've got a gun now. You can take me in. What are you waiting for, Nilsson? This is what you wanted, isn't it? Nils took the clip out of the little Uzi he'd taken from one of the Kastani thugs in the Seagull Motel parking lot and held it out to Meg. I'm waiting for you to surrender your weapon voluntarily and ask me for help, at which time I'll contact my co and Max Baggett, the FBI agent in charge of this investigation. It's possible that the FBI have found out where the extremists are holding Amy and Eve. Wouldn't you like to know that? She snatched the clip from his hands. If the FBI have located Amy and Eve, it's also possible that the extremists know it and have already killed them in retaliation. I wasn't supposed to tell anyone, remember? For a moment, Nils was certain she was going to cry, that she was going to crumble and break down, but this time she didn't. She pulled herself together, sat up straighter. Her face pale, she turned to him. "Get out of the car." Nils reached for her. "Meg, God damn it, let me help you." She pulled away from him, opening the door and taking both the clip from the Uzi and the keys with her. "Get out of the car, John." Christ, she was bending over and taking the little handgun out of her boot. "You don't need that," he said to her as he got out. "It's the end of the line." The look in her eyes chilled him to the bone. He wasn't afraid for his own safety. He didn't doubt for 1 second that she would die herself to protect him. But if he didn't stop her, she was going to kill Razin and regret it for the rest of her life. "The Seagull Motel was my contact point with the extremists," she told him, her voice oddly flat. "I was supposed to check in and wait to be contacted. But I can't go there without being attacked by the JIC. And after what just happened, the place is going to be crawling with police." "Meg." Nils moved slowly around the car. Why the hell had he given up the Uzi? He should never have let her regain control of this situation. He should have realized how close she was to the edge, and just how little she felt she had to lose. It stung knowing that she didn't include what he wanted, what he felt, in her equation. It hurt knowing that aside from her wanting him to be safe, he wasn't a factor that she considered when deciding whether or not she should sacrifice her soul and her life. And whose fault was that but his own? He'd never shared enough of himself. All those hours they just spent together in her car, and he still hadn't told her jack about himself. Yeah, he'd burped out the fact that he loved her, but she hadn't believed him, and he hadn't made an attempt to convince her it was really true. So now she didn't have a clue how much she stood to lose. "I can't go back to the motel. I have no choice," Meg told him dispassionately, as if she'd detached from herself. "Now I've got to kill Razin and pray that the extremists hear about it and believe that it's real, pray that they release Amy and Eve after the news is out." "Meg, you're not going to kill him. He's not even awake. You promised him you wouldn't." "I am awake." Razin's voice came from the car. "It is okay, Meg. I am ready." "Oh, fuck. Stay back, John," Meg ordered. "I have to do this. I don't have a choice anymore." He didn't stay back. He moved in front of the car between Meg and Razin. "There's always a choice," he told her again. "You could do it this way, sure, murder this man." She flinched at his choice of words, and he ruthlessly used it again. "Murder him and gamble that the extremists will then release your daughter, or you could let me help. You could let yourself trust me. Let me contact the FBI, let me get us the help we need." "It is an unnecessary risk." Razin's voice floated out of the car. "When killing me will get you exactly what you want, your daughter." Nils raised his voice and talked over him. "In exchange for Razin, in exchange for your cooperation, because you're under duress, the FBI will drop all charges against you. I'll make sure of that, Meg. Once we locate Amy and your grandmother, I'll make sure my commanding officer, Lieutenant Pauletti, is in charge of the SEAL team that'll do the rescue op. He and Baggett will work with you, Meg, to find and free them." "Shoot me and save Amy," Razin urged. "With the FBI and SEAL task force's help," Nils continued, willing her not to listen to Razin, willing her to hear him out, to keep looking into his eyes, to stay connected. "We can go back to the Seagull Motel and wait. We'll get the local police and the motel owners to cooperate. You told me yourself that someone's been calling for you. That's good. That means the extremists probably haven't been watching the place. They probably don't know anything about what just went down. We can go back there, we can, Meg, and the FBI will grab any JIC members who show up, attempting to free Razin. With the FBI's help, we can still get that phone call from the extremists. And when they do call and tell you where to meet them, I'll go with you. I'll pretend I'm Razin." Meg shook her head. "Absolutely not. I'll use makeup shading so I look more like him. I'm a little taller, he's a little heavier, but I'll stoop and wear padding. You know I can do it. If you go in as Razin, you'd be putting yourself at tremendous risk, she countered. They could kill you right away. I'll wear body armor. That won't do any good if they shoot you in the head. Heat was back in her voice. And even though she was arguing with him, it was far better than that near zombie flatness that had scared him to death. This is actually a better plan than you going in with Razin, Nils tried to make her understand. Because if the extremists have no intention of releasing Amy and Eve, then I'll be in there with you, with all of you. You'll have a better chance of survival. Amy will have a better chance, Meg, if I'm there. You know this. Except if they kill you right when you walk through the door. If we do this right, if we use the troubleshooters, let them do what we have been trained to do, you and I won't even have to get out of the car. Meg, you've got to listen to me. Meg, do you remember what I told you? Razin wouldn't shut the fuck up. He was desperate not to be turned over to the authorities, desperate to die as a martyr to his cause at her hand. My death will save your daughter and bring me peace, he said from the backseat of the car. It will bring justice. Nils knew that Meg wanted to believe Razin. She wanted it to be that easy. That's bullshit, he told Meg. What he's saying is total bullshit. Your killing him won't bring any kind of justice. Saving Amy this way won't make up for anything he's done. It will only perpetuate the violence. Razin started to say something else, and Nils opened the car door and got the Uzi from the front seat. He knew exactly how and where to hit the terrorist leader to silence him on a slightly less permanent basis than what Meg had in mind. It wasn't quite the right punctuation to put on a statement about perpetuating violence, but he had to shut the fucker up and he had to do it now. So he did it swiftly, efficiently, with a single solid blow. Razin sagged, out cold and finally silent. I know you, Nils said, turning back to Meg, desperate now to make her understand. Despite everything that's happened, despite everything you've said over the past few days, I know you, and killing this man will haunt you for the rest of your life. You'll never be free from it, never. You've got to trust me on this, Meg. Please, God, trust me. But she didn't trust him. He could see it in her eyes. Once again, it had come down to too little, too late. Except Nils didn't believe in too late. He didn't buy into no hope. He refused to accept a no-win scenario of any kind. So he kept talking. Do you really think you can put a bullet in Razin's head and not have it destroy you? He asked her. She shook her head. If there's no other way, there is another way, he told her. If there truly were no other way, don't you think that I would shoot him for you? Christ, Meg, don't you know that I would do that for you if there really were no other option? She looked startled at that, and he kept going, hammering at her mercilessly. I would, he said ruthlessly. I would die for you, I would kill for you. Let's get that straight right now. I'm telling you that there is another way, and you've got to trust me on that, Meg. I'm a professional liar, you know that, and I'll cop to it too. I haven't been honest with you about where I come from, but that's just the stupid details. You don't need to know that stuff to know me. And you do know me. There were tears in his eyes now, and he let her see them. You know you have to know that I wouldn't lie to you about this. I understand that you want me out of the picture because you think that then I'll be safe, but you're wrong about that too. It's only when I'm with you that I'm safe. The rest of the time I am completely goddamn lost. His voice broke and he had to take a deep breath. Jesus, he'd never admitted that before, not even to himself. But shit, why stop there? His lip was trembling and the tears in his eyes were threatening to escape. He was a heartbeat from breaking down and crying like a baby. I fell in love with you in that hallway outside of your office in Kazakhstan, he managed to tell her, his voice embarrassingly shaky. I'm still in love with you. I stayed away because you were married, but that's the only reason I stayed away. And you better believe that neither hell nor high water could keep me from you now, Meg. I am in this with you to the end. If you believe nothing else I've said, God damn it, believe that. Ah, Jesus, he was crying. But instead of turning away, he held his ground and let her see. She wanted the truth from him. Well, there it was, fucking streaming down his face. "But are you with me?" he asked her. "That's the question that needs to be answered here. Don't you want to cut the crap and give me your gun so that together, we can go get help to find Amy and bring her home?" When Meg started to cry too, Nils knew that he'd won. The relief nearly knocked him to his knees, but somehow he managed to stay on his feet. She held the side arm out to him. "Help me," she whispered. "Please, John, help me find Amy and bring her back home." He took the gun from her, took her into his arms. "Thank you," he said, holding her close. "Thank you." 21 Locke walked warily into the busy war room that had been set up by the task force in Orlando. It had happened just the way Starrett had predicted it would. John Nilsson had finally called, telling Pauletti and Baggett that Meg was willing to surrender Osman Razin to the FBI in return for a deal. A major deal. A deal that included the formation of an FBI task force to locate the extremists and kick in their door. Max Baggett was in charge, with SEAL Team 16's troubleshooters providing assistance. Baggett was a good leader who knew enough to stand back and let the SEALs do what they'd been trained to do. He respected and listened to LT Tom Pauletti, and Pauletti had specifically requested Locke be part of the team. She had flown down here with completely mixed feelings. Was she here because Pauletti knew she was one of the best shooters in the Western Hemisphere, or was she here because Roger Starrett had been flapping his mouth, and Tom and the rest of the troubleshooters squad wanted to look at her and leer? It hadn't even been 12 hours since she'd woken up in Starrett's bed. Her head was still pounding, she still felt as if she'd been hit by a steamroller. She moved carefully, trying not to jar her brain, bracing herself as wildcard Carmody caught sight of her and grinned. "Hey, Locke, welcome to the loony bin." He turned back to his computer, engrossed by whatever was on the screen. Locke stood still. Was that it? A simple greeting, no winking, no sneering, no innuendo. In the far corner of the room, she could see John Nilsson working with a team of FBI specialists to alter his appearance. There were enlarged photos of Osman Razin on the wall and a big mirror in front of Nils. Closer to her, Poe Mark Jenkins and the new ensign, Muldoon, were have a grand old time, stomping on what looked to be an expensive black suit. They were antiquing it, of course. If Nils were going to pretend to be Razin, he needed to wear a dark suit similar to the one Razin had been wearing when he was snatched. Except Razin had been wearing his suit for days now. So Jenk and Muldoon were making the suit that Nils was going to put on look as if he'd been wearing it for many days in a row, too. "Good, you're here." Locke turned to find Senior Chief Walchenok talking to her. "Briefing in 3 minutes. We've got to take out the JIC members who are watching the motel so their rivals, the extremists, can contact Meg Moore. Lieutenant Pauletti wants you in with the rest of the team." Locke nodded. "Thanks, Senior." He was about to move past, but he hesitated. "Everything okay?" There was nothing ugly or knowing in his eyes, just genuine concern. Locke forced a smile. "Headache." His eyes narrowed. "It's not that flu that's going around, is it?" "No, Senior Chief, it's not," she said quickly. That would be just her luck to get kicked off the team before she'd even had a chance to get on it. "Really? My sister had a baby yesterday," she lowered her voice to explain. "I celebrated a little too, enthusiastically last night." Walchenok didn't smile, but she knew he wanted to. She could see amusement in his eyes. He pulled a bottle of Tylenol from his pocket and gave her 3, as if he'd dispensed hangover remedies a time or two before as part of his job. "Welcome to the human race," he murmured. "Don't worry, I won't tell. Water coolers in the corner. Briefing S in the room right next to it. Hope you packed your jumpsuit." She got herself a cup of water, not daring to hope the senior's comment about her jumpsuit, the black utility uniform the FBI counter-terrorist team wore in the field, meant she was going to see some action with the boys. Still, it was possible. LT Tom Pauletti had put her in the field before. He knew she was good. He knew she was reliable. It was also possible that he knew she'd slept with Starrett last night, God help her. And if he knew that, that tabloid-worthy fact could prejudice him and overpower both good and reliable. Locke washed down the pills and crumbled the paper cup, tossing it unerringly into the trash can next to the cooler. Squaring her shoulders, she went into the room Walchenock had pointed out. The rest of the team were already present and accounted for. They sat in rows of chairs that faced the front, where Tom Pauletti was in deep discussion with his Zoe Jazz Jacket and the FBI's Max Baggett. Sam Starrett was there. She spotted him immediately, her gaze drawn to him as if he were some kind of magnet that she couldn't avoid even if her life depended on it. He was sitting in the back next to Jay Lopez, who was laughing at something Starrett had said. Starrett was laughing too, but he turned to look directly at her, as if he'd somehow felt her watching him, and instantly both his laughter and smile faded. For about 3 seconds he just stared at her, his eyes filled with hurt. Number couldn't be. He quickly looked away, looked down at the floor, looked anywhere but at her. Lopez greeted her, though, warmly. "How's it going, Locke? Long time no see. Congratulations, I heard you're with the FBI now." "That's right," she said, "counter-terrorist, although I'm sure Starrett's filled you in." Lopez looked at Starrett in surprise. "I didn't know you guys knew each other." Starrett looked up at Locke, his gaze coolly impersonal now. "We don't," he said. "Not really." His nod dismissed her. "Nice seeing you again, ma'am." Starrett hadn't told, at least not Lopez or Walchenock or Carmody. Locke sat down on the other side of the room, careful not to jar her head, and he'd actually called her ma'am. "Okay," Lieutenant Pauletti said from the front of the room. "Here's what we're going to do. Someone starts shooting, you get behind me," John murmured as she led him into the office of the Seagull Motel. "Remember." "I remember," Meg said. She remembered everything he'd told her over the past few hours. "Everything. I'm still in love with you." "Breathe," he told her. "Don't forget to breathe, Meg." She was leading him. He was pretending to be razzing, pretending to be heavily drugged and leaning on her, but his arm was warm around her waist. Warm and strong. He was holding her up. His touch was more than just supportive, though. It was intimate, laced with a warmth of a completely different kind. He wasn't just touching her, he was touching her. "Almost there," he murmured. "Once we get inside the hotel room, it's almost all over. Almost over." That was usually what the dentist said right before it hurt the worst. God, there was so much that could go wrong. The plan was for Meg to go into the office with John just as another car was pulling up. A SEAL who was nicknamed Jazz, the executive officer of John's team, a powerful-looking black man, would come into the motel office right behind them, along with a female FBI agent named Alyssa something. Locke. She'd been part of the team that had taken Meg out of the men's room in the Kestani embassy, too. She was outrageously pretty, despite the fact that she didn't expend much effort smiling, probably not a lot to smile about in her job. Still, she'd taken the time to pull Meg aside and reassure her that this part of the operation at least was going to go off without a hitch. Meg wished she had that kind of confidence. "Don't you die," she whispered now to John. "Whatever happens, don't die." He looked at her, straight in the eye, and she knew that if they weren't in public with 25 SEALs and FBI agents and God knows how many JIC terrorists watching them, he would have kissed her. And she would have kissed him, to a hot, fierce, desperate kiss that would have ended from necessity far too soon. She wondered if he could see an echo of that kiss in her eyes as clearly as she saw it in his. "This is going to go like clockwork," he told her. "We've got the entire squad of troubleshooters out there, and just as many FBI. This part will be a piece of cake. Trust me, remember? Trust him." She had to now. But she noticed that his reassurances came with no promises or guarantees. Just a lot of unspoken hope. It was hope that Jazz and Alyssa's presence would keep the JIC from trying to snatch back the man they thought was razzing right there in the parking lot, in the late afternoon. Meg was in disguise, too. She wore a cheap blonde wig and a lot of makeup. It was believed the Jick would be suspicious if she came back without attempting to hide from them by changing her appearance. The wig added that final touch of oddness to an already surreal experience. Like Marilyn Monroe showing up in a Sylvester Stallone movie. The desk clerk was skinny and balding, an odd stick of a man with more than a passing resemblance to a praying mantis. He was faster than pregnant girl had been, thank God. Meg completed the paperwork, paid in cash for 2 nights in advance, and he stretched out an antenna and handed her the room key. Jazz and Alyssa were arguing rather convincingly about the best route to Jacksonville, and Jazz stormed out to his car to get a map as Meg, and John pushed back out the door. "Keep me between you and the street," John murmured. "You're the target at this point, remember. I just want to get inside the room." They were almost there, and the hard part, the dangerous part at least for now, was almost done. "We need to make sure we take enough time so they can id me as Razine." He tried to make a joke. "Not that I don't appreciate a beautiful woman rushing to get me inside her motel room." She didn't laugh. None of this was even slightly funny. He stumbled slightly on purpose, of course, and the coat he had around his shoulders swung open, revealing the cuffs on his wrists. Meg pulled him up, and he leaned against her, blocking her from the street with his body as she unlocked the door, and then, thank God, they were both inside. John locked the door behind them as Meg made sure the window was latched and the curtains tightly closed. The cuffs had never really been fastened, and he tossed them aside as easily as he did the coat. It was too warm for a suit jacket, let alone a coat, and he took that off too, along with the body armor he was wearing, and in his shirt sleeves he cranked the air conditioning. The room was standard cheap motel. 2 double beds with garish spreads, mediocre artwork on the wall, beige telephone on the table between the beds. John saw her looking at it and nodded. "Now we wait for the phone to ring." And Meg knew that she'd been wrong. The danger might have been over for now, but the hardest part, the waiting, was just beginning. The woman was upset, more upset than usual. The tension in the old house was sky high too, and Eve knew that it was going to have to be tonight. She and Amy, or maybe even just Amy, were going to have to get up to that bathroom and go out that window. Even if it were raining, even if the roof were slick with water, even if lightning were crackling overhead. It had to be tonight, because the woman wanted them gone, as in dead and gone. "What's happening?" she dared to ask the bear, praying that it wasn't already too late. He just scowled and shook his head. Eve gave another piece of butterscotch to Amy, who was trying hard not to flinch every time the woman's voice got louder. "Where were we in the story?" she asked, hoping to distract her. "You went to France to see Ralph," Amy said, "but he wouldn't talk to you, he just ran away." "That's right," Eve told the little girl, smoothing her hair back from her face. "Amy could use a good hour in a bathtub. She herself could use a good soak, too, for that matter. Lord, her every muscle ached, every bone hurt. She hadn't felt this bad since she tried to run the Boston Marathon back in 1972. I remember that day as if it were yesterday. I thought it had gotten about as awful as it could get, but that's always a very bad thing to assume." The bear had taken his seat. He was listening as usual. Was all her endless talking doing any good at all? Eve searched his eyes, looking for some obvious sign of humanity, some trace of gentleness and compassion. If it were there, he kept it well hidden. "It was just a few months later that Hitler invaded France," she told them. "Nick and I were glued to the radio, listening to the news. It was shocking how fast the reports came in of cities that had fallen. It didn't seem possible, this lightning-fast advance of tanks and troops, this blitz. I was scared to death. Because somewhere out there, facing those deadly German panzers, was Ralph. I remember I was in town, trying to find information on the whereabouts of his regiment, when I saw ships and boats of all sizes gathering in the harbor. Someone told me that the call had gone out for all available ships and men to meet in Ramsgate, that the Royal Navy didn't have enough ships available to evacuate the BIF from France, so we were going to do it ourselves. I drove home as fast I could, and I got the daisy chain and sailed her to the harbor. But there were far more boats than able-bodied men. I must have expected it, because I had dressed in trousers and one of my father's old shirts, and I'd tucked my hair up under Ralph's old hat. It was still on board, just where he'd left it, exactly as I'd done when I'd played Romeo nearly a year earlier, and I set off with the rest of the little ships for Dunkirk. It was terrifying. The city was on fire, and great clouds of smoke rose like some terrible monster above the French coastline. From a distance it was the oddest thing. The men, the soldiers lining up on the beaches, looked like rows of sticks. It wasn't until I got closer that I realized just how many men were there, all waiting to be evacuated. The German Air Force, the Luftwaffe, were overhead, shooting at the men on the beach, shooting at us. Artillery pounded the beaches. There were bodies everywhere. It was awful. It was war. Eve looked at the bear again, and this time there was something in his eyes, something terrible. Something she recognized from looking into her bathroom mirror. He'd lived through such a battle himself. He'd known that awful gut-wrenching fear. She reached for him, taking his hand in hers and squeezing it, letting him see that she knew he understood. And then there, a glimmer of something. She could have sworn she'd seen it in his eyes, right before he pulled his hand away, or maybe she just wanted it to be there. I brought the daisy chain in all the way to the shore, she continued. She wasn't as big as some of the other boats, and I could take her almost right up to the strand. I took aboard as many soldiers as I could, asking everyone I saw about Ralph's anti-tank regiment, the 50th. No one knew a thing. They barely knew their own names. I heard all kinds of rumors that the order had come down, every man for himself. For a while I set to work using the daisy chain as a ferry, taking men from the shore out to the larger ships that couldn't get in close to the beaches. The piers had all been bombed by the Germans. The entire harbor at Dunkirk was an obstacle course, filled with debris. But then all the larger ships departed, so I took on as many men as I could, about 50, riding low in the water, and headed back for England too. The trip across the channel took about 2 hours on the best of days under the best of circumstances, and German U-boats torpedoing the larger vessels was hardly what I'd call the best of anything. I returned to Ramsgate, and then went back again. I was too small to be a target for the submarines, thank God. Too small to do much of anything but bring back 50 men, and then another 50 men, and another, asking all the time about Ralph. I finally found a man who thought he'd heard that the 50th was one of the regiments holding the Germans at bay, making the evacuation of all these men possible. Despite the every man for himself order, the 50th had stuck quite literally to their guns. They, Ralph among them, were fighting still. I had walked into hell to save Ralph, but apparently he wasn't ready to come out yet. I heard all kinds of rumors about the Panzer attacks, too, about the terrifying invincibility of those tanks that Ralph and his unit were fighting against. Some of the men spoke in hushed tones of a secret weapon, that the Germans had some mysterious force that caused the British and French guns to be unable to fire. She laughed. I think it was called fear. I heard rumors of the Germans being horribly angry with the British soldiers who resisted their advance. It was said they were taking no prisoners, that they were lining up their captives and shooting them as punishment. The word had gone out among the BIF not to surrender, but instead to fight to the death. Each time I returned to Dunkirk, there were more bodies, bodies everywhere, littering the beach, floating in the ocean. They were stepped over, stepped on, pushed aside, and still the evacuation went on. I crossed the English Channel more times than I could count through that day and the following night, and the only reason I stopped was that one of the soldiers I had rescued realized that I was a girl. He put me out at Ramsgate, wouldn't listen to my arguments, and took the daisy chain back to Dunkirk himself. I went to work in Ramsgate then, helping the wounded off the ships that came in, searching, always searching, for anyone who knew or might have seen Ralph. Hundreds of thousands of men returned to England by that armada of little ships and boats. We fed them and held them in our arms while they cried. We welcomed them back home, back to life, and put them on trains sending them farther inland so they could regroup. Many of those poor battered souls went home first, before reporting back for duty. I left a note on the door of the estate. Everyone, even Nicky, was in Ramsgate helping as best they could, hoping that Ralph would somehow make it there. But he never did, Amy said. Did he? No, Eve told the little girl, told the bear. He never did. I searched for him for days. I even phoned his mother to see if he might be gone there. But he didn't make it out of France. The 50th Anti-Tank Regiment stuck to their guns until the bitter end. 338,226 men were rescued from Dunkirk between May 26 and June 4, 1940, Eve told Amy and the bear. It was a miracle so many had been saved, a miracle that Ralph and the 50th had helped to come about by holding off the German advance. It was every man for himself, but the 50th and the other anti-tank regiments weren't fighting to save themselves. They had to have known they'd be left behind. Surely they knew, and yet they held fast to their hills, keeping the Germans from those beaches and those virtually defenseless ships and men. They were the true heroes of Dunkirk. For a while I was really mad at Ralph for that, Eve admitted. For being so blasted heroic. I didn't want a hero, I wanted him back in England and safe. She could smile about it now, just barely, still wistfully. At 16 years of age, I'd already faced so many hardships in my life, but nothing by far was as hard to bear as this. What did you do then? Amy asked softly. I did what everyone else did, Eve answered. I fought on. We fought on. We British, and oh, yes, I was one of them. Now we dedicated our lives to making darn certain that the sacrifices that Ralph and the other men of the BIF anti-tank regiments had made were not in vain. Winston Churchill made a speech right after the miracle at Dunkirk. We called it a miracle and a victory, even though it really was a crushing defeat. But we'd saved so many men at such impossible odds, it was hard not to feel triumphant. We shall defend our island, Churchill said, to all of England, to all of the world, whatever the cost may be. But oh, what a cost had already been extracted from my very heart and soul. Dunkirk was just the start, Eve told them. But it was the first act of defiance in a long and bloody war, filled with defiance in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds. It wasn't until 1945 that the Nazis were finally completely defeated, but I know that their defeat started in 1940 at Dunkirk. I know that I helped save the world. Or rather, I helped Ralph and his brave fellow soldiers save the world. His sacrifice was not in vain, I was convinced of that. But it didn't make it any easier to bear late at night when I missed him so terribly. Amy held Eve tightly. I miss Mommy terribly, she said. I know, sweet. Eve looked at the bear. I miss her too. It was going down as if it had been choreographed. The JIC, despite their pricey costumes, the raincoats and shades, at twilight for crying out loud, were standard issue dumbfucks. They came creeping out of their van like a pack of kids playing ninja, as if the setting sun made them invisible. Sam was right next to Wildcard, who was having trouble not laughing aloud. Sam would have had the same problem if it weren't for Alyssa Locke. Despite his efforts to stay as far away from her as possible, she'd somehow ended up right beside him. She didn't want to be there any more than he did. He could see that news bulletin clear as daylight in her eyes. When the order came to go, to move stealthily forward and out-ninja the ninjas, he was more than ready for some action. But it was unsatisfyingly easy. The JIC tangos were totally outmatched by the team of SEALs and FBI. They were down on the ground, their weapons taken from them in a matter of seconds. And somehow, Jesus Christ, give him a break, please. Alyssa was right beside him again, close enough to catch a whiff of her clean-smelling shampoo. Apparently one of the tangos caught a whiff of it too. The son of a bitch no doubt took one look at Alyssa's pretty face and slender physique and pegged her as the weak link in the chain. Lopez had grabbed the bastard's Uzi out of his hands, and Muldoon had delivered a blow that should have sent him face first onto the driveway, but the fucker bounced. He was up again in an instant, hitting Alyssa hard with a bone-jarring crunch right in the chest. She went down and Sam turned fast. They'd taken the dumbshit's Uzi, but Jesus, he could have a hunting knife or a switchblade. Or he could be one of those commando wannabes who'd managed to learn to break a neck with a single swift twist of an opponent's head. Alyssa hit the pavement with another solid-sounding thud and a muffled, pain-filled shout. If he'd stuck her with a knife, this fucker was going to die. But Sam didn't have a chance to extract revenge. Alyssa took the tango down with her, despite the fact he was nearly twice her weight. It only took a heartbeat, a few short seconds, tops, and she was straddling the guy, shouting for him not to move, her side arm jammed neatly up beneath his chin. It was difficult for the bastard to not move, seeing that he was writhing in pain. Seeing that Alyssa had kicked him in the balls so hard he was going to need a doctor to pull him back down from where they'd lodged near his spleen. Sam faded back fast, so that she wouldn't see he was one of the men who'd leapt to her aid. The FBI cleanup team was fast. They had those assholes searched, cuffed, Miranda'd, and loaded into a properly nondescript van in record time. Another agent impounded the tango's vehicle, driving it swiftly away. Alyssa didn't look at him as they got themselves the hell out of there too. She was breathing hard, she'd torn the elbow of her jacket, and she was trying to hide a limp. It took every last ounce of willpower he had to keep his distance. But he knew he was the dead last person she'd want checking up on her right now. As he watched, she shook off Lopez. The team medic just brushed right past him. "Man," Wildcard said in admiration. "Did you see that? Let that be a lesson for us all. Don't ever get Locke mad at you." Too late. 22 Nils paced around the motel room, double-checking the fact that the room had only one entrance. No, there wasn't a window in the bathroom. There was actually a small coin-operated machine attached to the wall that sold condoms. Classy place, but no window. He went back into the other room where Meg looked ready to jump out of her skin. In fact, she did jump when Nils's cell phone rang. He flipped it open, turned it on. "Nilsson." "Yeah, it's Pauletti. We just bagged 7 JIC terrorists in the parking lot. So far there's been no sign of any more of them, but we'll be out here watching for as long as it takes." "Thanks, LT. We've got surveillance set up to record and trace any phone calls that come in, and we're continuing to keep watch, but that's it." In other words, this room didn't have any cameras or listening devices. "I thought you'd appreciate that information," Pauletti continued. "Lieutenant Tactful." "Yeah," Nils said. Meg was watching him, dying to find out what the phone call was about. She was sitting on the edge of the bed that was farthest from the window, her body pointed toward that beige telephone. "Please, Jesus, for her sake, let the extremists call this evening. Let them call now." The phone didn't ring, and then it still didn't ring. "Thanks, LT, Nils said again. "Look, Lieutenant, I know I owe you an explanation for you do," Pauletti interrupted. "Coss could get away with interrupting whenever they wanted. After this is over, you will be spending a good long time in my office, with the door closed, while I go down a list, a very long list." "LT, I am sorry, Yale, right, Nilsson?" "Yes, sir, I went to Yale." "In that case, Ivy League genius, do you really need me to define after for you?" Nils closed his eyes. This was going to be okay. He was going to get yelled at, or even worse, he'd get Pauletti's quiet "I'm disappointed in you" speech. It would be hard to stand through, but he could endure anything short of getting kicked out of the Troubleshooters squad. And as long as the co was calling him faintly insulting names, he was still at least slightly beloved. "No, sir, you do not." "Good." Pauletti was silent for a moment, and then he sighed. "You do know, Johnny, that in the next 24 hours you could well be facing the ultimate no-win scenario. That little girl could be dead. She probably is. And I know you're good, you're one of my best officers. I know you've got this nothing is impossible mentality, and I applaud it. You know I do, even when it gets you into trouble. But even you can't bring a child back to life. I know that, Nils said. I'm counting on luck and maybe even a miracle, sir. I'm counting on getting there before she's harmed. The lieutenant didn't argue, he just sighed again. Tell Meg my prayers are with her and her daughter and grandmother tonight. I will, LT, thank you. Pauletti cut the connection and Nils snapped his phone shut. They got all the jick out of the way, he told Meg. That fast? Yeah, we can relax a little bit. He sat down across from her on the other bed. She looked like the poster girl for high stress. It might be a good idea to try to get some sleep. She glanced at that beige motel telephone. You can turn out the light if you want. And leave her sitting bolt upright on the other bed, strung too tight even to close her eyes. No way. As bone-tired as he wasn't going to do that. If the phone rings, I'll hear it, Nils told her gently. Even if I'm asleep. I promise. She had her arms crossed in front of her as if she were cold or as if she were holding on to herself for dear life. She looked at the phone again. They'll call, Nils told her. They will. They want Razine. They'll definitely be in touch with you. I know that, Meg nodded. I understand that. She shook her head. What if they don't? What if they just never do? How long are we going to wait here? A day, 2, a week, a month? She was starting to shake and she tried desperately to stop, tried holding herself even more tightly. What have I done? She said. What if the extremists find out I've turned Razine over to the FBI? They'll kill Amy and my grandmother right away. This is a mistake, John. I don't think I can do this. Nils crossed the little aisle between the two beds and sat next to her. Yes, you can, he told her. Don't start thinking about worst-case scenarios. Don't do that to yourself. I can't help it. She was trying hard not to cry and her breathing was ragged. I just keep thinking, what if they don't call? Or what if they do call and God, what if they kill you then too? They're not going to kill me. There are a lot of people working with us, Meg, making sure the extremists aren't going to kill me. Or you. And as for the extremists finding out about Razine, there are very few people who know he's been taken into custody. Max Baggett and about 2 other FBI agents. My SEAL team knows, too. I trust those guys with my life all the time. I trust them with your life too. And Amy's. Nils wanted to touch her. He was dying to take her into his arms and hold her, to try to soothe her, calm her down. But she'd set up this invisible boundary around herself with those crossed arms, and he didn't want to trespass over the line, didn't want to move into the realm of potentially inappropriate. They were locked together in a motel room, trapped in wait mode, sitting on a bed with not a whole hell of a lot to do. He didn't want her to think he had a list of ways they could entertain themselves quite nicely in the course of the next few hours, even though, damn it, he did. You've got a whole pack of highly trained experts on your side, Meg, he told her instead of reaching for her. And you've got me for what it's worth. I'm here. I'll be here whatever happens, whatever we have to deal with. You think they're dead? She looked at him searchingly as if trying to prove her own statement wrong. Nils gave her what she wanted. It was the least he could do. No, he said. I don't, not really. I think Amy and your grandmother are still alive. She both laughed and cried at that, her tears finally escaping. You are such a liar. She reached for him then. She unwound her arms and reached out for him, giving him all the permission he needed to take her into his own arms. He held her tightly, glad she'd chosen to let him in, to lean on him, to share her fears and apprehension with him this way. I want them to be alive, he told her, stroking her hair. And as long as there's a chance, I'm choosing to believe they are still safe. Is there really a chance? She asked. She pulled back slightly to look into his eyes again. I need you not to lie to me, John. Yes, there's a chance. It was a slim chance, but there was a chance. He wasn't lying. Nils took her hand and placed it on his chest. There's always a chance. Cross my heart and hope to die. Wrong thing to say tonight. Cross my heart. What are the real odds here? She asked, truthfully, in terms of going face to face with the extremists and coming out alive. I don't know about odds, he admitted. I'm not much of a gambler, so I don't think in terms of odds. Is it going to be dangerous? Yes, it is. Is there a chance we might be killed? Zealots and weapons are a bad combination, Meg. Bullets tend to fly when the two get together. And whenever bullets start flying, yes, death is a possibility. This is why I'd like to send in a female FBI agent in your place. And she put her hand over his mouth. No, no more replacements. No more lies and no more replacements, okay? He nodded. And when she took her hand away, he leaned forward and kissed her. It wasn't a real kiss, just a brief touching of his lips to hers. Still, he knew it startled her. No more lies, he agreed. He didn't give her a chance to respond or react. He pulled her with him so that they were sitting on the bed, leaning back against the pillows and the headboard, his arm around her, her head against his shoulder. Tell me about Amy, he said. Tell me about what she's been up to in the last 3 years. He could feel her surprise at his question. It was the last thing she'd expected him to say. Tell me all the good stuff, he continued. Does she still like to draw? She's 10 now, right? Does she still wear her hair long, or did she get it cut? Is she in middle school yet, or is she going to start that next year? Meg exhaled just a brief burst of air. Nils just held her and waited. Come on, Meg, talk about Amy. Actually, she said, her voice breathless, I've been thinking about taking Amy out of the public school and enrolling her in an all-girls school in September. I want to move out of the city. I know she does too, and her voice trailed off. What does she want to be when she grows up? Nils asked, trying to keep her in the here and now, trying to keep her out of what-if land. Meg tipped her head to look up at him and smiled. It was shaky, but it was a smile. She's 10. She wants to be an astronaut or the next Britney Spears. Astronaut or pop star, I'm not sure I get the connection. Another smile. The connection is that she's 10. Ah. Nils smiled back at her, loving the life that was coming back into her eyes, into her face. Meg's smile faded, but her eyes stayed warm. Thank you, she whispered, for talking about her as if she's got a future, as if she's going to have a September. She is, he told her. No lying, he corrected himself. She probably is, and right now tonight she definitely is. Tonight she's still alive. Even if she's not, Meg, we don't know it yet, so we can give her one more night of life. One more night with a future. You know, tears were back in her eyes, but she smiled at him again, reaching up to touch his face. Thank you. She settled back against him, resting her head on his shoulder, holding him tightly, her arms around his waist. She still wears her hair long, she said. Although she's been talking about getting it cut for the summer, the humidity makes her curls go wild. She laughed. Oh God, did I tell you that she's taking karate? Nils ran his fingers through her hair, loving the way it slipped through his fingers. No way, she smiled. She just started, but she loves it. That's so great. Please, God, keep this child safe. She's still really small for her age, Meg explained. She's pretty annoyed about that. I think she wants to be able to pull a Jackie Chan and beat up the boys who tease her for being flat-chested. Nils had to laugh. Give me a break, she's only 10. I hope she's still flat-chested. That's what I tell her, Meg said. That she's got plenty of time to. She stopped. She's got plenty of time to be a teenager, Nils finished gently for her. Does she like boats? After this is over, maybe the two of you could come out to California. I'll take you out on my boat. Bet she'd like that. Meg didn't answer. She just held him tightly, just breathed. Nils talked about his boat, talked about California, talked about the places they could go, the things Amy might want to do and see when they visited. When, not if. And finally, slowly, her death grip on him loosened. Her breathing slowed. She was asleep. Nils stared at the beige phone as he held her. Come on, God damn it. Ring. Yo, Locke. Alyssa turned to see Wildcard Carmody waving to her from the other side of the hotel lobby. He was with Jenk and Muldoon, and Sam Starrett. They must have come in the other entrance. Carmody bore down on her now like a heat-seeking missile. He had a mad scientist look to him even when he wore black beadus. It might have been the way his dark hair stuck out in all directions, as if he'd been pulling it while he sewed together some monster made with various body parts. Or maybe it was the gleam of near-crazed intelligence in his eyes. He'd been blessed with a brain that most men would kill for, but unfortunately for him, it came with a piss-poor lack of judgment and an inability to keep out of trouble. Carmody caught up to her by the elevators. She pushed the up button, praying that she wasn't going to have to ride up to the 20th floor in an elevator with Starrett, who was straggling behind with Jenk and Muldoon. "Good job out there today," Carmody said. "Thanks," she gave him a purposely cool nod. "You too. Nice defensive moves," Carmody said. "I think that guy's going to be singing soprano for about a week." He winced in sympathy. Ouch. Ouch was right. Her elbow was bleeding, and she'd wrenched her ankle pretty badly when she'd been knocked over. She stared up at the elevator's lights, willing one to go on, signaling her escape. "We're heading over to the restaurant," Carmody told her. "We're starving and it's still early, barely even 1800 hours. Wanna come?" "I've got a roast beef sandwich and an ice cream sundae with my name on it," Jenkins chimed in. "Ice cream sundae. Oh God." Locke looked up to find Sam Starrett watching her. And just like that, she was hit by a vivid memory of Starrett looking into her eyes that very same way as he. Oh God, she quickly looked away. She had to clear her throat before answering Carmody. "Thanks, but no." She held up her elbow as an excuse. "I need to get cleaned up and thanks anyway." Ding. The elevator doors opened and she jumped inside. "What's up with Locke?" she heard Jenk wonder as the doors slid closed. She closed her eyes. God help her. She needed a shower and about 12 hours of uninterrupted sleep. She needed to stop thinking about Sam Starrett. It was absurd. How difficult could it be to stop thinking about the man? She didn't even like him. Meg awoke with a start. "Is that the phone?" The room was silent and dark. Nothing rang, nothing moved, except for John's heart, which was racing beneath her hand. He finally exhaled. "You must have been dreaming." His voice was thick and warm from sleep. Somehow she'd fallen asleep. Somehow she'd moved from sitting up against the head of the bed and waiting for the phone to ring to lying here in the darkness with John's arms around her. Oh God, it felt so good. It was a freakish combination of her worst nightmare and her ultimate fantasy. She was in bed with John Nilsson because Amy had been kidnapped. He was solid and warm against her, but he shifted as he checked his watch. "What time is it?" she asked. 20:09. He translated, "About 10 minutes after 8. She could hear him smile in the darkness. "Congratulations, you slept for about 2.5 hours. I don't suppose I can talk you into sleeping a couple hours more." This was weird, and yet at the same time it felt so natural. Lying in the darkness beside this man, listening to his sleepy voice as it wound its way around her, through her, inside her. "You should go back to sleep if you want to," she told him. "I know you're still tired." He laughed softly. "Yeah, while you do what? Lie here and worry. Just because I can't sleep doesn't mean you shouldn't." John shifted onto one elbow, leaning on her slightly as he reached across her to turn on the lamp. His body was heavy against hers, muscular and completely solid, capable of pinning her down probably with one arm tied behind his back. It was funny, but she hadn't realized until that very moment exactly what John had done. Oh, she'd guessed it, but she hadn't truly known until now. All those hours in the car. He'd had countless opportunities to overpower her. He could have gained control of her gun nearly any time he'd wanted to, but he hadn't. He'd used words and compassion instead of physical strength, reason and kindness over violence. He'd used love. His hair was rumpled and he squinted a little as his eyes got used to the light. He smiled at her, completely at ease with her scrutiny of his face. "You want to talk more?" he asked, propping his head up in his hand, elbow bent. "About Amy? Or how about your grandmother? I'd love to hear about her." "Eve, right?" Meg touched him, his shoulder, his face, his hair. She'd always loved his hair, even in Kazakhstan when it was shaggy and long, even after she'd given him a marine-style square-topped crew cut. It was such a pretty shade of brown, so thick and soft to the touch. She ran her fingers through it. She'd always wanted to do that. There'd been way too many times she'd wanted to touch this man but couldn't. But there was nothing stopping her now. In fact, this would probably be her last chance. Before she'd fallen asleep, they'd played it normal, pretending that Amy and Eve were unharmed, that she and John were going to survive the violence that was still to come, talking about September, talking about the future, when in truth, her future was down to these few final hours of existence. And no, she didn't want to spend that time sleeping. John's smile faded as she gazed up at him, and the look in his eyes, on his face, was a heart-touching mix of uncertainty and desire, apprehension and need. Meg knew that he was afraid of reading her wrong, so she gave him a message he couldn't possibly misread. She kissed him. Meg kissed him. Nils heard himself make a low sound in the back of his throat. She wasn't just being friendly. This was no sweet thank you kiss. This was a kiss, complete with her tongue swept into his mouth, complete with her arms around his neck, complete with her leg thrown up and over his. Her mouth was so soft, so warm, so what he wanted. He pulled back to make sure this was really what she wanted too, and found heat in her eyes. "If the phone rings," he started. "I'm answering it," she finished for him fiercely. "No matter what." "Of course," he said. She kissed him again, pushing him completely onto his back, straddling him, just the way she'd done that day on the mall lawn. It was as if 3 years hadn't passed, as if they were right back there, almost where they'd started, white-hot desire primed and ready to erupt given half a chance. What she was doing was way more than half of anything. She unbuttoned his shirt as she kissed him. She swept her hands up and across his chest, pushing his shirt off his shoulders. He wanted to take her shirt off too, and he tugged it free from her jeans. Her skin was like silk beneath his fingers. After one touch, he just wanted to stay there for an eternity, kissing her and running his hands up and down her back. But she sat up, positioning herself more exactly on top of him, pulling out of his reach. "Last chance," she whispered, with the kind of smile he'd only dreamed about. Except in his dreams, she hadn't had such sadness in her eyes. "You want to say no or throw on the brakes, you've got to do it now," he had to laugh. "You honestly think I'm going to stop this? You stopped us 3 years ago. You were married," he countered. "That really mattered to you." "Whoa," he said. "Haven't you been listening to anything I've told you? I was in love with you, Meg. I didn't want just one night. I wanted a lifetime." Jesus, he couldn't believe he'd actually said that aloud, but he had, and in retrospect he knew it was true. He had wanted a lifetime. He'd just been too stupid, too scared to know it. He looked up at her now, praying that she wouldn't laugh at him or fall over in a dead faint from shock. Her eyes were even more sad. She gave him a tremulous, beautiful smile. "When you say whoa," she said, obviously trying desperately to keep things light, "does that mean you're putting on the brakes?" So, okay, she wanted to skip the lifetime comment. She clearly didn't want to go there now, and Nils wasn't about to make her. Instead, he followed her lead. He answered her question by lifting her up and flipping them both over so that he was on top of her. He managed to get both her shirt and her bra off in the process, no small feat, and she was laughing breathlessly as he kissed her breasts. She was impossibly beautiful, and he wanted to spend another eternity just looking at her. But he couldn't look without touching, couldn't touch without wanting to taste. Her laughter turned to a sigh as he did just that, drawing her into his mouth, using his knee to push between her legs so that he could settle against her, cradled there by her softness and heat. She was touching him, running her hands across his back and shoulders as if she too couldn't get enough of him. "Please," she said. "John," she wanted out of her jeans, which was perfect since he wanted her out of them too. Together they pulled them off her, peeling down her panties as well. She was naked and beautiful, the most beautiful, incredible woman he'd ever known, and she was lying back on that bed, waiting for him. Nils let himself look at her as he stood back and unfastened his belt. "I'm not putting on the brakes," he said. "FYI, I'm just taking my time." "I know." Meg watched him as he stepped out of his pants. Her gaze shifted down to his briefs, lingering there. She looked up at him and smiled. "I can tell." "Yeah, okay." Now he was completely on fire. "You wouldn't happen to have $2 in quarters, would you?" she laughed. "Wow, you're a real bargain." He loved that she could make jokes, that she could tease. He hoped it meant that she decided to go on living, that no matter what happened over the next few hours or days, that she'd take the time she needed to get past it and keep on breathing. He sat down next to her on the bed, unable to keep from touching her legs, running his hands down the softness of her skin. "There's a machine that sells condoms in the bathroom." "Really?" She laughed, shook her head. "I don't know whether to be impressed or appalled." He grinned. "This place is 4-star all the way, baby." "I didn't pick it," she objected. "I know, I'm just—" Shit, the mood had shifted, all fun was erased. She hadn't picked this place. No kidding, her eyes filled with tears, and he reached for her and gathered her into his arms. "I'm sorry," she said, clinging to him. "Shhh." He stroked her hair, wishing that he could somehow hide the fact that he was completely aroused, hoping she'd understand that what he needed right now had nothing to do with him and everything to do with her. That sex was secondary to everything. That putting his clothes back on and holding her in his arms was more than he'd expected, more than he'd ever dreamed possible. "You don't need to." She lifted her head and kissed him. Hot, wet, and passionate. A tongue down the throat, every nerve cell jangling, every pleasure center up and completely online kind of kiss. It was a take-me-now kiss. A throw-me-back on the bed and give-it-to-me hard and fast kiss. She reached into his briefs and wrapped her fingers around him, no doubt just in case he hadn't gotten the message from her kiss. He came up for air, gasping. "Meg, please," she breathed between more frantic kisses. She'd straddled him again, pushing him back on the bed, yanking down his briefs and freeing him completely from their confines. "I need you, John, now." She shifted her hips and would have driven him hard inside of her if he hadn't caught her and held her in place. "Jesus," he started to sweat. "We need one of those condoms." She gazed down at him, breathing hard, a vision of female arousal. She needed him. Now, who, baby? He was either a saint or an idiot. "Why?" she asked. He could see in her eyes that she honestly didn't think it would matter. Birth control, safe sex. What did any of it matter if they were going to die? Shit, she still expected to die. "What if we live?" he asked her, shifting her back so she was sitting on his thighs, still holding her securely in place. "I want to live, and I'm going to die myself before I let you die." Emotion flared in her eyes. "I don't want you to die." "Good, that makes 2 of us," he countered. "So let's decide right now." "We're not going to die, okay?" She shook her head. "Please," she said. Great, now the gorgeous naked woman who needed him desperately was begging. Both an idiot and a saint would have long since caved, in the idiot discovering some brain cells that worked and the saint throwing over his sacred vows, but Nils was neither. He was just a man who loved her. "Do you want to get pregnant?" he asked gently. "Will you please just consider for a second what could happen if shit, not if, when we live. When this is over and yes, we're still alive," he finished. "Excuse me. I would love that more than anything," she whispered, her eyes filling with tears. "As long as we're pretending we're going to live happily ever after, let's pretend that too, can't we? If we don't use a condom, Meg, that's not pretend anymore. That's real. That's please," she said. "If I live and Amy doesn't, if we find out tomorrow that she's already dead, I'm going to want to die. Give me something, John, someone to live for." "Please?" Oh shit, that hurt. "How about me?" he said, all but slicing himself open and laying his beating heart out on the table. "Couldn't you maybe live for me?" She didn't answer. Whether she wouldn't or couldn't, Nils didn't know. All she could do was whisper, "Please, John." It was all over. He could refuse her nothing she asked for, not even this. Maybe especially not this. And maybe he would get her pregnant. Christ, he hoped he did. Then he'd have her forever. She'd stayed with Daniel for Amy's sake. Surely she'd marry Nils if he got her pregnant. And maybe, in time, it wouldn't matter so goddamn much that she didn't really love him as much as he loved her. He lifted her up and lowered her down on top of him slowly, watching her face as she moved to receive him. She held his gaze as he filled her, as she surrounded him. He knew she could see the tears in his eyes, knew he was unable to hide the crazy mix of emotions that crossed his face. Anger, hurt, relief, need. Love, he pushed it all aside, all except the love. He was here, right where he'd wanted to be for too many hundreds of nights. Meg loved him on some level, he knew that to be true. He wouldn't be inside of her right now if she didn't. He let all the other bullshit escape, let nothing remain but the sweet pleasure of her body around him and the liquid heat of his love for her. Let her see that. He wanted her to see that. She sat there atop him, intimately joined with him for several long seconds, just looking into his eyes. But then she fell forward and kissed him hungrily, moving in a rhythm that was much too fast, too soon. Nils caught her hips again, slowing her down, wanting and needing them to take their time, refusing to give in to the part of him that wanted her hard and fast and 3 years ago. He took control of her kisses, too, turning them languorous deliciously, wickedly slow. She moaned her approval as he filled his hands with her breasts, and he swept his fingers across her bare skin, kissing and touching as much of her as he could. Without a condom, the sensation as he moved inside of her as they moved together was impossibly intense. Each stroke brought him dangerously closer to his release. Each stroke was heaven, each withdrawal ecstasy. And the knowledge that when he came he would send his seed deep inside her was a total turn-on. He loved her. Forever. What better way to show that to both Meg and the entire world? She was impossibly sexy, riding him the way she was, with her head thrown back, her breasts tightly peaked with desire. She was killing him, completely killing him. He reached between them, desperate to take her with him. She was soft and slick, and touching her was nearly enough to take him over the edge. He lifted her up, turning her so that he was on top, so he could be in complete control. She smiled up at him and spread her legs even wider, and he knew it was hopeless. She was sexy as hell on her back, too. Sexier looking up at him like that. She moved her hips up to meet him, faster now, still holding his gaze. He was supposed to be in control now, but he wasn't. It wasn't even close. He was completely under her spell, completely unable to slow her down, to do anything but give her all she wanted. And right now, she wanted him hard and fast. Nils kissed her, taking her mouth possessively, claiming it, claiming her as his own, or maybe and far more likely claiming himself as hers. He belonged to her, completely. He had since the day they'd first met. "I'm going to come inside you now," he breathed. "Are you ready for me to do that?" Meg nodded. Yes, yes. She wanted that as much as he did, and she was with him. His release was like being hit by a train. It slammed into him, through him, not slowing down but instead building in intensity as he crashed into her. And she was right there with him, beneath him, part of him, crying out his name as she exploded around him. It was beyond pleasure, and knowing she was feeling this too transcended anything he'd ever experienced in his life. He lay on top of her, completely spent as the motel room began to reappear around him. He realized he was crushing her and he would have rolled off, but she stopped him. She clung to him, holding him tightly in place. He would have spoken, would have told her that he loved her, but she must have felt him take a breath. "Shh," she whispered. "Not yet, please, let's not talk yet. Let's just stay right here a little bit longer." He was still inside of her and content to stay right there until the end of time if she wanted. There was no reason for him to withdraw, no need to worry about a condom leaking. There was no condom. Disbelief shot through him. But it wasn't followed by fear. It was followed by warmth, by certainty, by an intense surge of pleasure. Right now, maybe right this very second, a miracle could well be occurring. Another miracle. Nils breathed in the sweet scent of Meg's hair as he closed his eyes and let himself drift, giving thanks for the miracle he'd already been given, and putting his list of requests for additional miracles right out on the table, for whoever might be up there to see. In the past, he'd used a lot of different tactics when facing potential no-win scenarios. He wasn't afraid to ask for outside help if the situation called for it. And this situation called for all the help he could get, including divine intervention. He wasn't asking much, just that Meg's little girl be kept alive until he could get there. That's all he wanted. He and his team would take it from there. 23. Alyssa kept the chain on as she opened the door to her hotel room. She didn't speak, she just looked at Sam, her face expressionless. She was wrapped in a terry cloth robe, her hair still wet. He'd caught her coming out of the shower, which meant that she was probably naked under that robe, and Sam no longer had to fantasize about what she might look like naked. After last night, he knew. He had to clear his throat before his vocal cords would function. "Sorry to bother you. I know I'm probably the last person you want knocking on your door." She didn't say anything. She just looked at him, somehow managing to do it without ever quite meeting his eyes. He cleared his throat again. "Yeah, well, shit, Starrett, just say it. I wanted to make sure you were all right. I saw you limping and I'm fine. I twisted my ankle, it's no big deal, nothing a little ice and rest won't fix." She started to shut the door, but he leaned against it. "How about your elbow?" She met his gaze at that, but only briefly. Just a flash, and then she quickly looked away. "Scraped, I've done way worse. Did you get it cleaned out okay?" "Yes. It's hard to do that yourself. I mean, a knee, sure, no problem, but an elbow, if you want I could, it's clean." Impatiently, she pulled back her sleeve and showed him. Shit. She'd taken off nearly the entire top layer of skin. It wasn't deep. It was just raw, and Sam knew from experience that it had to hurt like hell. Someone in the team was usually always scraped up like that and whining about it far more than Alyssa ever would. It was really no big deal, but seeing it on her otherwise perfect arm somehow made it seem worse. "I'll put peroxide on it," she told him. "It'll be fine." Yeah, and that was going to make it sting like a bastard. Wisely, Sam didn't volunteer to come in and hold her hand. He suspected that would get the door shut in his face fast. "How's your sister and the baby?" he asked, wishing she would take that chain off the door and let him in. Knowing she wasn't going to, that question actually surprised her, and she looked at him again. She even almost smiled. "Fine, they're both doing fine, thanks." "Good," he said. "I'm glad. Quick, think of something else," before she made her excuses and closed the door. "Are your ribs okay?" he asked. "You got hit pretty hard, and did I miss something here?" That almost smile disappeared fast. "Like the part where you suddenly got your medical degree?" "No," he said. I'm feeling nervous," she asked. "Don't be, I just got my period. I already sent you an email about it. Pressure's off." She wasn't pregnant. "Oh," Sam said. "Wow." He waited for the relief to hit, but it didn't come. Instead, he felt wistful. "So now, if you don't mind, I'm exhausted and I didn't tell anyone," he told her. "About last night." She finally met his gaze and held it. "Yeah," she said. "I know, I wasn't expecting that. I thought," she shook her head. "Thank you." Despite his reassurances back in D.C., she'd actually thought he was going to tell everyone on the team what he'd done last night. She'd probably even expected him to give some kind of locker room account, maybe even a blow-by-blow replay. "Christ. You know, Locke, I'm a decent man," he told her, anger making his voice tight and louder. "Some people even consider me to be an exceptional man. I made it through Bud S, which is more than most men and any woman can say. I passed all the moral and psychological requirements too, and I got my ass assigned to Team 16. I'm not this spawn of Satan that you seem to think I am. Look, I said thank you." Her voice got louder too. "But that's all I'm going to say or do, so you might as well," he laughed in outraged disbelief. "Fucking perfect. What, do you really think I expect you to go down on me in gratitude or something? Jesus." Now she was thoroughly pissed too. "I think you expected me to let you in, that's what I think. Coming up here pretending to give a damn about my ankle. Get real. You're here because you want a replay of last night. Okay, so maybe she was right about that. Shit, he'd wanted a replay 4 minutes after she drove out of that parking garage in D.C. this morning. But that comment about pretending to give a damn was going too goddamn far. "I came up here because I wanted to make sure you were okay. I came up here because I fucking care, all right." Her laughter was decidedly derisive. "Yeah, right, You're a real prince. Give it up, Roger. I'm not letting you in. I'm not too drunk tonight to know that you are nothing but one big, dumb, red-necked mistake. Dumb? No one called him dumb. He may have gone to college late, but once he got there, he was Phi Beta fucking Kappa. Fuck you, he shot back at her. No, wait a sec, I've already done that, haven't I? She slammed the door in his face. Sam kicked it hard, shit. He limped away, cursing her, cursing himself. That hadn't gone quite as well as he'd hoped, but about as well as he'd expected. Considering he was a fucking idiot and she hated his guts, impending death was a freeing thing. Meg lay naked in John's arms, gazing up at the ceiling as he ran his fingers from her shoulder down to the curve of her hip and back. It was soothing and hypnotic. It would have been easy to fall asleep. He was probably hoping she'd do just that. But her life had come down to hours, and sleep seemed a waste of precious time. "Do you trust me?" she asked John. His hand stilled for a moment before continuing its endless journey up and down her back. "Yes, but I know you don't think I do." Navy SEALs were known for their high levels of intelligence. There were no stupid men in the teams. John had to know what was coming next. Meg wanted to know who he really was, where he really came from. She'd made that clear to him before. And now they were almost out of time if he didn't tell her now. How bad was it really, she asked, surprising herself a little by her ability to be so direct. But that was one of the pluses of impending death. It was now or never, so damn it, she had to ask now. He pretended not to know what she was talking about. How bad was what? Okay, Meg said. I'll tell you and you can just kind of nod if I get it right, okay? He laughed. Meg, your father drank, and when he drank he beat the crap out of you. No, John said. Not true. My father wasn't that kind of drunk, not like. He shut his mouth fast as if he realized he'd just given too much away. Not like your uncle, she finished for him. She lifted her head to look at him, her heart in her throat. Oh, John. She hadn't really believed it. She hadn't actually thought, shit. He closed his eyes. He had a beautiful face, all clean lines and strong jaw, a perfect nose and eyes that would have made him a fortune had he gone to Hollywood instead of Coronado. She waited for him to open those eyes and look at her, but he didn't. He tipped his head back and looked up at the ceiling. Shit, he said again, this time on a sigh of air. And he still wasn't going to tell her. Meg fought the urge to cry. I've trusted you as much as any human being can trust another, she told him, her voice sounding very, very small to her own ears. I've put Amy's life into your hands, and we just made love. That implies a certain amount of trust, too. Can't you trust me enough in return to let me inside of you, just this little bit? He was silent, and her heart broke for him. How badly had he been hurt? How bad had it been that he'd had to create an entirely different version of his life? I've already guessed a lot of it, she told him. I figured you grew up poor, not just middle class but hand-to-mouth poor, food stamps, evictions. He nodded, still not looking at her. You're really from Amagansett, she continued. If you're going to lie, he'd told her once, use as much of the real truth as possible, just not the wealthy part of town. Another nod. You said your father was in the food industry. That had to be another part of the truth. Where did he work? In a restaurant? John nodded again and finally spoke. He was a short-order cook for a while. Before that, before he went to Nam, he and my Uncle Al owned a fishing boat. He cleared his throat. I'm not sure if he drank because he couldn't keep up the payments on the boat or if he lost the boat because he drank. All I know is that he loved that boat, loved that life, and he lost it. He lost everything, our house, everything. You name it, it was gone. He looked at her as if he were angry she was making him talk about this, as if he didn't want to remember, as if by not talking about it all these years, it had somehow disappeared or ceased to be, as if her need to know was resurrecting his pain. We moved into a shitty apartment with my uncle and his wife, my Aunt Debbie. She drank too much, too. It was pretty much up to me to take care of them. I was 7 the first time a neighbor called to say that my father had passed out in the parking lot. It was 02:30, and I had to go out there and find him and bring him inside. Meg could imagine him at 7 years of age far too easily. too serious for his years, with sad brown eyes, still raw from missing his mother. "Oh, God. Are you sure you really want to know this? Because it's pretty ugly, not just the stuff I had to live with, but the things I did. You know, there were times I got so hungry I stole food. I got good at shoplifting, so I used it to get other stuff too. I was a thief, Meg. My father would have died of shame if he knew. He was the most honest man I've ever known. Except he didn't manage to take care of you," Meg pointed out. "If you were the one taking care of him when you were 7, if he was unable to keep you from going hungry, how does that make him honest?" John shook his head. "Why do you want to know all this?" She touched his face. "Because I want to know you." He kissed her. "Meg, you know me better than anyone in the world. What does it matter where I came from? It sucked, all right. And it got worse before it got better." He shook his head. "It didn't get better until I joined the Navy. And by then I'd gone to both Millfield and Yale, and everyone who met me after that thought I'd been raised at the yacht club alongside Ashley and Chip Moneybags." "What does it matter?" he'd asked. "It doesn't matter to me at all," Meg told him. "Why does it matter so much to you?" "Because I don't have any room for pity. Poor Johnny Nilsson," he said mockingly. "His mother died, and his father's too much of a drunk to notice that his bastard of a stepbrother kicks the shit out of his kid every chance he gets. And believe me," he added hotly, "the son of a bitch didn't get a lot of chances. I learned to be fast on my feet. I learned to move around the house without making any noise. I learned a lot of valuable skills that I should probably thank him for now." She couldn't keep her disagreement, and it escaped in a soft sound of protest. He looked her in the eye again. He forced himself to. She could tell this wasn't easy for him. "See why I like the story I made up better?" he asked. "Can you understand why I didn't want to be this John Nilsson? I didn't tell you about any of this because, you're right, I didn't really trust you. I was afraid you wouldn't like me if you knew. I'm still afraid that some of the things I could tell would be too hard for you to hear." "How could you think that?" she asked. "How could you be so certain we're going to die?" He looked at her intently. "How could you be so willing to die?" Meg sat up. "See, this is what you always do. The conversation gets too personal or intense, so you turn it around, throwing it back on me. Well, right now I don't want to talk about me. I don't want to talk about me either." He cut her off. "If you want to hear all my bullshit, all my pathetic poor-me stories about stupid things I've done that I regret, you're just going to have to live through the next few days, Meg. Because I'm not going to talk about it anymore. Not now. Not until we get Amy back. Then you can have at me. You can rip open all my emotional baggage with a crowbar if you want, but you can't do it until this is over." He was serious. "So," he said, "the way I see it, we could either make love again or talk about something else." She couldn't believe it. "This could be our last chance to." John shook his head. "No," he said. "It's not our last anything, it's our first. It's the start of something that's going to last a very long time. What do you think of Edward?" She blinked at him. He was gazing at her with that intensity that could practically knock her over, and he smiled, a hot, quick smile that warmed his eyes at her confusion. "Or maybe Julie if it's a girl," he continued. His smile softened, and the warmth in his eyes turned to something else, something tender, something a little uncertain. He reached for her, covering her stomach with his hand. "That's what I want to talk about, names for our baby." He kissed her, sweet and lingeringly, on her mouth. "Unless you want to double our chances at procreation and make love to me again." Meg couldn't breathe. You want, what?" His hands were exploring her body, making it even more impossible to make any sense of his words. "Baby. One thing we've got to discuss," he told her between long, slow kisses, "is the best way to tell Amy. I mean, it's gonna be a shock for her. She gets kidnapped, and when she comes home, her mom's going to get married," and Meg pulled away from him, out of his arms and off the bed. "Don't," she said. "Don't. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to play your stupid pretend game. It's not funny anymore. I'm not going to marry you. We're not going to have a baby, so just stop." He followed her over to the sink that was outside the bathroom door, catching her arm and pulling her back to him. Pretend? You think this is pretend? We didn't use protection, Meg. That means it's not pretend. Yes, it is. She couldn't help it. She started to cry. I have no future. Oh God, he told me. He said. She couldn't get the words out. She wasn't even sure she wanted to. John pulled her to him and wrapped her tightly in his arms. Jesus, Meg, what haven't you told me yet? She shook her head. If he knew, he repeated, trying to tip up her chin so that she'd have to meet his gaze. As in the extremist who first approached you in the parking garage. What'd he tell you, Meg? She tried to pull away, but he wouldn't let her go. How am I going to know what we're up against if you don't tell me everything? He asked. How the hell can I figure out how to beat this if you don't come clean with it all? And I mean all. Promise me you won't stop me from going to wherever it is they have Amy. She could see from his eyes that he didn't want to do that. Still, he was reading her pretty damn accurately too, and he knew she wasn't going to move on this. I promise. Fuck. What did he tell you? That they're going to kill me. She managed somehow to get the words out. That even if I bring them Razin, that part of my payment to get Amy back is my death. That even if I killed Razin myself, that they would come after me and kill me too. That one of us is already dead. It's either going to be me or Amy, and I'm not going to let Amy die. The son of a bitch, John said. He laughed, but there wasn't much humor in it. Meg, he was lying. No, he wasn't. She knew liars, and this man had been telling her the gospel truth. But John held her chin and looked into her eyes. Yes, he was pushing your buttons, playing mind games with you, Meg. If you killed Razin the way they wanted you to, what possible reason would they have to come after you? Why would they take that risk? Think about it, it doesn't make sense. God, she wanted to believe him. But does any of this make sense? Yes, they want Razin, and John cut himself off. Look, Meg, whether this guy is telling the truth or lying doesn't matter. If he's telling the truth, we're going to prove him a liar anyway, do you understand? If for some reason their intention really is to target you for death, we can take measures to protect you, and we will protect you. Even after it's over, Meg asked. Yes, he told her. How, she asked. However we need to, he said absolutely. Whatever it takes. She wanted to believe him. Hope flickered. God, she wanted so much to have hope again. She'd gone far too many days without any hope at all. Meg looked into John's eyes. He stood there looking back at her, meeting her gaze steadily, clearly trying to infuse her with his hope and his strength and his love. He'd said he loved her. He'd said it often over the past few hours, maybe too often. She'd assumed it meant nothing, assumed it was simply something he said to help convince her to trust him. But now he was talking about naming their baby. Meg had to sit down. She'd made love to him just a short time ago. She hadn't given a damn about protection at the time. It seemed ridiculous and useless because she knew she was going to die. She'd told him she wanted his baby, but when she'd said that, she'd thought it was so far out of the realm of possibility. But John, for John, it hadn't been impossible. When John had made love to her, he hadn't believed she was going to die. He thought there was a very definite chance that he could get her pregnant, and he'd made love to her anyway. He wanted her to have his baby. He wanted a lifetime. He'd used that very word, and he'd actually meant it. He loved her. Is that finally everything? He asked her now. No more secrets. She didn't get a chance to answer him because the phone rang. Meg leapt for it as John scrambled for his clothes. Hello. Her heart was pounding so hard it almost drowned out her own voice. Sorry to bother you, a very American-sounding man said, but this is the front desk. The disappointment that hit Meg was nearly physical. She had to sit down on the bed. It wasn't the extremists who had Amy. It was the insect man from the motel. My wife just came back in, he told her. Apparently there's been a package here waiting for you. I'm sorry it was under some newspapers and I didn't see it when you checked in. A package for Joan Smith. The hope was back with a surge of power through her veins. Can you send it up to this room? Meg asked. Immediately. I'm on my way, Insect Man said. The bear was arguing with the woman with the dead soul. Eve put her arm around Amy, who nestled more closely at the sound of the raised voices. This didn't sound good. The bear gestured to the windows, gestured to the watch he wore on his left wrist. "Not tonight," Amy whispered. "That's what he's telling her, not tonight." Eve looked at the little girl in astonishment. "You understand them, just a little." Amy's brown eyes were so like her mother's. A grandmother wasn't supposed to have favorites, but she and Meg had always had a special bond. "She's upset. Something about a phone call. Someone's supposed to call, but they haven't, so she's mad. Something about being ready to leave quickly. Something about a boat to somewhere, Cuba, I think. Something about you and me. Bear keeps telling her yes. Yes, but not tonight." She frowned, worried. "I can't understand a lot of it. It's been a long time since I lived in Kazakhstan." Not tonight was all Eve had to hear. Yes, but not tonight meant yes in the morning. When the sun came up, the bear was going to take them into the swamp and shoot them. He followed the woman out of the room, still arguing, and Eve heard the woman stomp up the stairs, clearly angry at not having gotten her way. The bear stomped back into the room, scowling. Eve gave him time to sit down, time to cool off. He was mad at the woman, mad at them too, mad at the world. She knew what that felt like. She waited nearly 40 minutes, 40 endless minutes before she spoke. "I wonder, young man, if you could arrange for Amy and me to have some soap and a towel so that we might wash." He scowled at her, but she didn't let her gaze waver. She just kept on looking him straight in the eye. "Allow us at least the dignity of clean hair," she said quietly. He didn't speak, didn't move aside from the muscle jumping in his jaw. He just gazed back at her for what seemed like another 40 minutes. Finally, he stood up and left the room. She heard the TV go on in the kitchen, blaringly loud. Was it possible the bear had turned it on that loudly? He was always shouting at the others to turn it down. And what did that mean? For him to walk away, leaving them unguarded while he watched Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. But she heard his footsteps returning, and when he came back carrying a gray towel and a bar of soap, Eve knew it was true. They had been scheduled for execution. The soap and towel was to be their final request. "Thank you," she said, as in the other room the audience applauded a contestant who decided to use his lifeline. Her heart was pounding as he led them upstairs to the bathroom. This was it. They had to go out that window tonight. Right now. If one of their captors saw or heard them, they would probably be killed on the spot. But that was a chance they'd have to take. If they didn't leave, they'd be dead tomorrow for sure. The bear stopped outside of the bathroom door, pushing it open and gesturing for them to go inside. As Eve did, a breeze pushed the shower curtain up and out, revealing the open window. The bear glanced at it and Eve's heart nearly stopped. But then she saw her reflection in the cracked and grimy mirror. She was 75 years old, and after being held hostage for all these days, she looked every single minute of it. She limped across the small room to hang the towel on a rack to further drive home the point. She was old and half lame, see. She could barely even walk, let alone escape out a second-story window. "Be fast," the bear said. He touched her arm with a hand the size of a catcher's mitt. "Be as swift as you possibly can." She looked up at him in surprise, but he was already out in the hall, shutting the door behind him. Amy was already with the program, already in the bathtub over by the window. "We'll have to be quiet," she whispered to Eve. "Even if we slip and fall and hurt ourselves." Eve smiled at her. "That's my brave girl." She turned on the water in the sink, letting it run, masking the sound as she took out the screen. She had 2 last pieces of butterscotch left, and she took them from her pocket, giving one to Amy and opening the other herself. "For a little extra courage," she said. The sweet taste gave her a little bit of Ralph, too, whose ghostly spirit was with her still. He'd done what he'd had to do all those years ago, in the French countryside just south of Dunkirk. And she and Amy would do what they had to do tonight. They could do this, and they would. "Hold tightly to my hand," Eve told the girl, and they went out the window and into the humid Florida night. Despite Meg's impatience, the package was opened by an FBI bomb squad. It had been wrapped in brown paper and addressed in slanty handwriting. To Joan Smith, CO, the Seagull Motel. Beneath the paper had been a priority mailing box. and inside was a cell phone and a slip of paper with a number that had Kazakhstan's country code. As an FBI agent disguised as a delivery man returned the package, along with a large cheese pizza, to their room, Nils knew they were in the home stretch. They no longer had to wait for the extremists to call them. They could call the extremists. Meg took the phone and dialed. It was dark. That was good. Eve's eyes grew accustomed to it as she held tightly to the waistband of Amy's pants. They moved as soundlessly as possible across the roof, toward the back porch. In theory, she'd figured they could climb down using the porch rail and the corner beam. Reality was far more, well, real than theory. In reality, the ground was very, very far away. In reality, a slip and a fall would not result in her landing on her feet like one of those X-Men that Amy enjoyed reading about. Reality involved brittle, 75-year-old bones. Reality also had the possibility of men with guns sitting out there on that porch. Men they could well come face to face with as they attempted to climb down from the roof. Reality also ranked as soundlessly as possible as a 6 on a scale from 1 to 10, with 1 being soundless and 10 being as noisy as a fox in a chicken coop. Still, the TV was blaring in the kitchen. With luck, it was up too loud for anyone to hear the scraping and skittering sounds coming from overhead as they crossed the roof on their bandoons. Amy was a trooper. Eve could hear the little girl trying to slow her ragged, fearful breathing, obviously conscious of the noise she was making. You would be so proud of her, Meg. Climbing down onto the porch railing was both easier and more difficult than Eve could have imagined. She went over the edge of the roof legs first, wrapping them around the corner beam, risking getting splinters in places where splinters had no right to be. But right now she would be willing to sit on a porcupine if it meant saving Amy. Eve's feet finally found the railing, and still holding on to that beam with all her might, Amy slid down into her other arm. The child was part monkey, thank goodness for tomboys. Once her feet hit the railing, she was out of Eve's arms and quickly down on the ground. Eve hadn't been part monkey in years. It took her a little bit longer, but then, alleluia, they were both on the ground. "I'm not going without you," the little girl whispered. "I know your leg hurts, but we'll just go as fast as you can and hide if we have to." Eve didn't take the time to answer. She just took Amy's hand and took off at a sprint, not on the road but through the woods. If they kept going long enough and far enough, they'd eventually reach another house. And another house would have a telephone where they could call the police, the FBI, the National Guard, anyone for help. And they'd need that help in spades. It wasn't going to be much longer before the bear and his friends discovered they'd escaped. And they would come after them. Eve had no doubt about that. Amy was dragging, and Eve slowed her pace. The girl's shorter legs would naturally make it hard for her to keep up, and chances were Amy hadn't recently trained for a marathon. When Eve was 15, she'd fooled the world into thinking she was 20 because she looked 20, and because people expected her to be 20. That had taught her a thing or two about people's expectations. When people saw a 75-year-old with white hair and a wrinkled face, they expected to see old, to see weak, to see a limp. They didn't expect to see a strong woman with her share of age-generated aches and pains. Yes, who'd done rather well in a 20-kilometer foot race raising funds for cancer research just a few weeks before leaving to visit her favorite granddaughter in America. The underbrush was thick, and it smacked and scratched against them like reaching arms with claws. Spanish moss dripped like tendrils, and Eve tried very hard not to think about snakes. After several long minutes at a brisk trot, they finally hit a road. But there were no lights, no cars, no other houses. They were in the middle of nowhere. 24, they were in the middle of nowhere. It was as if they'd gone back in time, to the days before Florida had become the mecca of vacationing families, to the days before the interstates, before the multitude of 7-Elevens and McDonald's. Meg was driving. Nils was in the back seat just in case they were being watched. The extremists kept calling on the cell phone that had been in that package sent to the Seagull Motel, giving them further instructions in bits and pieces. Meg had called the K-Stanny phone number. She'd been told to hang up and wait for a call. When that call came in on that cell phone, they were ordered to get into Meg's car and start driving south. Immediately, the extremists in their own amateurish way were attempting to make sure Meg would have no time to contact the authorities and get help. But the FBI and most of the Troubleshooters squad were already prepped and ready to go. Nils had a miniature receiver in his ear and a microphone attached to his coat. When activated, it connected him via secured radio line to Pauletti or the senior chief. He kept it open, relaying the information that came in bits and pieces from the extremists. He'd been talking pretty much constantly since they'd gotten into the car. As a result, the entire task force was now aware of the death sentence Meg believed that the extremists had given to her. Not that it made that much of a difference. One of their top priorities already had been to keep her safe, at any and all costs. The task force was already moving in station wagons and minivans instead of military trucks to keep a low profile. Pauletti had also told Nils that the agents and SEALs who were off duty were being rousted to form a support team. A van and a camper of men were being readied right now. They'd follow a parallel route instead of trailing along behind. Nils turned off his microphone. "You okay?" he asked Meg from the backseat. Yeah, she didn't sound okay. He could see only the back of her head and her shoulders looked pretty tight. "You want to go over the plan? Right before we get there, we stall until your guys get a chance to check the place out. We let them handle it. I don't get out of the car." Meg's voice was tight. There's not much to go over. She was right. When she put it that way, it didn't sound like much. But she didn't know Tom Pauletti. She didn't really know what the Troubleshooters were capable of with even just a few minutes of prep time. "You know, John, back at the motel you asked me if I had any more secrets," she said, and Nils's heart sank. Ah, Jesus, what was she going to tell him now? "I haven't had time to breathe since you asked that, let alone tell you. Meg, just say it, okay? Just put it out on the table so that we can." "I love you," she said. "Too. I love you too. Deal with it." And Nils shut himself up and the silence in the car was complete for several long seconds. "Wow," Meg said with a shaky laugh. "That was effective. Are you still alive back there?" "Yeah," Nils said. He had to clear his throat. "I'm hoping to hell you're not just saying that because you think you're going to die." "Well," her voice was very small and he knew he was right. "I'm saying it because I mean it and because I am afraid I'm going to die without it being said. I've loved you for a long time. I'll love you forever. I'm just afraid that forever's not going to be too. You know, you left out the part of the plan where after we get Amy and your grandmother out, you come back to California with me. And after Amy's had time to get over the shock of having such a handsome stepfather, we get married and make love every night and twice during the day while Amy's in school." Nils interrupted her, his chest feeling tight and full. But it was a good feeling, a wonderful feeling. She loved him, not just past tense. Present tense, and please Jesus, future tense. "I think that's a damn good plan. How about you?" Meg laughed softly, sadly. "If we do get through this, I'm not going to hold you to that or anything else you've said over the past few days." "When we get through this," Nils countered, "I owe you the rest of my pathetic story. I'm not going to hold you to anything until you've heard that. Every single stupid word. You know, I used to sell term papers for $300. I think of that now and I wonder how I could have been so stupid." "If you'd gotten caught, you would have been in trouble," Meg agreed. "No, I was thinking, how could I have been so stupid to set my price so low I could have gotten at least $500 a pop?" Meg laughed again. "There's nothing you could tell me that would make me stop loving you," she said, and he knew he was the closest to winning that he'd ever been in his life. Happily ever after was hanging right there, just in sight. "Come on, God, keep the girl alive until we get there." How could this have happened? The old woman could barely walk. How could she have gone out a second-story window? Maram was furious. She'd finally gotten her phone call. Osman Razin was finally on his way. She should be happy, victorious, triumphant. Instead, she was about to pop a vein. Yumar was terrified and looking for someone besides himself to blame. He glared at the bear. "This is your fault. You let them go upstairs." The bear glared back. "This is my fault. When I asked you to stand guard at the bathroom door, what did you do, shitbrain? Fall asleep?" Yumar was about 3 seconds away from charging him, and the bear refreshed his grip on his AK-47, holding the other man's gaze, daring him to try. "Find them," Maram ordered Yumar and Khatib. "They can't have gone far." She looked at Bear, too. "You too, find them and kill them. It's just as good to get them taken care of and out of the way now that this is almost over." Yumar and Khatib clattered down the steps of the front porch and headed out toward the road. They knew enough to stop arguing and complaining as they left the house. In silent agreement, they each went a different direction on the road, each breaking into a quick trot. No doubt they'd reasoned that the old lady would stick to the road. After all, the underbrush out here was dense, or swampy. The bear didn't follow the two men. Instead, he went back behind the house. He looked up at the open bathroom window, looked at the roof, looked at the back porch. He moved closer to the porch, then crouched down to look at the ground. Yes, there were definitely 2 sets of footprints, one large, one small there in the softness of the earth. He looked up toward the thick brush at the edge of the yard, following the direction those footprints pointed. They weren't heading toward the swamp. Somehow the old lady had known to steer clear from the swamp, or maybe it was just good luck. She'd had her share of luck in her long life, both bad and good. It made sense in the scheme of things that after being kidnapped and held hostage, her luck was now once again running clean and pure. Because it was also good luck that Yumar and Khatib had gone on the road and in the opposite direction from those tracks. Of course, it would be the best of luck for them if either were able to find their own buttocks even in broad daylight. He straightened up with a sigh. Using his foot, he kicked the sandy soil over the footprints, erasing them all the way to the edge of the yard. Sometimes even the very best of luck needed a little extra help. He'd gone into this thing because of his religious beliefs. He'd get out of it for the very same. Without another look back, the bear shouldered his weapon and ambled toward the swamp. How had this happened? 2 different vehicles filled with SEALs and FBI agents, and Locke managed to climb into the one with Sam Starrett. She'd had to do some fancy footwork to avoid sitting next to him. But now she was sitting dead across from him, his long legs stretched out, his big feet invading her personal space. They were part of the backup team. Another separate convoy of unmarked vehicles, mostly minivans and SUVs, were trailing about a half-mile behind Nils and Meg. These vehicles, a van and a camper, however, were taking a different route. They were taking the instructions that Meg Moore was receiving from the extremists in fragments, and they were attempting to predict a final destination. They were navigating a parallel route, hoping they'd circle around and come at the terrorists' location from a different direction. Luck and guesswork played heavily into this strategy, and because of that, there was a strong chance they were just going to drive around all night, too far from the action to provide any kind of backup or support at all. "I would kill for a cup of coffee," Wildcard muttered. Starrett shifted in his seat. Locke didn't let herself look at him. He was the reason she was so blasted tired. If she'd fallen right asleep the moment she'd gotten into bed, she would have had a healthy hour's nap. Instead, no. Instead, she'd stared at the ceiling, fuming, furious with Starrett for coming to her room, furious with herself for losing her temper and letting him see how upset he made her. She should have played it cool. She should have remained aloof. Yes, she'd slip when she was drunk, but now reason and sanity had returned. Slamming the door in his face wasn't the answer. Freezing him out was a far better strategy. She let herself look at him now, practicing her iciest gaze. He looked about as exhausted as she felt, but somehow on him exhausted was attractive. Didn't it figure? He pointedly didn't look back at her, as if he were still angry at her too, as if he had a right to be. I'm getting carsick from riding in this Kleenex box on wheels, and if I don't get some caffeine, Wildcard said, I'm seriously going to hurl. Around Locke, the SEALs sprang into action, digging into their pockets. Apparently the petty officer wasn't kidding, and they all knew it. I've got a candy bar, Jenkins reported, opening the wrapper. That's got a little caffeine in it, doesn't it? I've got caffeine gum. J. Lopez tossed a piece toward Wildcard. Bless you, Starrett drawled. He leaned forward to look at Wildcard Carmody. You mainline that gum if you need to, do the Technicolor yawn, and you're a dead man. Ditto, Jenks said. We've got a potential chain reaction situation. Sometimes it helps just to put something in your stomach. I don't have a lot, but if anyone wants a piece of chocolate, help yourself. Chocolate. Locke looked up and directly into Sam's blue eyes. Chocolate. Heat flooded through her at the memory. Chocolate all over her body. Voice, soft and smooth as velvet, murmuring about how good she tasted. His mouth gliding across her as he took his sweet time and licked her clean. She'd finally broken down and begged him to give her what she really wanted, and then he'd done that too, exquisitely. She could see an echo of that night in the heat of his eyes, and despite her intentions, despite herself, she stared at him, mesmerized, horrified, hardly able to breathe. Finally, Sam jerked his gaze away, freeing her. God help her. Lopez, you got another piece of that caffeine gum? Starrett asked. I'm feeling a little digestively challenged right now myself. A car was coming. Eve could see the headlights approaching from way down the road, lighting up the fog that hung in the air long before the car was in sight. She pulled Amy, or maybe it was Amy who pulled her into the underbrush. The bugs were intense, and they were probably hiding up to their noses in poison ivy. No doubt they were going to itch and scratch for days. But scratching was far better than not being alive enough to itch. Amy was scared to death. She was trying to pretend that she wasn't, but all these days of staunch bravery were starting to wear, and she was fighting tears. They'll probably drive right past, Eve said. But if they do stop, don't look at them. Do you know that sensation that you sometimes get that someone's watching you? Amy nodded. That's why we want to keep our eyes down or closed. If they stop, we don't move and we keep our eyes closed, all right. What if it's a trick? Amy asked. I saw in a movie once where these people were looking for these kids, and they drove past in a car, and the kids thought they were gone. Only the bad guys were also walking around searching for them, and when the kids came out, the bad guys grabbed them. Then we'll stay hidden, Eve said. We'll stay right here after this car goes past. It was moving slowly, and it was still way down the road. Is that a plan? Eve asked. Amy nodded. Will you tell me again about Dunkirk? I will if you want, Eve said, but I haven't finished the rest of my story, the part that happened after V-Day, after the war in Europe officially ended. V stands for victory in Europe, you know. There's more to the story, Amy said. There is, Eve said. Remember, I was married again in May 1945. That was when you met Grandpa, right? Amy asked. Eve smiled. Shall I tell the story? Yes, please. With the war, at least our war, finally over, Nick and I didn't spend much time celebrating. Like many people, we spent those first few days and weeks reading the newspapers, searching the lists of names of war prisoners returning to England. Nick, Amy asked, reading the newspapers? Absolutely, Eve said. It had taken 5 years, but he learned to read using the method Ralph had sent to me in his final letter. It was a miracle, but it wasn't the particular miracle I was hoping for. But then on May 27, 5 years after Dunkirk, we found it. All these years later, she could still feel the dizzying thrill. She'd never lost hope. She'd never given up, but after 5 long years, that hope was burning awfully low. But then, just like that, with 8 little letters printed in the London Times, it blazed aflame. R. Grayson, Eve told Amy. The name R. Grayson was there, on one of those lists of returning British soldiers. I couldn't get any further information from the War Office. I didn't know if R stood for Ralph or Ronald or Richard, but they did tell me which ship this R. Grayson would be on, and I was there on the dock as the ship pulled in and the men began to disembark. It was a day she would never forget. Not ever. The crowds were intense. The atmosphere one of a carnival. The sky was a shade of blue she'd never seen before. She'd anticipated the crowds and brought a sign with Ralph's name on it. If he were on that ship, he'd see her. The men came off that ship in droves, most of them moving slowly, thin and malnourished beyond belief. Eve stood there holding her sign until her arms ached, until the crowd dissipated, until she was nearly alone on the dock with that sky turning pink from the setting sun. And then there were only stragglers coming down the gangplank, and her hope again had nearly gone out. Nearly. He'd found her first. She hadn't recognized him. Not until he stopped about 5 feet away from her. He was terribly thin, frighteningly thin, his face gaunt, but his beautiful eyes were exactly the same. He had both of his arms and both of his legs, not that she would have cared, not that it would have made any difference at all. "Hi," she'd said. "What a stupid thing to say to the love of your life returning home from 5 years in hell." She supposed it was better than collapsing on the ground, overcome with relief, but not by much. Ralph did much better. "I never stopped loving you," he said. "I want you to know that. Not a single day has passed since you came to see me in France that I haven't thoroughly, completely regretted the fact that I didn't tell you I loved you too. I've kicked myself 1,907 days for that." Eve couldn't help it. She started to cry. She just stood there, clinging to her sign and crying. "That trip you made to France saved my life," he told her, his voice so matter-of-fact. "Knowing that you loved me enough to come all that way was something I could cling to. It kept me sane through some pretty terrible times. I think it's important that you know that too." He didn't reach for her, and she was too afraid to reach for him. He looked so fragile, and he was taking such care to keep his distance. "You're even more beautiful than ever," he told her. "How old are you now?" 21. She laughed at that, right through her tears. She couldn't help it. Ralph laughed too. How convenient. But then he stopped laughing, stopped smiling. "That is," he cleared his throat. "It's been a long time, Eve, 5 years, that's very long. Do you need my signature? Didn't my solicitor send those papers? Is that why you're here?" "He thought I was looking for him because I needed to finalize our annulment," Eve told Amy. "He thought I needed his signature so I could get married. He thought I'd found someone else." "Did you?" Amy asked. The car was almost upon them. "Hush now," Eve said. "Eyes down. Silence until we're sure there's no one out there on foot." "What's Grandpa's first name?" Amy whispered. "Ralph," Eve whispered back. "I knew it," Amy said. She kissed Eve. "I knew it. You lived happily ever after." "We certainly did. SHH now." She pulled the little girl close, holding her tightly, both of their heads down as the car slowly approached. "Go past. Just go past," she ordered it silently, watching it only in her peripheral vision. But it didn't go past. It slowed to a stop right out on the road in front of them, and it wasn't a car. It was a van, just like the one their captors had driven. "We're almost there," John reported to Lieutenant Pauletti over his radio as Meg approached the house. "Go slowly," he told Meg. "And remember, whatever happens, don't get out of the car." From the car, the place looked run down and deserted except for all the lights. "This has got to be it," John continued into his microphone. "The house is dark, but the yard is lit up like the surface of the sun. Tell them not to try to get close." Meg's heart pounded. God, if the extremists saw even just one commando type crawling across their lawn, Amy and Eve would be killed immediately. If they weren't already dead. She was going to find out soon if her daughter was dead or alive. Please, God, if something was going to go wrong, if she were going to die here tonight, at least let her find out that Amy was still alive. At least let Amy escape. She wanted to hold her daughter so badly her hands shook. Meg's cell phone rang. "This is it," John told her from the backseat. "Meg, I need you to continue to stall. Our team is getting into place." "Stall? How?" He was still talking on his radio, still describing the place in complete detail to his co. The phone rang again. "I can't pick up until you're quiet," she told him. He shut his mouth. Meg took a deep breath and answered the phone. Yes. Bring him inside. Stall. Please, she said. I'd like to talk to them first, to my daughter and my grandmother. I want to hear their voices, to know they're alive, and the line went dead. They hung up, she told John. They just boom. The sound was impossibly loud, even from inside the car. Shit. Yes, confirmed, John said into his radio. We've had a single gunshot from inside the structure. Meg and I are unharmed. Meg couldn't breathe. A gunshot from inside. Oh my God. The cell phone rang. Oh my God. She couldn't even say hello, could barely hold the phone to her ear. Her hands were shaking so hard. It's too late to talk to the old lady, the voice on the phone said. But if you want to talk to the little girl, you should bring him inside. Now. Meg got out of the car. Shit, Nils said. Meg, she opened the back door. They killed Eve, she told Nils. Oh my God, John, get back in the car, Meg, he ordered her, trying to infuse her with his calm. This situation wasn't out of control, not yet. But it would be if she didn't get back into the car. I'll go in there, but you shit. She was already moving toward the house, and he scrambled to follow her to make it look as if she were pulling him with her. What the fuck? Came Walchenok's voice over his headphones. Get her out of there. Nils couldn't. She was just out of his reach, and then she was out from behind the car, and a clear target, easy to pick off by a terrorist shooter aiming from one of the darkened windows of the house. And then there was nothing to do but keep moving forward, pray, and try to shield her with his body. His MP4 was locked and loaded. He kept it concealed under his coat, Razine's coat. When the shooting starts, stay down, stay behind me, he told her. She was crying and his heart clenched. Those bastards. Those goddamned sadistic bastards. It wouldn't surprise him one bit to find out that they'd kept Eve and Amy alive all this time only to kill them now in front of Meg. When? She asked as she led him up the brightly lit path toward the house. If. I meant if, he corrected himself, even though he knew damn well he was probably lying to her for the very last time. Sam couldn't believe it. The genius who was driving this camper was convinced they'd taken a wrong turn. He'd been arguing with the genius who was driving the van for about 10 solid minutes. And then even more brilliant. They'd stopped the frigging things right there in the middle of the road and got out so that he and genius number 2 could both look at the same map. As highest-ranking naval officer in both vans, Sam pushed his way out into the night. Was this how they trained him to keep a low profile at the Bureau? What do you say we just keep moving? Sam suggested in his friendliest toned good old boy, just in case any tangos were out there in the woods, listening in. They were just a bunch of stupid campers, lost as shit. We're bound to find our campground sooner or later. There just aren't that many roads out here. What do you say we get back into the vans before we start getting unwanted attention from the wildlife? He gave them each a pointed look, praying that they'd catch his drift. Crap, nothing like standing around making a lot of noise. It rubbed even worse knowing that Nils and Meg were out there somewhere, about to walk into a nestful of K-Stanny terrorists, and here he was with Huey and Dewey wasting time. How about we give the map-reading job to one of the Boy Scouts in the back, Sam suggested. I bet we got someone who's got a navigation merit badge. He heard the sound before Huey and Dewey did something big. Something human-sized was out there in the underbrush. He leapt in front of the FBI drivers, pulling his handgun free from his shoulder holster, ready to fend off an attack. From Little Red Riding Hood and her granny. They blinked at him as they emerged from the bushes, blinked at his handgun. I guess scouting is much more intense now than it was back when my brother was a boy, Granny said. You did say you were the Boy Scouts, didn't you? The Boy Scouts of America. Sam looked at the old woman, looked at the little girl. Amy, he asked, hardly daring to hope as he lowered his weapon. It had to be. And what was the old woman's name? And Mrs. Grayson, I'm LT. Sam Starrett, ma'am, U.S. Navy SEALs. Please step into the camper, you'll be even safer there. Sam banged on the side panel. Someone get on the radio to Lieutenant Pauletti. We need to get word to Nils pronto to abort, repeat, abort. The hostages are safe and sound. He should get Meg the hell out of there. "We're going in," Nils announced over his radio, and the door to the house swung open. A man and a woman stood there, AK-47s in their arms. Both were dressed in desert print camouflage pants and jackets, the sleeves torn off. Desert print. Here in the middle of the Florida jungle. They were amateurs. The way they held their assault weapons verified that. Neither of them had had military training, but neither of them needed more than a heavy trigger finger to use that AK-47 to make Meg and Nils extremely dead. He was in front of Meg as they went into the house, and he hung his head, keeping his face in shadows, wishing he could stay right there, shielding her from them until this was over. There was no one else in the entryway, no one in the room off to the right. He'd expected the place to be crawling with extremists. Was it possible? There was no sign of Amy or Eve. No bloodstains, no bodies, nothing. Just a nearly empty house with two tangos. The woman had her gun up and on them as the man shut the door. "Put the gun on the floor and kick it over here," she ordered Meg, who obeyed. The man shouldered his weapon, and at a nod from the woman he pushed Meg onto the floor to search her. He wasn't gentle, and Meg cried out. Nils clenched his teeth. It took every ounce of willpower in him not to react. He was Osman Razin right now. Meg wasn't his lover, his friend, his life. The woman was looking at him, her eyes narrowed, and he shifted slightly, hiding his face even more while he let her see a glimpse of the cuffs on his wrists. "Where's Amy?" Meg asked, and got a backhand across her mouth for the trouble, but she was tough. She'd come this far and she wasn't going to quit now. She struggled to sit up. "Where's my daughter? I've done as you've asked. I've brought you Razin. We had a deal and I've upheld my end of it." "She's dead," the woman said harshly. "They're both dead." "Oh God, no." As Nils watched, Meg died. The life left her face, the fight left her body. She went completely still. He looked at her, willing her to look back at him, willing her to move back and out of the way, or at least down flat onto the floor. He was going to shoot these motherfuckers and get Meg safely out of there, but he couldn't start firing and hit them both, not with Meg right there in the kill zone. "Osman Razin," the woman said in a Kazakh dialect, "I sentence you to death." She shifted her grip on her AK-47, split seconds from firing as Meg came back to life. She dropped to the ground and rolled out of the way. Nils had his weapon up and firing, shouting for support from the rest of the team. It was over in seconds. He'd pulled back and into the other room, shielding her with his body. If there were any other tangos in this building, they were going to come running at the sound of the gunfire. The door was smashed in with a crash, and Walchanok and Muldoon were the first inside, checking the fallen extremists, making sure neither was going to pop back up, shooting. Meg was crying, and he dropped his weapon and held her tightly, crying for her too, and for himself. Her daughter was dead, but she'd chosen life. He knew it would have been easier for her simply to give up, to let herself be killed instead of living with the pain and loss. Nils knew she would never get over it. Not completely. But with his help and his love, she would get through it. "I'm here," he told her. "Whatever you need, I'll get it for you." "Nilsson, report." Lieutenant Pauletti's voice came over the receiver in Nils's ear. "I need Amy," Meg cried. "Nilsson, damn it, he's here." "LT," came the senior chief's familiar growl. "Both he and Ms. Moore are here and alive. They're sharing a private moment." Nils looked up to see Senior Chief Walchanok standing in the doorway. "They killed them, Stan," he told him quietly. "Both Amy and Eve," Walchanok swore. "LT, we've got some bad news. The hostages are dead." "Someone's wrong," Pauletti's voice came back. "I've got Starrett in one of the backup vehicles saying he's got Amy and Eve with him right now and they are very much alive. Hang on." There was a buzz and a click, and then a very sweet voice came loud and clear over the line. "Hello, Mommy." Nils yanked the miniature receiver free, held it right up to Meg's ear, leaning close so that he could hear too. "Mommy, this is Amy. Nana and I are all right. Are you all right?" Meg gasped and looked up at Nils. "Oh my God." He switched on his microphone, held it close to her mouth. "Amy," she said. "Oh my God, Mommy, we're okay." Nana and I climbed out of the window and onto the roof, and we ran and ran, and I'm so hungry, and I knew you would be so worried." Meg laughed through her tears. "It's Amy," she told Nils. "Are you all right?" Amy asked again. Meg touched Nils's face and smiled at him. "I am so totally all right, honey," she told her daughter. "I am fabulously all right." She kissed him, and he got his very first taste of happily ever after. It was enough to convince him that he definitely wanted more. 25 Amy sat in the camper next to Eve, eating a chicken salad sandwich that one of the FBI agents had packed for a snack. The child's hands were filthy dirty, but there was nowhere to wash, and Eve was too hungry herself to care. First food, then Meg would arrive, then they'd be taken somewhere safe to wash and to sleep in the beautiful softness of a real bed. "What about Ralph?" Amy asked with her mouth full. Eve laughed. "Ah, yes, they'd left poor Ralph standing there on the dock. He tried to be so casual," she told Amy, "asking me if I'd come to get that annulment. As if I had traveled all that way and dressed up in my very best clothes to greet him as he set foot in England for the first time in 5 years because I wanted an annulment." Amy laughed. "Boys are dumb." "Boys sometimes are," Eve agreed. "Very dumb. I told him I had a box of over 2,000 letters waiting for him, back in Ramsgate. Letters she'd written to him over the past 5 years. Letters she'd written even though she didn't know if he were alive or dead. She'd looked him in the eye then. She'd done this before in France, but still it hadn't gotten any easier. "I love you," she told him. "There never has been and never will be anyone else." He started to cry. Right there on the dock, Ralph broke down and wept. He took a step toward her. Just one move in her direction was all she needed. She threw down her sign and launched herself at him and into his arms. He wasn't as fragile as he looked. He might have been thin, but his arms were still strong. "He kissed me," Eve told Amy, "and kissed me, right there for all the world to see. It was glorious, and I knew that no matter how hard the past few years had been, the future was going to be wonderful. He told me that I'd saved his life in Dunkirk. He said that his unit was finally captured, and the Germans who took them prisoner were ready to kill them right then and there. He was on the ground, on his knees, with a Nazi gun to his head when he started talking about me. He spoke in German, telling the man who was about to kill him all about this girl back in Ramsgate, an American girl named Eve whom he loved with all his heart. He told the German soldier that, although it was probably hard to believe, this girl loved him too, and that she'd be distraught at the news of his death. He told this German all about how we'd met, about Nikki getting sick, about the warm feeling in his heart whenever he saw me. He told me that he was convinced that by talking about me that way, he'd force the German to see him not as a nameless, soulless enemy soldier, but as a human being, as a man who loved and was loved. "It worked," Amy said, "because they let him live." "That's right." Eve smiled, remembering how through the years Ralph had told her time and again of the way his stories of her light and life had served to entertain his captors and to make him an individual in their eyes. "He asked me to marry him," she told Amy, "right there on the dock. I told him that I already had married him, that I'd never signed or sent back those annulment papers, but I told him if he wanted me to, I'd marry him all over again." "And he wanted to, right?" Amy said. "Because you got married again." "We did." The back door of the camper opened, and the strikingly beautiful FBI agent named Alyssa Locke stuck her head in. "Your mom just pulled up," she said to Amy with a smile. Amy was up and out of the door in a flash. Eve sat for a moment, letting the little girl have some time alone with her mother, content to rest and remember. "I'll marry you again," Eve told Ralph as she stood on the dock in his arms. "But what I won't do is delay our wedding night another day longer." He'd laughed at that, his laughter rich and warm. It wrapped around her, and she knew her words were a lie. She'd wait for him forever if she had to. Still, he was English after all, and it was possible he'd need a bit of a push. "What are your plans?" she asked him. "Are you going to teach?" He shook his head. I haven't thought much about it. I haven't thought much beyond fresh eggs and a rare steak for years. And you, of course," he added with a smile. "And not at all in that order." She kissed him long and sweet. "You always were a fabulous teacher." She kissed him again, longer and a little less sweetly. "As a matter of fact, there's something very specific I was hoping you could teach me tonight." He shouted with laughter at that, but as he looked at her, the warmth in his eyes shifted to something potent, something hot. "Oh yes," he murmured, "count on it." His kiss held a promise of something achingly wonderful. He pulled back to look into her eyes. "Promise me," he said. "Yes," she said. He laughed. "Now how do you know I'm not going to ask you to promise me something ridiculous?" "I don't care. I'd promise you anything." His smile softened as he touched her face. "I am the luckiest man on this planet. The war didn't break your spirit, did it?" She shook her head. "I'm not sure whether to be grateful or terrified about that," he told her with a laugh. "Just promise me that you'll never withhold the truth from me again. Promise you'll never again pretend to be something you're not, because you're perfect, Eve, just the way you are. No more lies, all right?" "I promise," she told him. She kissed him again, and he took possession of her mouth slowly, deeply. It was exquisite, and so were the words he spoke when he pulled back to look into her eyes. "I'll never leave you again," Ralph told her. "From this moment, Eve, until the day that I die, I'll be with you, right by your side." 55 years later, Eve sat in the camper all alone, remembering those promises they'd made. The door was still open a crack, and she could see outside, see the other vehicle that had pulled up, see Amy, held tightly in Meg's arms. She delivered the child safely into her mother's arms. She'd done it. Or rather, they'd done it. She and Ralph. Although he'd been gone from this world for these past 2 years, he'd been with her in spirit throughout this entire ordeal. Eve smiled and sent him a silent apology for pretending to have that limp that fooled her captors so successfully. Yes, she'd promised him all those years ago that she would no longer pretend to be something she wasn't, but he would have to admit that there were times when pretending did have its usefulness. She could almost hear Ralph's rich, warm laughter wrapping around her, still filling her heart. Meg held Amy on her lap. Since she'd turned 10, she'd claimed to be too old for that. But not today. Today, she was parked there pretty darn permanently. Meg held her daughter close. Amy's hair smelled like a bad mix of wet paper bags and soggy dog, but she didn't care. She had a lifetime to get Amy clean. Eve sat next to her, holding her hand. "Thank you," Meg kept telling her grandmother. She still couldn't believe they'd gone out a second-story window. She still couldn't believe that in a single heartbeat her life had turned from tragic to perfect. She knew what Lazarus's mother must have felt like. The door opened, and John came inside the van. Meg felt Amy shrink slightly. John was big, she realized, tall and broad, and he smiled at her and her insides melted. "Amy, this is LT, John Nilsson. Do you remember him from Kazakhstan?" Meg said. "He saved my life about 20 different times these past few days." Eve was looking from her to John, and Meg knew she hadn't missed the message he was sending her with his eyes. His love for her was written all over his face. He didn't even try to hide it. Eve squeezed her hand, and when Meg turned to look at her, she made big eyes and a completely approving face. Meg laughed. "John, this is Amy and my grandmother, Eve Grayson." John sat down, shining the warmth of his smile on them both. "I'm honored to meet you, Mrs. Grayson. You should be proud of what you did out there tonight." "I am," Eve said. John's smile widened. "Well, good. The FBI's going to be taking both you and Amy to a safe house where you can get cleaned up and where a doctor will come in and check you both out." He turned to Amy. "This must have been pretty scary, huh?" "I do remember you," she said. "Your hair was shorter. You're a language specialist, right, like Mom?" "Yeah," John said. "Like your mom, I have a lot in common with her." Amy smiled. "You colored with me and you taught me to say shit in Kazakhstani." Meg laughed. She had to feign outrage. "You did what?" "Oops. You also taught me to say thank you very much," John said to Amy. "I clearly made a lasting impression." "Wow. You did, she told him, laughing at the face he made. You always made me laugh, even when I didn't feel much like laughing. John looked up at Meg, and the expression in his eyes was priceless. He'd been scared, she realized. This big, strong, capable man who didn't know the meaning of the word quit, this man who'd gone fearlessly into battle for her today and had taken 2 lives to protect her, had been scared to death of meeting a 10-year-old girl. We're going to be seeing a lot of John from now on, Meg told her daughter. You and me, Amy, John added. We're going to be really good friends. We have a lot in common too, you know, starting with the fact that we both love your mother. Amy looked from John to Meg to Eve. And she smiled at her great-grandmother. This is so cool. So of course I get down here after the action is over, Jules complained. You didn't miss all that much, Locke countered. As she watched, Sam and Lopez came out of the house with the forensics team who were carrying one of the body bags out of the house. Jules watched, too, as the FBI team went back into the house. How many are in there? Just 2. 2 others are in custody. They were picked up on the road. Mrs. Grayson says there were 5 that she knew about, 1 still at large. The second body bag came out. Sam and Lopez were still standing next to the truck. As Locke watched, Sam turned away. He leaned down alongside the wheel and threw up. Holy cow. I heard there's some kind of bogus death threat, Jules said. That Meg Moore's going to be under protection for a while. Just until the word gets out, Locke told her partner. Lopez touched Sam briefly on the shoulder. Sam shook his head rather vehemently as he straightened up, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. Locke turned away before he looked over and caught her watching. We think the threat was just a mind game, just more psychological warfare. But the extremists and all of the other fringe groups in K-Stan are going to get a very explicit message, she said. They go near Meg Moore or her family, and they will be crushed. They stay away, and we use our embassy to open up lines of communication between them and their government. Ah, Jules said. The old threat combined with dangling a little of what they want most in front of them. That should do the trick. Locke glanced back at the trucks. Sam was gone. I heard from Max Baggett that we've announced to the media that the so-called hostage situation at the K-Stani embassy was just a training operation. Jules laughed. Everyone saves face except CNN and all the other networks Hooray made to look like fools for having reporters standing outside a training op for all these days. Locke spotted him. Sam had moved over to the house where he sat on the front steps, head in his hands. Who would have thought? Excuse me for a sec, she said to Jules. Sure. Locke approached Sam cautiously, slowly, carefully. He heard her coming, though, and he looked up and laughed derisively. Great, you saw that, huh? Perfect. Have at me, Alyssa. My night hasn't been painful enough. Are you okay? She asked. Fucking perfect, he said. I'm not sure which it was that did it to me, the thought of how close that little girl and her grandmother came to getting a bullet in their heads or catching a glimpse of the forensics guys shoveling pieces of a human being's brain into one of those body bags. Either way, it still makes my stomach churn. I wanted to apologize, she said. For some of the things I said to you before, you know, back at the hotel. He was surprised and working hard to hide it. He reached down onto the step beside him and picked up a dead twig that was lying there. Some of the things, he repeated, snapping the twig into 2. Only some, she gave him the smallest of smiles. That's right, you know you were there dogging me. He looked her dead in the eye and the world tilted slightly. Can you really blame me? She couldn't respond to that. I really appreciate your not giving in to your anger and, you know, you're not talking to anyone about what we, did that night. Okay, Starrett said. We're a slow learner, huh? Let me see if I can say it so you'll understand. I'm not going to talk about it to anyone. It's not their business. What we did is between you and me. No matter how mad you make me and shit, you can make me mad. That's not going to change. You want me to say it again, more slowly this time? Locke shook her head. No, I got it, thank you. He tossed the pieces of twig into the dust one at a time. Forget about it. Yeah, she said, that's not a bad idea. In fact, I was thinking, He looked up at her in silence, waiting for her to go on. How was it that he could have been so good, so gentle and kind with Amy and Eve out there in the woods just a few hours ago? She'd been impressed with the way he'd taken charge of the situation. He was good at what he did. She couldn't deny that. So why did he always treat her so badly? Locke cleared her throat. You know, Starrett, since you're in the most elite SEAL team in the country and I'm in the FBI's top counter-terrorist unit, well, there's a really good chance we're going to run into each other with a certain frequency. He nodded. There is. I'm assuming you're not going anywhere in the near future. No, I'm not. And I would rather not have to transfer in. She took a deep breath. In an attempt to make things as least awkward as possible, I think we should both simply pretend that night never happened. You know, forget it ever took place. Sam nodded, still just watching her. Is that really what you want? He asked quietly. As she looked into his eyes, she felt a flash of uncertainty. Yes, she said, trying to feel as sure as she sounded. From this point on, we don't talk about it again, all right? Sam still watched her steadily. Finally, he nodded. All right. Locke nodded too. She said, thank you. She backed away from him. I'm going to go find Jules, and her voice trailed off as she looked at him. He looked even more green than he did before. Are you sure you're okay? Perfect, he said. I'm abso-fucking-lutely perfect. See you around then, she said. Right, later. His soft laughter followed her as she walked away. The sun had been up for hours before Meg came out of the room in the safe house where Amy was sleeping. I'm going to sleep in there, she told Nils. I hope you don't mind. I need to be with her for a while, he nodded. I didn't expect anything less. She sat next to him on the couch, slipping into his arms as if she belonged there. Okay, he said. She looked up at him. Okay, he nodded. I'm ready. She put her hand directly on top of him. She said, that can't be what you mean. Nils laughed and moved her hand. He kissed her palm and placed it over his heart. Don't try to distract me. This is hard, I mean, difficult enough, Ms. Dirty Mind. She kissed him sweetly, then pulled back to gaze into his eyes. John, you don't have to do this right now. He shook his head. I've got something I need to ask you, but before I can do that, I have to talk to you about a couple things. You know, about tonight, Meg said. I was wondering when we were going to talk about what you had to do tonight to save my life. Are you okay? Actually, it's not an issue for me, he told her. But I thought the fact that it wasn't might be an issue for you. I eliminated 2 targets tonight. To be honest, I don't think about them as people. I know that probably sounds cold to you, but I don't gain anything by giving names and homes and families to terrorists. They were threats, Meg, to you and to me. And I took them out. It was fast, it was clean, and if I'd only wounded them, they would have kept shooting until one of us was dead. I did what I had to do, and I refused to feel bad about it. Really? She asked. After something like this happens, I have to go in for a required number of sessions with a shrink, he explained. He seems convinced I'm doing okay, at least for a guy who's a liar, a killer, and a thief. Liar, killer, and thief I can handle. What I'm having trouble with is the fact that you never taught me to say shit in Kazakistani. He laughed. Sorry about that, she asked, and, well, I told her. Leaned her head back against his shoulder. You're forgiven. I'm feeling very forgiving today. Nils took that as his cue. When I was 15, he told her, my father got a job working as a janitor at Millfield Academy. He was the janitor. Suddenly it all makes sense. He was treated like crap by all those rich kids, Nils said. He hated it, I know he did, but he wouldn't quit. He said it was good, honest work and there was no shame in that. But you see, part of his salary was my tuition. He was doing it for me. She was listening, so he kept going, telling her things he'd never told anyone, things he'd never managed to forget, things he'd tried for years to keep hidden, things he didn't want to hide from her, not anymore. So I went there, this poor-ass shit kid, jammed in with all those rich assholes, and it got to me, Meg. What they did and what they said and what they thought. It started to matter, and he choked it out. I pretended I wasn't related to that weird old janitor who shuffled around the campus. God forbid anyone find out he was my father. Yeah, even though I wasn't rich, I got the asshole part down pretty well, pretty fast. Meg took his hand and interlaced their fingers. I did some terrible things in high school too, John. Nobody judges other people on that kind of ancient history. I judge myself, he told her. I live, every day, with the memory of the look in my father's eyes. It was the afternoon I got the highest score on some test. I don't even remember what it was anymore. All I remember was that I was a freshman, and I got the best grade in the school. It was posted for everyone to see. And Jesus, he was so proud of me. He waited for me outside of one of my classes after he got the news. I saw him there, he knew I saw him, and I walked right past him without even saying a word. I didn't want to stop and acknowledge him in front of my friends. Just thinking about it still brought tears to his eyes. From that day on, he never approached me during school, never again. Nils shook his head. I swear to God, Meg, until the day I die, I will never forget the look on that man's face as I walked away. He was a good man. He was one of the most honest, intelligent, kindest people I've ever known. Yet he drank. Meg sat up, kneeling on the couch to face him. That doesn't make him a bad person, Nils told her. He was a good person who made mistakes. She was looking at him with those eyes that could see right through him, past all the bullshit and pretense, right to his heart and soul. Why can't you cut yourself the same slack? Nils nodded. That's what I'm trying to do, what I'm hoping you'll do. Cut me some slack. And he laughed. I don't know how to do this, how to say it, so I'll try to imagine what my father would have done, okay? He got down on the floor in front of her on one knee. Meg laughed. Oh, John. Will you marry me? He asked her. He couldn't keep from laughing either. I'm serious. I know I don't look or sound it, but Meg, he lost himself in her eyes. I want to spend my life with you, she smiled at him. I like your father's style, and I love your father's son despite all the mistakes he might have made. His heart leapt. Is that a yes? Yes, she whispered. She smiled into his eyes, and he knew he'd found the ultimate win-win scenario. Nils kissed her, grabbing hold of his happily ever after. It had been a long time coming, and he was never going to let it or Meg go. Also by Suzanne Brockmann, published by the Ballantine Publishing Group. Heartthrob bodyguard, the unsung hero. I'm here, Nils said, painfully aware of how little that might mean to her. He tried again. You're not alone in this anymore, Meg. She clung to him, and he held her just as tightly, stroking her hair, kissing the top of her head, wishing. Christ, he didn't know what he wished. Maybe he wished that she could have been in his arms any place else in the world and at any other time but right here and right now. He could feel Lt. Paletti standing off to the side, giving them both some space, but they didn't have much time. I need you to be tough for just a little bit longer, he told her. Can you do that for me, Meg? We've got a lot of questions that only you can answer. She was trembling but somehow managed to nod yes. She released her death grip on his neck and pulled back to look at him, wiping her eyes with one shaky hand. They kidnapped Amy and my grandmother, she said. They said they were Kazakhstani extremists and that if I didn't come here and abduct or kill the new ambassador, they didn't really care which they'd kill them. Her eyes welled with tears again, but she wiped them fiercely away. But then I thought of you. I thought if anyone could get me out of this. You did the right thing, he reassured her. Calling me, asking for me was the right thing. Read on for a sneak peek of Gone Too Far, the breathtaking new novel from Suzanne Brockmann, Sarasota, Florida, Monday, June 16, 2003. Roger, Sam. Starrett's cell phone vibrated, but he was wedged into the rental car so tightly that there was no way he could get the damn thing out of the front pocket of his jeans. At least not without causing a 12-car pileup on Route 75. He had the air conditioning cranked, welcome to summer in Florida, and the gas pedal floored. But the subcompact piece of shit that was one of the last cars in the rental company's lot was neither cool nor fast. It was barely a car. Feeling trapped in an uncomfortable place had been pretty much sop for Sam ever since he rushed into marriage with Mary Lou nearly 2 years ago, and he waited for the familiar waves of irritation and anger to wash over him. Instead, he felt something strangely similar to relief, because the end was finally in sight, and Sarasota was only another few minutes down the road. Sam knew the town well enough. He'd hitched down here from his parents' house in Fort Worth, Texas, 4 summers in a row, starting when he turned 15. It had changed a lot since then, but he had to believe that the circus school was still over by Ringling Boulevard, which wasn't too far from Mary Lou's street address. Maybe he should make a quick stop, pick up a few more bozos, turn this thing into a bona fide clown car. On the other hand, one was probably enough to qualify for clown car status. His phone finally stopped shaking. What were the chances that it had been Mary Lou finally calling him back? Nah, that would be too damn easy. Although in theory this should have been an easy trip. Pop over to Sarasota. Pick up the divorce papers that Mary Lou was supposed to have sent back to him 3 weeks ago. Put an end to the giant-ass mistake that was their marriage, and maybe even try to start something new. Like a real relationship with his baby daughter, who after 6 months probably wouldn't even recognize him, then pop back home to San Diego. Fucking easy as pie. Except this was Mary Lou he was dealing with. Yes, she was the one who'd filed for this divorce. Yes, she'd been compliant right up to this point. But Sam wouldn't put it past her to change her mind at the 0 hour. And it was, indeed, the 0 hour. And true to form, Mary Lou was surely messing with him. Had to be. Why else wouldn't she have sent the papers back to the attorney after receiving them 4 weeks ago? Why else wouldn't she return Sam's phone calls? Why else would she not pick up the phone even when he called at $00, when he knew she had to be there because the baby was surely sleeping? Sam reached for the stick to downshift as he took the exit ramp for Bee Ridge Road and came into contact with the stupid-ass automatic transmission. 6 months ago, this entire suckfist scenario would have made him bullshit. Everything sucked. This car sucked. The fact that he had to come all this way for something that should have cost the price of a first-class postage stamp sucked. And knowing that Haley was going to look at him as if he were some stranger really sucked. But along with that weird feeling of relief came a sense of readiness. Maybe this wasn't going to be easy, but that was okay. He was ready for it. He was ready for anything. Like Haley was probably going to cry when he tried to hold her, so he wouldn't hold her at first. He'd take it slow. And Mary Lou, well, she was probably going to ask him to get back together. He was ready for that too. Honey, you know as well as I do that it just wasn't working. He tried the words aloud, glancing at himself in the rear-view mirror, checking to see if he looked apologetic enough. But shit, he looked like roadkill. His eyes were bloodshot behind his sunglasses, and the flight out of Atlanta had been weather delayed for so damn long that he desperately needed a shower. And he definitely shouldn't start out by calling her honey. She had a name, and it was Mary Lou. Honey and every other term of endearment he'd ever used, like sugar, darling, sweetheart, sweet thing, was demeaning. He could practically hear Alyssa Locke's voice telling him so. And God knows Alyssa Locke was the queen of right. She'd hated it something fierce when he'd called her sweet thing. So he'd called her Alyssa, drawing the S's out as he whispered her name in her perfect ear, as they'd had sex that should have been listed in the world record books. Best sex of all time, Sam Starrett and Alyssa Locke, champions of the simultaneous orgasm. Ah, God. What was Alyssa going to think when she heard about his divorce? Sooner or later the news was going to get out. Up to this point, his commanding officer, Lieutenant Commander Tom Pauletti, and the SEAL Team's ZO, Lieutenant Jazz Jaquette, were the only ones who knew that Sam and Mary Lou were finally calling it quits. He hadn't told Nils and Wildcard, yet his best friends in Team 16. Shit, he hadn't told his sister Elaine, or even Noah and Claire. And he sure as hell hadn't told Alyssa Locke, who was probably going to think, thank God I'm in a committed relationship with Max so Roger Starrett doesn't come sniffing around my door looking for some play. Max, the fucker. Even after all this time, Sam was still insanely jealous of Max Baggett. Despite his new sense of relief and hope, he was feeling neither when it came to thoughts of Alyssa and Max. How could you fuck your boss? He asked. Alyssa, of course, because she wasn't in the car, didn't answer him. It wasn't too tough of a question. Sam could come up with plenty of answers without Alyssa's help, because Max was handsome, powerful, brilliant, and yes, probably great in bed. Yeah, and who was he kidding with that probably? Max was no doubt definitely great in bed. Sam knew Alyssa, and she wasn't about to spend over a year of her life with someone who couldn't keep up with her sexually. And as far as the fact that the man was her boss, she and Max were incredibly discreet. In fact, they were so discreet, there were some people in the spec ops community who refused to believe that they actually had an intimate relationship. But Sam knew better. He'd gone knocking on Alyssa's hotel room door about 6 months ago. And yeah, it was a stupid-ass thing to do. He and Mary Lou hadn't even separated back then. He had no business knocking on anyone's door. But an FBI agent matching Alyssa's description, a woman of color in her late 20s, had been killed that day. And until the news came down that Alyssa wasn't on the casualty list, Sam kind of lost it. Except who had opened that hotel room door that he'd knocked on. Well, gee, hiya Max. Sorry I woke you, man. And that was it. Game over. It was looking into Max's eyes that did it. The fucker cared deeply about Alyssa, that was more than clear. And every day since then, Sam tried, he really honestly tried to be happy for her. And as for his own elusive happiness, well, he was done feeling sorry for himself. And he was done letting this divorce take place on Mary Lou's timetable, with Mary Lou running this freak show. Sam and his expensive new lawyer had worked out a schedule of visits, dates, and times that he could see Haley. He wasn't looking for joint custody, that would be crazy. As a SEAL, he went out of the country at the drop of a hat, sometimes for weeks or even months at a time. He just wanted to be able to see his kid a couple of times a week whenever he was stateside. Surely Mary Lou would agree to that. To make it a no-brainer for her, Sam was prepared to give her the deed to their house back in San Diego free and clear. He'd take care of the mortgage and continue to pay the taxes. Now that Mary Lou's sister Janine had split up with her husband, Sam's plan was to talk all three of them, Mary Lou, Janine, and Haley, into moving back to California, where he would be able to see Haley every other weekend and once a week on Wednesday nights instead of some pathetic twice-a-year bullshit. So, yeah, Sam was hopeful that he and Mary Lou were going to be able to work this out. Traffic in the city was light at this time of the morning. He was literally 4 minutes from Mary Lou's door. Please be home. Sam had tried calling his soon-to-be ex-wife from a pay phone at the airport, right after his flight had gotten in. It had occurred to him that she was screening her calls, and that maybe she'd pick up if her caller ID gave her a number other than that of his cell phone. Not a chance. He didn't leave a message on her machine. He was just going to head over to the house and wait. Sooner or later, Mary Lou or Janine would scoop up Haley from daycare and come home. And then he'd do whatever he had to do to get Mary Lou to sign those papers and move back to San Diego. Hell, if she didn't want to live in that same house they'd once shared, they could sell it and she could buy another. It didn't matter to him as long as she lived in the San Diego area. He was going to move into the BOC on base either way. Sure, the bachelor officers' quarters were tiny and there was no privacy to speak of. But since it was highly unlikely that he was ever going to have sex again, privacy wasn't something that he needed. Sam laughed at himself. That really sounded pathetic, never having sex again, like he was such a loser that no woman would want him. Truth was, women went for him in a major way. In fact, the girl at the car rental counter couldn't have been more obvious about her interest if she'd used semaphore flags. Where are you staying? Are you in town alone? If you're looking for a good hangout, you might want to try Barnaby's down by the dock. I go there all the time after work. Hint, hint. She was hot, too. A strawberry blonde with a lithe, athletic body and a cute little ass. But hot wasn't enough for him anymore. No, thank you. Sam was finished with casual sex. He was keeping his pants zipped, which actually wasn't as hard as it seemed, even after he'd gone for well over 9 months without getting laid. It sounded like a really pansy thing to say, but he wanted more from life than a fast fuck with an empty-headed stranger. He wanted sex to mean something. He wanted to be fucked for more than his blue eyes and his muscles, and the fact that he was a lieutenant with the U.S. Navy SEALs. Unless, of course, Alyssa Locke called him up and begged him to come over, get naked, and light her world on fire. If that ever happened, all bets were off. Alyssa was neither empty-headed nor a stranger, but during the few nights they'd spent together way back before Sam married Mary Lou, she definitely thought of him as only a temporary plaything, which still stung. Sam leaned over to look at the numbers on the houses as he turned onto Mary Lou's street. 458, 460, 462. Bingo. 462 Camellia Street was a tiny little single-story Florida-style house with a carport that sat empty. There wasn't a car in the driveway either, nor one parked out in front. A tired-looking palm tree provided the only shade out front. The door was tightly shut behind the torn screen, and the dark shades on the windows were pulled all the way down, and what the fuck? Sam turned off the engine and got out into the sweltering heat, staring across the roof of the rental car. Were his eyes playing tricks on him, making those window shades seem to shift and move, or he moved closer to the house? Holy Lord Jesus Christ Almighty, those weren't dark shades, those were flies. There were so many of them they almost seemed to cover the windows. Oh, fuck. That many flies inside a house could mean only one thing. Whoever was in there was dead. Sam went around the back of the house, looking for the kitchen door and praying that he was wrong, praying that Janine, Mary Lou and Haley had gone to visit Mary Lou's mother in northern Florida, and that an animal, a raccoon or a skunk, had gotten into the house and trapped there had died. But Jesus, there were flies covering every window, even in the back of the house, especially in the back. Whatever was dead in there was bigger than a skunk. Sam knew he shouldn't touch the doorknob in case there were fingerprints on it. He had to call the authorities. Except he didn't know for sure that anyone was dead. Yet the fact that Mary Lou hadn't returned his call for 3 weeks, 3 long weeks, suddenly seemed telling. He'd assumed that she wasn't calling him back, not that she couldn't. Please God, don't let her be dead. He lifted the clay flower pot that sat on the back steps, Mary Lou's favorite hiding place, and sure enough, there was a key beneath it. The lock on the kitchen door was right on the knob, and he knew he could unlatch the door by inserting and then carefully turning the key. He didn't need to touch the knob and therefore wouldn't add to or subtract from any fingerprints that might be there. The lock clicked as it unlatched, and he gagged. Jesus. Even just the inch or two that he'd opened the door was enough to make his eyes water from the unmistakable stench of death. Sam quickly pulled the collar of his t-shirt up and over his nose and mouth and swung the door open. Oh God, number Mary Lou lay face down on the linoleum floor, although, Christ, she'd been lying there so long in this heat, she probably didn't have much of a face left. Sam couldn't bring himself to look more closely. He saw all he needed to see. She was undeniably dead, her brown hair matted with blood and brains and shit maggots. She'd taken what looked like a shotgun slug to the back of her head, probably while she was running away from whoever had come to the kitchen door. Sam stumbled outside and puked up his lunch into the dusty grass. FBI agent Alyssa Locke answered the phone in her partner's office. Jules Cassidy's desk. There was a pause before a voice that sounded remarkably like Sam Starrett's asked, "Where's Jules?" No, it didn't sound remarkably like Sam. It sounded pathetically like him. Because she was decidedly pathetic. What in God's name did she have to do to get that man out from under her skin for once and for all? She saw and heard him everywhere. She couldn't so much as see a blue jeans ad in a magazine without thinking about his long legs and, "Who's calling, please?" she said, scrambling to find a piece of paper and a pen on Jules's black hole of a desk. Her fault for coming in here in search of a file, her fault for picking up the phone instead of letting Jules's voicemail take the message. There was the sound of air being exhaled, hard then. "Alyssa, it's Sam. Starrett. Can you please put Jules on the phone, right now?" Holy God, this time it really was Sam. "Oh," she said, temporarily startled into silence. Why on earth was Sam calling Jules? "Look," he said in that Texas drawl that she'd always found either infuriating or sexy as hell, depending on her state of mind. "I'm sorry if this sounds rude, but I've got a fucking bad situation here and I need to talk to Jules right fucking now. So put him on the fucking phone, please." Whoa, a triple fucking. Even in the best of situations, Sam had a sewer mouth, but something definitely had him rattled to make him that profane. "He's not here," Alyssa told him. "He's out of the office and he won't be back until Friday." "Fuck. What's happening?" she asked, sitting down behind Jules's desk. Aha, there was a brand new legal pad buried among his junk. She pulled it free. "Is this call business or—" She uncapped a pen as Sam laughed. It was the laughter of a man who didn't find anything particularly funny right now. "God damn it, yes, it's business. Where are you?" And no, she refused to let her heart beat harder at the thought that he was here in D.C. That was just indigestion from drinking too much coffee on an empty stomach. "Sarasota," he said. "Florida. Yeah, I'm at Mary Lou's sister's house. Alyssa, I'm really sorry, but I need your help. I need you to call someone in the Sarasota bureau and have them get over here as quickly as possible." "What's going on?" Another loud exhale. "Mary Lou's dead." It was a good thing she was sitting down. As it was, she had to hang onto the desk. "Oh my God, Sam, how?" "A shotgun slug to the head." "Oh dear Lord." "Oh Sam, number." Alyssa had suspected that things weren't particularly good between Sam and his wife, but was anyone else hurt? "I don't know," he said. "I came outside to, well shit, you know me well enough. I got sick. Big surprise, but I have to go back in there to look for Haley," and his voice broke. "Jesus lies, I'm pretty sure Haley's in there." "Whoa," Alyssa said. She leapt to her feet, pulling the phone as far as it would go as she went to the office door. "Wait, just wait a second, okay, Sam, don't move." LaRonda was in the hall. Alyssa covered the mouthpiece of the telephone. "Has Max left for lunch?" "About an hour ago. He should be back in about 15 minutes. "Shit, 15 minutes wasn't good enough. Is Peggy in her office?" "She's gone too." LaRonda was eyeing her with curiosity. "Everyone's out but George. You want George Faulkner." George was still new to the team and had even less experience in this type of situation than Alyssa did. She shook her head. It was up to her to talk Sam down from whatever emotional ledge he was on. "Get me the head of the Florida office in Sarasota." "Yes, ma'am." Alyssa went back to Jules's desk, speaking into the phone. "Sam, are you still with me?" "Yeah." "Good," she said. "Don't go anywhere, don't go back inside, just sit down, okay? Are you sitting down?" "Yeah," he said. "Where's the shotgun?" she asked. "I don't know, it was so bad in there I didn't think to look." "Sam, I'm going to call and get you help, all right, but you cannot go back into that house. Do you hear what I'm saying?" "Yeah, I do, but no buts. You sit still and you talk to me. I need you to make sure that you are nowhere near that weapon when the authorities arrive. Is that clear?" On the other end of the phone, Sam was silent. "Sam, nothing." "Oh God, please don't let him have put down the phone." The intercom buzzed. "Manuel Conseco from Sarasota on line 2, LaRonda's voice said. "Sam, you're going to need to give me the street address." Sam laughed. "You think I killed her," he said. "That's really nice, Alyssa. Jesus. Are you saying you didn't?" "Fuck no. What kind of asshole do you take me for?" He laughed again in disgust. "Apparently the kind who would shoot his soon-to-be ex-wife and leave her dead in the kitchen. Thank you so very much." Soon-to-be ex-wife. "I thought it was an accident. With a fucking shotgun." "Well, I'm sorry, but you said 462 Camellia Street," Sam said flatly. "Sarah fucking Soda. Mary Lou didn't return my phone calls for 3 weeks, so I finally came out to see her to finalize our divorce. I'm pretty sure she's been dead all that time, and I haven't searched the rest of the house, so I haven't found Haley's body yet. Call whoever you need to call so that the feds get here first. I don't want the local police fucking up the investigation. Sam, Alyssa said, but he'd already cut the connection.